A Maiden's Unwanted Heroic Tale. Volume 9. The One Who Sent Off. By Hifumi Shiguro. Translated by Snowcat at Inhumanly Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 202. Worried and Being Worried. The morning sun was shining through the time when she would normally be awake had long passed. She raised her small but feminine naked body. Covering her face with her hands, Bery Argan sighed. Ah! What have I done? The words of lamentation were voiceless. Though she had been awake for a long time, she didn't feel like waking up. She tried her best to pretend to be asleep, but she still couldn't fool herself. Good morning. Perhaps realizing that her arms had been untangled, Chris J spoke in a soft, muffled voice. Chris J yawned a little, then raised her naked body to lean on the Bery and stretched. ? She tilted her head towards Bery, who covered her face with both of her hands. She straddled her thighs. Then Chris J looked at Bery's face from above her covered hands. What's wrong? Sigh, it's nothing. As she gave up and released her hands, Bery looked at the girl straddling her. She put both of her hands on Krish's cheeks and kissed her lightly and smiled. Good morning, Krish-sama. Yes, good morning, Bery. In a good mood, Chris J said that, pondered for a moment, then smiled as if making a significant discovery. Chris J had just learned something for the first time. Chris J thought it was something only a pair of opposite sex did, but even between women they can mug. But before she could finish, her mouth was immediately covered by a palm. Bery leans closer to her face and looks at Chris J, her face red. I understand what Krish-sama is trying to say. The meaning is certainly correct, but that word is extremely inappropriate. It's like calling the dish being served as bait. Never say it out loud. Understood, Bery asked, and Chris J, whose mouth was covered by her, was surprised but nodded her head. Bery narrowed her eyes at Chris J and sighed again. Geez. Let's get changed and prepare dinner. Krish-sama is hungry, right? When Bery let go of the hand covering Krish's mouth, she said that with a wry smile. Yes. Krish's stomach is really empty. Chris J answered shyly but honestly. Dusk. The main road connecting the royal city and Wolfenheit. Inside the carriage on the way home. But you sure are really good at giving speeches. I respect you for being able to say things that you don't really mean. That's rude. I didn't say anything I didn't mean. Crescenta was as usual, sitting sideways in the carriage in a bad manner, leaning against the wall and tapping her foot against Celine's thigh. Just where was the queen who smiled kindly just a few moments ago? She stared at Celine with a mocking smile. It's true that I want them to do their best, it's true that I don't want the soldiers to die, and it's true that I don't want the territory to be ravaged. If I say what's in my heart, that's what will come out. Yes, I beg your pardon for that. Celine responded with an exasperated tone. According to the plan, Chris J would defeat the Holy Empire of Elsren last. Naturally, it would be a longer defensive battle than in the south and west, and the burden on the soldiers in the east would be greater as they would have to maintain the front line on the defensive. A defensive battle was essentially a battle against morale. Putting aside if one was on the offensive side, the psychological burden of continually warding off the opponent's attacks was extremely heavy, and the longer it goes on, the decrease in morale becomes more apparent. Moreover, being attacked by 3 countries, with no end in sight and uncertain reinforcements. The mental fatigue of the soldiers who had to continue to resist the enemy's offensive in such a situation was incomparable to the commanders who knew of the Albaran strategy. No matter how rare Nozen Vereich was as a commander, he couldn't eliminate all of that dissatisfaction and fatigue. There, Her Majesty the Queen personally inspected the battlefield and gave a speech. As soon as the defeat of Gulshan was reported to the capital, they immediately started moving and headed east. The purpose of this visit was to give hope to the soldiers, to let them know that the war would not last long, and to restore the morale of the soldiers who had been depressed. Crescenta should be called a great man after all. She repeated the speech not only in Wolfenheit, but also in every town she stopped at along the way. They were not all the same, they were all different in content. Cities that sent out many soldiers, cities that had many refugees, cities that gave a lot of financial aid, Cities that didn't even have the economic capacity to do so. She most probably had information about cities all over the kingdom in her head. No, in some cases it's not even a city, it's even a small town or village. The words she used and the words she spoke varied greatly depending on the city, and depending on the situation in the city. Rather than cooperation, she conveyed only gratitude to the people. A different speech in every town. Even the soldiers who were her escorts who were listening looked at her in amazement, and their respect for her only increased, and some even moved to tears. I'm different from an incompetent person who just reads out what has been decided. Just saying some random appropriate word according to the situation. That's what a politician is. It's easy to please the stupid people and soldiers. You just need to say what they want to hear. With a little flourish, Crescenta pointed to her own eyes with her fingertips. She easily shed tears. Even when she talked to wounded soldiers, she seemed to be fighting back tears. No one could see through her acting. Her acting was so realistic that even Celine would believe it if she saw it up close. Whatever the case may be, Crescenta was still the same as Chrische. Although the direction of the two might be different, they were both beyond the norm. You and Argansama should respect me more. If you bow your head and ask me to teach you, I can teach you how to give a speech. Right. You're an idiot, but I honestly respect that. I'll praise you. Mew. Celine patted Crescenta's head and smiled, and Crescenta glared at Serene sullenly. Could you please teach me next time, Your Majesty the Queen? That's what I don't like about you. Celine chuckled and her shoulders shook, and Elvina, who was sitting across from her, looked exasperated. The unknown power relationship in the Christend house was something that she knew about, considering that they had known each other for this long. Her Majesty's true appearance was rather pleasing, and Elvina smiled quietly. But the cheers and respect, it's really amazing. The person next to her who spoke up was Anne. Crescenta tilted her head and looked at her. Just saying the words they want. It seems like something simple, but it's difficult. In doing so, Her Majesty gave hope to many people and saved their hearts. Once again, I was moved to witness the greatness of Her Majesty the Queen. Perhaps recalling the scene, Anne was crying tears of emotion. How many times do you change your perception? This was already the 7th time this had happened. Crescenta looked a little annoyed and asked Celine to help her. Celine looked back at Crescenta with a slightly amused smile and said, "Isn't it fine?" She's impressed. Ever since they started this trip, and has been praising Crescenta every day. It was like a professional jester, but Anne had no such intention, and it was just her frank and honest impressions. Portraying your own action as evil while behind it Her Majesty is concerned and concerned for the people. I am proud to have been able to serve Her Majesty with all my heart. I understand how you feel. Please leave it at that. I've heard so much that I'm tired of it. Yes, my apologies. I just really wanted to convey this feeling. And sniffed her nose, and Elvina from beside her wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. True to her words, Celine looked at Crescenta, who looked tired of it and smiled bitterly. Crescenta probably didn't really care about the people if you look at it without considering the profit, but Anne seems to think that this was Crescenta's inability to be honest. Certainly, if you look at her normally, it's not surprising. Although Crescenta's words were often harsh, she was a sweet and kind girl to those close to her. If you looked at the actual actions and results, that's exactly it. It's hard to say that Anne's understanding was completely wrong. Selene once again patted Crescenta's troubling head. That's good. Bery will prepare a delicious feast when we get back. Crescenta turned around while glaring at Celine. She lies down on the chair and rests her head on Celine's thigh. Argansama, I wonder if she's thinking about gloomy things again and making things worse. Worried. Who would? It's just that, it'll be troublesome if she does. Celine smiled bitterly at her words and thought while stroking her Crescenta forehead. My, how stubborn. I guess it would have been better if we had left either Anne or Elvina in the estate. She thought about leaving Anne or Elvina alone, since it would be difficult to deal with the situation alone, but she was told that leaving a servant to take care of a servant would be putting the cart before the horse. Bery was stubborn and wouldn't listen. Although her fever could not be called mild, it had calmed down considerably overnight, so she gave up, but Celine was still a little worried after all. Bery took care of the estate and the Christend house almost by herself, and even helped Celine and Crescenta with their work in her free time, so she hadn't had any time off lately. The work she is doing at the estate and the Christend house was quite a lot, and if it were a normal person, they would be crying every day working until late at night. She forgot to question it from time to time, but it was a superhuman amount of work to say the least, and Bery also being Bery was a little weird. However, Bery must have been feeling tired at this point, and the fever was probably due to accumulated stress. She heard that Bery occasionally caught a mild cold, and that she was quite sickly to begin with. Celine took a deep breath as she realized that she had forced too much on her. Since we're not there, work should be a lot easier than usual, but I'm worried about whether or not she'll be able to rest properly. It's just her personality is. Really. I'll have to give her a lecture when I get back. She had a fever at a critical moment, even though she's a servant. It's proof that she can't manage herself. What, not an honest girl? Well, I don't think she wants to hear about self-control from you, Crescenta. When no one was around, she rolled around, fell asleep, and had a hard time waking up in the morning. Crescenta, the embodiment of selfishness itself. Even now she's kicking the wall while receiving a lap pillow and puffing out her cheeks. When Celine crushed the puffed cheeks with her finger, Crescenta made a silly sound, and Celine laughed amusedly, while Crescenta glared at her in dissatisfaction. Fufu, you're sad that Bery isn't here, right? That's not true. Are you making fun of me? I just said what I thought. Please forgive me. She smiled as she stroked Crescenta's head. Well, tomorrow we will be in the royal capital. We have to make sure she gets some rest when we get back. Chris J will probably come back after a while. Chris J overwhelmingly defeated Gulshan's army of 100,000 men in less than half a day with half the number. According to the messenger's report, it wasn't even a battle, and even Chris J didn't seem to be very tired. It wasn't like she felt safe after letting her move freely, but Celine no longer had any major worries. The psychological pressure was relieved to some extent and she was feeling better. I want to do something about Argan-sama's anxiety. If you take your eyes off her for a moment, she will look absent-mindedly. We need to do something about it. You're not worried after all. Her cheeks puffed up again. Celine giggled and poked her cheek. At the same dusk, the two of them cooked side by side in the morning, cleaned the estate, took care of the horses and Suiko, and took a bath. The two were happily enjoying their usual lives. How is it? Chris J thinks Chris J can adjust it, but her tongue is a pale blue, with a geometric pattern on it. It was an activated magic formula. Chris J asked as she removed her fingers from Bery's tongue and took a look. Bery closed her eyes and moved her tongue, then licked the honey off the back of her hand. After tasting it, she poured magical power into the magic crystal in her hand. Taste Pyririn. Right. It might take some time to get used to it though. What was carved into it was a magic formula for sensing sweetness and sourness. Chris J carved it in the morning and trial and error it for a day, and the results were excellent. However, there was still a slight difference between what was etched on the tongue and what was felt from the magic crystal. So, Chris J added a magic formula to fine-tune it, and made subtle changes to the details. Bery smiled at Chris J, who looked worried, and said it's okay. It's the same as cooking. You don't have to aim for the best results right away, you can take as much time as needed. Just being able to taste even a little makes me feel really happy. Yes. Ahehe. Chris J smiled as Bery patted her head and climbed into her lap. Chris J wishes Chris J could have looked into it more quickly. From what I've heard, it's something only Krish-sama can do. Even if I, who has learned the logic, tried to do the same thing, it might take me the rest of my life to do it. On the desk, she looked at the diagram Chris J had drawn on the parchment and said that the countless grains that Chris J described were drawn there, but it was difficult to understand even for Bery. At least Bery couldn't perceive it, so she'll need to create a tool to see it first. Something like an extremely high-precision lens that magnifies vision, or a magical formula that amplifies perception. Only by obtaining the mean Krish's perception would one finally reach the starting line. And even if one could make it to the starting line, it would take countless years to find the specific factors in food. Just imagining it was a monumental task. She didn't think it was impossible, but at least she didn't think it was something that could be done overnight. Maybe someday this kind of research will become more popular. Is that so? Bery blurted out, and Chris J tilted her head. Yeah. Krish-sama knows the story about alchemy, which tries to create gold, right? Yes. They're the ones who keep repeating things Chris J doesn't really understand. It's a lot of trial and error. What they're really looking for may be these particles that Krish-sama is talking about, Bery said, pointing to the diagram drawn by Chris J. For example, if everything is made of these particles, and some combination of them forms an object, then there are only two things left. If we had the means to observe them and change them in a stable way, we might be able to transform mere stones into gems, copper into gold and silver. That's, certainly. Even among alchemists, it is rare to find someone who truly aims to transmute gold itself. That is true, but in short, they are looking for a way to change matters at will. Bery held up her finger and smiled. Obtaining a tool that allows them to observe these particles that Krish-sama is talking about, and the special technique that allows one to interfere with the details. If we create an environment where even people who doesn't have Chris J abilities can conduct research, I'm sure many technological revolutions will be born. Bery thought while saying this and took out a silver coin from her pocket. If that happens, it seems like money will become more conceptual. Instead of trading in precious metals like now, it may become something with advanced techniques, or something like bond trading. Bery suddenly noticed the gaze and looked down, and Chris J stared at Bery and smiled. Is something the matter? Chris J is glad Bery seems to be having fun. She thought about what was said and blushed. She hugged Chris J a little embarrassed. Bery sure thinks about a lot of things, I was interested in a lot of things, however, unlike Krish-sama, I just guffawed at everything. How embarrassing. Guffawed? Like a mouse, only taking a bite of the delicious food. When she pretended to bite into Krish's head, Chris J squirmed as if tickled. I don't want to deepen my knowledge of various things, but just the basics. It's broad and shallow. I guess cooking is the only thing I'm passionate about. Bery chuckled and patted Chris J on the head, and Chris J also smiled happily. Krish's glad Bery put so much energy into cooking. Yes. I think so too. Chris J raised herself a little and slowly pressed her lips against Bery's. After a while, after she pulled away, she stared at her. Then, suddenly, Chris J turned her gaze to the shelf to the restocked bottle of nightcap wine. Bery's cheeks flushed as she noticed her gaze. Bery, drink a nightcap again today? Her eyes widened at the words he heard. She looked back at Krish's face and said, what a bad person, as if troubled. She tugs at Krish's slightly red cheeks. You. A nightcap is something you drink when you can't sleep, okay? While saying that, she thought about it and spoke to her in a whisper. But, if Krish-sama wants to drink, then I have to accompany Krish-sama. How about it? When asked, Chris J too thought about it. And she shook her head vertically. Chapter 203, Time and Effort. The room was silent. Before Bery Argan, heretic, who was sitting on a chair, was Celine Christand, inquisitor, who sat on the desk. Bery, who went against the teachings of the faith of watching over the pure and innocent Chris J, was stared at by Serene Christ, and with unsettled fingers running through her golden hair, her blue eyes fixed on Bery. Chris J Christand, a bit of an adult, glanced around and looked at Celine and Bery troubled. Crescenta Alberin, Wani-sama is my faction, clung to her sister while glaring at Bery from above. Bery, glancing at Chris J, only said to Celine, I have something to talk about. She didn't say anything else, however her slightly red cheeks. And just by looking at Chris J, who had returned to the mansion before she knew it, Celine knew that she had broken a very serious commandment. Without allowing her to spin a second word, Celine silently interrupted her and then glanced at the two servants. And Elvina also looked at each other, as if they had guessed what was going on. Ayan-sama, could I ask you to teach me how to bake cookies? And Elvina suggested that. When Anne responds with a slightly shrill voice Wyas, the two leave with flushed faces. Then they closed the door slowly. Celine looked at it until the footsteps disappeared, and her gaze turned to Bery. Bery's eyes swam as she fell into thought, and she then called out Oju-sama, but Celine was cold. I understood the situation. Any excuse? No. I was worried for nothing. I was thinking, I hope Bery is okay alone, but when I and Crescenta returned, I was surprised to see you looking quite happy. I'm not worried about Argensama. Truly dissatisfied, Crescenta said while staring at her. But, how should I say it? Not only did Argensama deceived the innocent Wanisama, you even laid your hand on Wanisama. I've always thought you were a good-for-nothing, but to think Argensama is a brute. Geez. Crescenta always says that kind of thing even though Chrisjay had warned many times. Chrisjay said troubledly, but thought about what laying hands on her meant and asked, Bery, is that kind of thing called laying your hand? Chrisjay Krystand was a bit different from before. She was a little bit of an adult. Why did this kind of flow begin? Chrisjay became a little bit of an adult, spun her thoughts, and put an effort to understand the atmosphere of the room. However, in the end, it was Chrisjay Krystand, a little bit of an adult. It was good that she made an effort, but she did not think much about it, and honestly asked. She pushed her beloved Bery Argan, heretic, into the bottom of the valley. That. She looked at Bery, who clammed up with a bright face, who finally nodded quietly. Then Chrisjay smiled and clapped her hand, a moment of eureka. I see. That's a misunderstanding, Crescenta. Misunderstanding? Yes. It's not Bery, but Chrisjay who was bad. Bery was drunk and was in a very difficult state, unable to reason and unable to judge right from wrong. So it's not that Bery laid her hand on Chrisjay, but Chrisjay who made Bery lay her hand. Remembering Bery's excuse-like words, Chrisjay nodded as if to reinforce them. Chrisjay had Bery laid her hand on Chrisjay. Chrisjay placed her hands on her slightly stained cheeks and shook happily. Chrisjay Krystand, quite child, calmly pushed her beloved Bery to the bottom of the cliff, and then, out of sheer good intentions, pursued her and brought down a hammer on her. Bery was speechless. Completely frozen. Wanisama, I understand how you feel, but that just makes things even worse. Crescenta said exasperatedly as she looked at Bery, who was violently kicked off the ladder she was climbing and was given a follow-up blow. Celine also looked at Bery exasperated and looked at Chrisjay. I see. Chrisjay, you don't have to speak for a while. Understand? In any case, don't say things like that in front of other people. Chrisjay tilted her head in confusion but closed her mouth. Celine rubbed her temple and sighed. I was able to understand the flow of things inadvertently. In other words, do you use alcohol as an excuse to lay your hands? Did you use the fact that we weren't there as a chance? Are you insisting that the one that is wrong is Chrisjay? As you said. I shouldn't have been worried. Yes, my apologies. Celine stared at Bery's red hair, her cheeks relaxing. The worst. Yes. Besides, you're sneaky and devious. Yes. What's wrong? Is it okay if you make up nonsense like usual, you know? Bery said, her face turning bright red and her eyes swimming. Celine's smile deepened and she looked genuinely happy. It was like an inquisition judging the heretic. How immature. Shut up. She must have repressed a ton of anger. This is just my usual return. The sight of Celine unilaterally punching Bery for the sake of a good cause that she had finally obtained was so pitiful. Crescenta took a step back as she watched this. Celine glared at Crescenta, her cheeks turning red. It's okay once in a while. Bery's always spouts sophism after all. It's good medicine. I wish I could just repeat what she said to me the other day. Hey, Bery? Which one is so full of evil thoughts? It was me. Who was looking at a simple corrector tool in such an obscene and suspicious way? It's me. You're honest, Bery. You should always have at least 10% of that honesty. In the first place, you're Celine, who was 30% justice and 70% personal inside, condemned Bery, who couldn't fight back. Crescenta looked at it and sighed, unable to say anything. Bery was a helpless woman who had given her sister a poor education and had finally laid her hands on Chrisjay, but this pathetic bully took advantage of it and attacked her. As expected, there was some resistance to it inside Crescenta. She hugged her sister, thinking it would only degrade her own dignity. It's not like Bery, a woman, could have a child even if she laid hands on her sister. There was no danger to her sister's body, and her sister was as mentally ill as usual. Her head was a flower garden full of happiness. She didn't care anymore and climbed over her sister's body and kissed her sweetly. Crescenta Alberon, Wani-sama is my faction, was extremely materialistic and an animalistic selfish person. More importantly, Wani-sama, I worked really hard. Really? For now, until this talk was over, her sister was hers. She surrendered herself to such pleasure and rubs her body against her sister's as if to indulge herself. That's right. For Wani-sama's sake. She stroked her head and her eyes narrowed. Suddenly she tilted her head. What did you do with the magic crystal? Chris J senses the magic crystal in the candy bag in the pouch around her neck and takes it out from inside. Ah, eh. Chris J completely forgot. It tastes like Piririn. Wani-sama, again with that kind of name. While saying that exasperatedly, Crescenta narrowed her purple eyes as she gazed at the extremely precise engraving on the inside of the magic crystal, read the meaning of the spell engraved there, and nodded in response. That's quite a change of thinking. Recreating the taste with magical power. What's that? Celine, who was happily taunting Bery, looked at the magic crystal and tilted her head. Bery, feeling relieved, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Chris J got the idea from Mia's random remark. Then, he used magic crystals to create taste Piririn, and went through various trials and errors. Maybe it was because it was about Bery's tongue. Krish's explanation was quite thorough. Thank goodness. Oju-sama. Celine hugged Bery tightly, leaning on Bery with tears in her eyes. And Elvina, who came in while they were talking, looked relieved, and wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. Crescenta alone stared at Celine as if exasperated, and said while picking at the cookies that Anne and Elvina brought. Just when I thought you were blaming Argan-sama in an immature way, now you start crying. Celine-sama sure is busy hum. Shut up. Please read the atmosphere for a moment, you idiot. Celine glared at Crescenta and wiped her tears with her sleeve. I'm smarter than Celine-sama, Crescenta said, looking at the magic crystal. The formula doesn't seem to be difficult though. That's easy, but identifying the grains is a little difficult. Elvina approached a little curiously and focused her eyes on the magic crystal. Carved into the magic crystal are numerous geometric patterns in which countless extremely delicate lines intersect, which they said was not difficult. Elvina stiffened as she realized that what looked like a line the size of her hair was actually just a list of countless magic techniques. Unlike the formula used on Jaragasha, Bonjara, and Piririn, the formula was clearly visible without being obscured by a writhing cryptographic technique, making it seem even more insane, complex, and bizarre. This is easy. Crescenta looked at Elvina from the side and told her. It's just a minute detail thing, but most of the surgical procedure was simply increasing the detection accuracy repeatedly in order to capture specific factors. It's not difficult. My apologies, I haven't studied enough. Wani-sama's formula is simple and easy to read, so I would like you to take this opportunity to study. Why yes. Crescenta handed the taste Piririn into Elvina's hands. Elvina, who was obedient and efficient, was Crescenta's favorite. She had an extremely selfish idea of being kind to her and getting her to agree to replace Anne. Wani-sama, if Wani-sama entrust Elvina-sama to me, we can quickly. Elvina is busy with various things, so she won't be able to do it for a while. Crescenta should educate and properly before that. That's not my job. But her sister was adamant about forcing Anne onto her. Chris J held up her finger as if teaching a child. Crescenta, a good adult, is someone who is willing to work without any hesitation. While listening to the lecture from her older sister, who no matter how you look at it was more like a child than her, Crescenta looked at Anne, who looked moved and repeatedly saying she's glad as she wiped her tears. Why should she, as the queen, take care of this servant? There were so many things she wanted to say, but her sister would not understand. She sighed and gave up, looking at the magic crystal in Elvina's hand and thinking. Sweetness and sourness, is there a reason in particular? Chris J just wanted to be able to get a proper taste of honey. Chris J didn't have enough trials with the other flavors on the battlefield, so Chris J decided to postpone them. If you break it down into smaller parts, it's quite complicated, said Chris J, troubled. Besides the 4 flavors that are talked about in books, it's also surprisingly quite complex. I see. Especially umami and richness of taste. While listening to this, Celine, who was hugging her Bery, let go of her body a little. Her brow furrowed and she glared at Bery. Geez, why didn't you say it first? I was going to tell you about that first, but Oju-sama. Bery just said that needed to talk. She was planning to talk about Chris J, but she decided to put that later. She was first thinking of telling them that she saw hope for her sense of taste, but right after she said that she had something to talk about, Celine stopped her from speaking with her hand. Celine's next words were, I understood the situation. Any excuse? The hearing started just before Bery had time to talk about it. Celine understood everything from those words and let out a small groan, remembering how she was having fun toying with Bery. She blushes and glares at Bery. It's your daily behavior that is bad. Always making up nonsense. I can't argue with that today. What's up today? Use this as an opportunity to improve yourself from now on. Celine stared at Bery. Don't think we're done with that. I have a lot more to say later. She smiled happily and stroked her cheek. But, really, thank goodness. Yes, thank you. Bery also smiled back happily and nodded. While listening to Krish's story, Krishkenta glanced at the two of them and thought a little. She held Krish's cheek between her hands and smiled. Wani-sama, I will help you too. Krishkenta will. All we need now is the number of trials and errors, and I have more free time than Wani-sama who will be on the battlefield. If I do that then, half of Wani-sama will be mine. Geez, Krishkenta still saying that. What a bad girl. Even as Chris J said that, she smiled and kissed Krishkenta. But if Krishkenta helps Chris J, it might be finished sooner. As if to say, praise me, Krishkenta nuzzled herself to Chris J and hugged Krish's arm. She glared at Bery, who seemed happy. It's not like I'm doing it for you. Yes. Krishkenta really isn't being honest, Geez. Chris J said as if troubled and gently pinched Krishkenta's cheek. It was a small feast that day. Unusually, even Celine took part in the cooking, making the meal and taking a bath. Then, in the night, they went back to Krish's room. After putting Chris J and Krishkenta to bed, Bery sat beside Celine on the sofa in her nightgown. Celine laughed mischievously, poured her wine, handed it to Bery, and said, Will I get attacked if I get you too drunk? Geez. Bery glared at Celine, her cheeks blushing as she sulked. Celine happily leaned in and wrapped her arms around Bery. Don't think that Chris J is yours. I don't think so. You sure about that? I'm sure you're thinking about it a little bit. Bery's cheeks grew redder and Celine giggled happily. Bery sighed, putting down the wine she had sipped. Krish-sama is not that kind of person. You're the one who chose her, Bery. Yes. I like that kind of Krish-sama. Both intertwined their fingers and held each other. Celine leaned against Bery's shoulder. It's fine if you understand. If you do anything that makes Cliché sad like before, I'll seriously steal her, so be prepared. Yes. Just so you know, I'm a little jealous. You coward. Yes. Celine smiled and pulled the intertwined fingers. But, more than that, I feel happy today. Bery smiled when she heard this, saying it with joy from the bottom of her heart. Oju-sama is truly a kind person. Didn't you know? Unlike a certain servant, I'm honest and have a very nice personality. That servant has a very nice personality though. Sounds you're close with that servant, Sometimes a little difference makes a big difference, Bery. Celine was having fun, and Bery was also giggling as she looked through Celine's hair. Her golden hair was a little damaged, but smooth. Celine narrowed her eyes as her head was stroked and she said, I'm jealous of you, but I'm also jealous of Chris J. Taking away my precious servant. I will still be your servant from now on. I wonder. It's true. In response, Bery stood up and grabbed a comb from the shelf. She sat down on the couch again and she lifted Celine onto her lap. She carefully combs her slightly damaged hair. Celine was a little embarrassed, but she didn't resist. Her eyes narrowed at the feel of the comb, and she smiled. It's been a long time since I sat on your lap and combed. You have always been good at it. Unlike Okusama, Nae-sama had a rougher personality than Oju-sama after all. Trying to comb all at once, she would tug at her tangled hair. Her sister was also bad at combing her long hair, probably because it had been Bery's and the servant's job for many years. She giggled as she recalled the young Celine running away in pain. After a while, once her hair was free and flowing, Celine snatched Bery's comb and turned her the other way. I'll do it too, she said, running the comb through Bery's hair. It's getting a little long. I think I'll cut it off after this battle is over. You sure like those kinds of charms? Not like I don't understand though. Her reddish hair was well groomed. As soon as Celine realized that she didn't even need to comb it, she gave up and pouted her lips. It's not fun, Celine said, and takes Bery's hair with her fingers. Even if you don't cut it, maybe you should just let it grow out. Just like Okusama, I'm sure Bery will look more pretty if it's a little longer. If it's long, it will take time. You should put a little more effort on yourself. And Celine pressed her forehead against Bery's, shaking her hand comb. It's about time you understand that there are some unique people in this world who want to spend time and effort on you. Bery looked at Celine with her big eyes, and Celine looked at her graceful eyes with amusement. Her clear blue eyes were narrowed and wrapped in gold thread. How many times do I have to say it from now on to get it across to you? She hugged Bery's body tightly. I love you, Bery, Celine continued. Yes. Me too. Bery replied. Chapter 204, Midday Break. It was simply called Albarinia Workshop. A corner of the royal territory that was once used for confinement, a tower surrounded by trees. It was a brick structure about the size of a hut that stood in front of it. Even among the nobles, many didn't know what was being made there or what was happening there. Or perhaps quietly, with the cursed child workshop. The broken one is all restored and seems to be fine as reported. Besides, 2 additional bodies, not bad. Inside that workshop, while looking at the dismantled and placed Jiraiya Gashia, Chrische said that. Nigel, the head of the crafts unit, smiled and said, thank you. After the battle with Gulshan, the crafts unit did not accompany the battle against Eldorant, but instead returned to the capital for repairs and replenishment, and today Chrische confirmed that. Not only that, but we have also completed replenishment for Bormja Bobonjara. Nigel, who was about to say something, corrected himself in a hurry. But even so, Krish's brow wrinkles, as if she was not happy about it. Bormjara was an ancient word that refers to an expanding impact. It was the sad alias of a new weapon made by Chrische, which became the official name on paper due to a misheard by Celine and Crescenta. Chrische glared at Nigel and let out a sigh as if to say, really? Seems, people who grew up in the countryside were as bad at pronouncing Bonjara as they were at pronouncing Jaragasha. In the wide territory of the kingdom, accents do exist. Although she did think it was somewhat inevitable, there was a feeling of dissatisfaction in Chrische. Nigel, what's its name? Keiklish-sama has named this new weapon, Bormjara. Nigel, the pronunciation is a bit strange. Bormjara, that's a wonderful name. As expected from Wani-sama. Yes, it's a very good name. Farron thinks so too, right? Alright, exactly. What a splendid name, befitting one that will create the kingdom's future. Chrische crossed her arms and pouted her lips. The reason why the official name is so weird is because of your pronunciation, Nigel. Yes, my apologies, I'll be careful. Nigel saluted with an indescribable look on his face. That was during the presentation to Crescenta and the others. Nigel, have you heard the name? Yes, I heard the name is Bobonjara. That girl again with that kind of name again. Celine, who came to the workshop with Chrische and the others for the unveiling, asked Nigel in a whisper, and when she heard that, she immediately whispered to Crescenta. It was as if the interaction had been decided in advance. The official name is Bormjara, Nigel. I would like your cooperation in this matter. Yes, you understood. The name Bonjara was given by Chrisjay last night, however, at that moment, it was as if the name had been decided from the day the heavens and earth split. The words of the Marshal were absolute. The intrigues were carried out so easily at the center of the kingdom. He knew that Krish's wishes, to whom he had given his loyalty to, were being ignored, but even Nigel couldn't go against that. That is the Queen of the Kingdom, the Marshal of the Kingdom, the collective will of the country. Geez. Even though Kalua and Elvina can pronounce it properly. I see, accents are quite difficult, Elvina answered with a troubled look on her face, and she looked at him with pity. The lovely flower of the workshop, she, the kind-hearted woman, was the guardian of the workshop. Well, that's fine. Looking at the results, Chrisjay can see that you've been working hard. It looks like it's almost done, but today you'll be preparing to move. Once that's done, you'll have a half day off. We'll be leaving at noon tomorrow, so prepare accordingly. Yes, honestly, that would be helpful. Piririn Team Daz and the others, like Killick of the escort team, were used to protect Kreskenta and the others, who had many opportunities to go out due to the war, and to help the craft team. Kreskenta had no intention of going out until Chrisjay returned again, so the guards who were acting as her escorts were now free. From what it looked like the other day, assembling the Jaragasha is heavy and takes a bit of effort. Cleaning seemed a bit difficult as well. That's right. The scattered pieces of meat, etc. The cleaning work of the Jaragasha was a hard task. The blood and flesh one saw in the excitement of the battlefield may be bearable, but the damage was still great for the mind that has come full circle and cooled down. After this one is over, you guys will have a vacation for a while. The full resumption will be after the completion of the Albaneria workshop under construction. Chrisjay also plans to give personal rewards, and if anyone wants to go back to the countryside, Krish will give them that opportunity. So, please do your best until then. Yes. When they heard this, they looked at each other and saluted happily, but, however, all of the Kurafuyo are from regions where their pronunciation of words is questionable. Don't come back with an even worse accent. This is a strict order, okay? Chrisjay nodded at that, but spits out the warning with a serious face. Celine, it's over. The Marshal's office is assigned within the royal castle. Chrisjay entered and hugged Celine, who was looking at a document, and kissed her. Celine, as if exasperated as if a little happy, relaxed her cheeks and let out a sigh, then picked up Chrisjay and moved from the office desk to the sofa. Geez. Elvina, could you please make us some tea? With oats of honey and milk. Yes, understood. After becoming a marshal, Celine's workplace was basically here. The estate was right next door, and Celine was more comfortable there, but considering negotiations with merchants and nobles, relationships with valuable books for various reasons, it was more suitable to do it here. Although she sometimes brings work home, Celine generally wants to create a relaxing environment when she returns home, just like Chrisjay. There were times when she would take her work home due to some circumstances, but she had also decided on a certain amount of separation in this area. Amen. Celine stretched her slender body gracefully, lifting her long golden hair. When she caught Chrisjay stretching right next to her as if to imitate her, she tugged at her cheek, telling her not to imitate her. Hey, Celine, every time Chrisjay comes Celine always does that so. Unlike you, I mostly sit still. Even though she was angry, she seemed happy somehow. Celine played with Krish's cheek a little again, and she quickly let it go. The craft doesn't seem to have any problems, so we'll be leaving tomorrow at noon as planned. I see. A messenger came just now. There are no problems in the south. It seems that the liberation of the city is almost complete. It's a lot faster than Chrisjay thought. Vice-Chancellor Oregon seems to have been quite cooperative. Oregon wrote a letter telling the soldiers occupying the city to retreat, and entrusted the kingdom with a handwritten document informing them of the situation of the Gulshan army. Thanks to that, there wasn't much resistance and the city was liberated with almost no bloodshed. There was one occupation force that did not obey and resisted, but there was no problem due to the difference in military strength. The message from the messenger stated that it would not take much time and that everything would be put down in no time. It's thanks to Chrisjay, I'll praise you. Yes. Patting Chrisjay on the head and smiling. The problem is Eldorant, Celine said thoughtfully. That's right. It might take some time for reconstruction over there. There will also be a lot of bandits. Crescenta said that as long as the border area is solidified, Eldorant itself doesn't matter anymore. But Crescenta, she said that since Vise and Meekly were destroyed, and Eldorant will be in a state of civil war for a while. Is that how it is? Chris J tilted her head to the side, and Celine thought about it a little too. Eldorant could be called a tribal union. It was a matter of concern that they failed to crush one army, but the current situation was that two powerful tribes have been crushed. For many of the tribes, this must be a rare opportunity. As long as Crescenta said that, then her prediction was not just a mere prediction, she was probably already working on something to make that happen. That's her domain. Since she said they didn't need to worry, they probably really didn't need to worry. Well, in any case, I don't think we have that kind of energy. If we leave General Lemon in the West for a while, they won't be able to do anything about it either way. Right. General Lemon isn't a bad general, Chris J said, as she recalled. You didn't say such a rude thing to her face, did you? Rude. After this war is over, I need to educate you on various things. ? Celine sighed and asked. Besides that, how was Crescenta? It seemed to be going well. When Chris J told them about the victory over Gulshan and Eldorant, they seemed happy. Chris J nodded and answered. In the morning, Chris J and Crescenta were reporting on the situation in front of the nobles. Although everyone was a little surprised to see the cliché, they seemed to be full of motivation, as if they understood that victory in this battle was close. It truly went well. It seems like all the royal palace nobles have even sold their belongings in case this war lasts for a long time. They told Crescenta something like donating and helping out. I see. It went well, but that's just Krish's impression. It was different from what the nobles thought. Some had noticed Suiko's presence at the Krystand estate, and there were speculations about Chris J, who was supposed to be on the battlefield, returning. However, most of them were surprised when they heard that Gulshan and Eldorant had already been defeated. Some of them, who had been hiding their wealth in gold to prepare for various negotiations in case Alboran was conquered, understood who was the winner upon hearing this and offered to donate money to be used to help Alboran's financial difficulties. The nobles, who had been reluctant to offer money, completely changed their minds, and Crescenta had been dealing with them endlessly since the morning. The fear of the two cursed children of what they had done so far didn't disappear, but no one wanted to let go of the power they had acquired. No matter what the scenario in which Alboran wins by repelling the invasion of the Three Kingdoms was something that all Alboran nobles desire. Although there was no goodwill or noble cause, at least at the present time, they were united as they have been since the beginning of Crescenta's rule. Despite the absence of goodwill or lofty just cause, there was a united front due to shared interests, a solidarity in terms of common goals. This is what they call unity, right? In a difficult time when we are being attacked by 3 countries, everyone is working hard for everyone. It's a wonderful thing. Right. I guess it's something to be happy about. As Celine watched Chris J nodding, she let out a sigh. This stupid little sister probably didn't really understand why they said that at such a convenient time. She didn't think deeply about things that didn't matter, and the same went for good intentions. Celine rubbed her forehead, exasperated. Chris J was an idiot. That said, she didn't want to see Chris J become like Crescenta, who had become better at trickery and scheme. It was really an indescribable feeling. She rubbed forehead and watched Elvina poured the tea. Geez, just when I thought Wani-sama was not at the workshop, it turns out Wani-sama is here. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open. Wani-sama, that's terrible. Leaving me behind. A girl with golden hair that sparkled red came in with Anne, looking angry. Crescenta, wearing a pale peach dress, sat down next to Chris J, leaning closer to glare at her sister. Even if Crescenta said that, Chris J also had something to do. Chris J didn't know how long it would take if Chris J stayed with Crescenta. Today, she planned to spend the whole day with Crescenta. Originally, she was supposed to arrive at the workshop, but after the meeting, the nobles took turns going to Crescenta's place. Since the conversation there was not interesting for Chris J, it gradually became troublesome. In the end, She left Crescenta behind, with Chris J is leaving first. And Crescenta also said, "Please take care and see Chris J off. I didn't say it because I wanted to, geez." Crescenta recalled that exchange and glared at her sister who didn't understand. While Crescenta was having a serious conversation with one of the nobles. "Crescenta, it looks like the talk will take some time, so Chris'll go first." While saying this, Chris J stood up. Crescenta, as was to be expected, had a face to keep. "This kind of opportunistic nonsense will end soon, so please wait." As expected, she couldn't say that in front of someone who was offering to donate money. She had no choice but to see Chris J off at that moment. "Don't sulk. Here, candy. NOM." Chris J took out a candy from the pouch around her neck, gave it to Crescenta, and patted her on the head. Then she pulled Crescenta, who was still sulking even with that, onto her lap and hugged her tightly around the waist. Elvina smiled as if she was troubled, and without saying a word she took a new teacup and poured some tea, while Anne took out a bag of cookies from the basket in her hand and poured the contents onto a plate. Elvina looked at Anne as if she were a little surprised, and Anne pretended to not notice her gaze, with a somewhat proud expression on her face. Celine looked at them and smiled bitterly as her room suddenly became noisy. "What were you talking about with your Wani-sama?" "A serious talk. About Gulshaw and Eldorant." Crescenta looked at Celine suspiciously, but she rolled the candy and let out a dissatisfied sigh as she nuzzled the back of her head against her sister's shoulder. Then she asked, looking at her sister's face from the side, "What are Wani-sama's plans for the war against Elsren?" "It will probably take about 8 or 9 days for Skeleton and the others to start making their way around from the north. It will be after that that they will start making big moves. Chris J thinks it will be about 2 weeks from now." Eluga's detour to the north was a 2-week trip. Chris J had fast legs, and she ended the 5-day journey in 2 days and reached the royal capital. She had been here for 3 days, making it a total of 5 days. It will take 8 or 9 days for them to cross the Great Sea of Trees in the northeast of the kingdom. Wolfenite was 5 days away from the royal capital. Eluga and the others will probably start taking action in the east, a few days later than Chris J and the others. There might be errors depending on their march, but that's about it. The problem came after that. There are a lot of cavalry, so it's a bit of a hassle to defeat them all at once. That's right. We talked a little bit, but General Vereyich is also having a lot of trouble. Elsren's strength above all was its cavalry, and cavalry archers made up of nomads were a difficult enemy to deal with on the battlefield. It is said that the enemy army numbered 150,000 to 160,000, of which around 30,000 were cavalry. Considering the ratio of cavalry to army, it was a huge difference from Alboran. On the other hand, in Alboran, the proportion of cavalry in the army composition never exceeds 1/10. Compared to the 20,000 troops of the one army, there were many cases where the number was less than 1,000. The horse itself was quite expensive, but if it were to be able to withstand military operations, it would make a big difference in terms of food and training. Human resources who could straddle it and wield a spear were also valuable, and on top of that, there were only a handful of people who could even shoot a bow on horse. Of course, there was no way they could form an army with that. However, Elsren, which boasts a vast territory, had gathered such talented people into an army. Therein lies Elsren's strength, and what was noteworthy was their outstanding field ability. And not only that, but they also had the technical ability to easily attack enemy bases. There was a reason why the Elsren Holy Empire was called the greatest nation on the continent. When we went there, the main force was in the Kuribe Plains east of Wolfenite. But, well, by the time you arrived, Wolfenite's defense battle would have just begun. That sounds good. If that happens, we won't need cavalry over there either. Chris J narrowed her purple eyes and smiled. Crescenta also smiled as she wrapped her arms around Krish's neck. As Wani-sama said, "I've played my hand. They should be going around the eastern part of the country soon." Good girl. Today Chris J and Bery are going to bake Crescenta, a pie with lots of liqueur. The atmosphere was tense at Belgash Fortress. This was because a messenger had reported that the Albarinia army would arrive at dusk that day and stay overnight. The relationship between head chef Zalbak and Kart, the head of the food distribution team, was like a parent and child, standing shoulder to shoulder and laughing together until this message was conveyed. However, after that report was brought in, a rift suddenly appeared between them, and they glared at each other and distanced themselves. The situation was different from before. They were in the military. They knew that the pretty servant Bery probably wouldn't be there, but there was Christjay Krystand who loved cooking so much. They thought there was a high probability that she would visit this kitchen. They know she likes sweets. Zalbak decided to take a half-day off in the morning, and during that time he checked the quality of the wheat, eggs, honey, fruits, and various ingredients in the warehouse and sorted them. The look in his eyes, a sharpness that would make anyone who saw it tremble. Sorting the ingredients, but for him, it's like an act of mental unification. Like a monk being hit by a waterfall, his senses become sharper. Cart, on the other hand, looked at him with pity. After all, no matter how far he pushed himself, all he could do was individual skill. He took all kinds of information, scrutinized it, and won when he had to. Possessing a quick wit that could even be called superpower to Cart, who could have become a great general had been born into a noble family, Zalbak was just an old man. He had already pictured in his mind the moment when more than 10,000 soldiers were fed, the kitchen was calm, and the beautiful princess appeared. It's best to prepare just before the time comes. Cart never loses his relaxed attitude. A showdown between two people who have fought many deadly battles in the past. Those who watched it felt the atmosphere, and some even decided to gamble. The battle between the two men was no longer an area that anyone else could enter. And the two waited all day. At that time, invisible sparks were scattered between each other. They kept waiting. Chapter 205, Girl Fortress. Long time no see, General Vereich. Woof woof and the others too. Yes, long time no see, Krishsama. Nozan saluted, raking his coppery hair that fell in front of him. As if following suit, Grunmeld and the others stood up and saluted. That nickname hasn't changed who? Grunmeld sighed with resignation. She arrived at the fortified city of Wolfenheit, surrounded by massive walls and deep bunkers. Inside the fortress in the center, inside the conference room, a map of Eastern Alberon was spread out on the desk, and on top of it was a map of the surrounding area of Wolfenheit. Countless pieces represented the battlefield situation. Looking down at that for a moment, Christjay shook her silver hair and tilted her head in confusion. Do nicknames change? It's not like that, but, no, never mind. I gave up. Christjay tilted her head even more curiously, and Nozan, with a wry smile, indicated the seat next to her. Christjay sat down and turned her gaze to the black bean tea that was offered. Hey, milk and honey. Why yes, sir. A bald man with glasses and a nervous look on his face, Sardan Garkalan, the commander of the 2nd Corps, said that, and the squire panicked and left the room to get milk and honey. Some of them had a sweet tooth, but black bean tea had a strong implication of being a stimulant. No one ever asked for milk and honey in a serious meeting, and it wasn't available in this conference room. Sardan didn't have a particular sweet tooth, but he was fed up with drinking too much black bean tea. Krish's arrival was a good opportunity. Thank you. Corps Commander Garkalan. No. I also drank a little too much black bean tea and wanted to change my mood. It was a good opportunity. A highly strung, fierce face. Sardan looks like that, but he also had a childish side, and he knew Krish's personality well from the recent civil war. He said that with a gentle smile, and Christjay smiled as well when she saw his expression. Now that Christjay thinks about it, Christjay hasn't thanked Corps Commander Garkalan for the other day yet. Thank you. Don't worry about Kielzaren. It was only a natural proposal for military service. Christjay looked even happier when she heard the words, only natural. Then she gazed passionately at Sardan. Christjay just thought of something. ? Sardan tilted his head. The nickname for Corps Commander Garkalan. How about bald glasses? And he stiffened. The atmosphere in the room froze, and only Grunmeld was drinking the black bean tea, his shoulders shaking while holding his face and looking down. Christjay thought smooth head, Tsurin, would be good, but skeleton and bald eagle both have smooth heads, and Christjay felt like it would take away from the individuality. But if it's bald glasses, anyone can tell it's Corps Commander Garkalan. It's a really nice name, Chris J said as she put her hand on her cheek and shook her body. It was as if she was trembling with fear of her own naming sense. In fact, most of the people here were horrified by the pet name she gave. K. Krishsama, I appreciate your feeling, but... Sardan recovered from his stiffness while glaring at Grunmeld, who was laughing, and at Nozen, who seemed to be secretly holding back his laughter. Does Corps Commander Garkalan like Smooth Head better? However, Chris J was a born hunter. It was not a matter of refusing or accepting. Bald glasses or smooth head with just one word, Sardan was cornered into a no-win option. That's not it. Chris J does think that smooth head had a better sound than bald glasses, but... it's okay. It's just a subtle difference, and even smooth head is. If he had allowed the time, Sardan might have found something to persuade her. However, what was heard at that moment was the sound of a crushing sound that resounded a little far away. It's their trebuchet. Ah, I see. That's pretty quick. Chris J immediately understood Nozen's answer. On the east side of Wolfenheit, the Elsren army was encamped a short distance away, and was currently preparing to attack the Vereyich army, which had been holed up here. They were assembling a large stone trebuchet. It's probably still in the test firing stage. I was thinking of launching a night attack tonight, but... Just as he was about to say something, there was another crashing sound. Vibration. Chris J frowned in annoyance. But it seems like it's going to be noisy, so let's deal with it quickly. Chris J doesn't want to be woken up at night either. Chris J said. Chris'll go for a moment, stood up and started trotting about. Since the Civil War, Nozen, who and the others who had been watching her fight against Keithraton's army looked at each other and stood up as well. Looks like we'll see something interesting. It was a relief that Krishsama arrived so quickly. It seems like one of the hassles will disappear quickly. Nozen smiled bitterly at Granmeld's words. Only Sardan, who had been cut off from the conversation, looked stunned, making an indescribable face. Before going outside, Grunmeld went out of his way to sit next to him on the other side of the table. Don't worry, Garkalan, I didn't even have a choice. Choose the one that's less painful. He laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. Those words don't make me happy at all. Making a frown, Sardan replied. The Elsren Holy Empire army led by Archduke Lukazan. Among the lines of battle, 2 men on horseback laugh as they face the walled city of Wolfenheit. Ha ha ha, such a large trebuchet and such a large number of siege towers, it's done quite fast, Duke Sachenka. No, it's not that big of a deal. It's the strength of the engineers and factory workers we brought with us, Archduke. Wearing a black military uniform, showing slight signs of aging, but with well-kept features and chestnut-colored hair. Duke Vinyl Sachenka said while gesturing to the engineer who was raising his voice. Next to the man was a monstrous wooden structure resembling a small fortress. The gears were spun to pull up a huge weight and let it fall. Using a lever, the long arm on the opposite side of the weight swung like a pendulum, hurling a massive stone like a pendulum. The range and power of the projectile were far greater than those trebuchet that twists ropes or animal tendons and throws stones by its elasticity. Rather than a trebuchet, rock thrower, it's a trebuchet, boulder thrower. The test shots did not hit the solid walls of Wolfenheit, but they fell in front of and behind it, all of them sending earth tremors that could be felt at a distance of nearly a RI. They made a roar that surely would have collapsed the houses in the city. 12 of them were about to be assembled on this battlefield. I fully understand your efforts to make up for last year's failure. I am truly glad that I brought you here. Grand Duke of the Holy Empire of Elsren, Baslar Lukazan, smiled and said while stroking his well-groomed masculine beard. Wearing a military uniform and cloak with elegant gold embroidery and glittering ornaments. He was the head of the Lukazan family, one of the 3 major families with the right to the throne in the Holy Empire of Elsren, and one of the 5 most powerful figures in the Great Empire of Elsren. Thank you for your kind words. No words of gratitude is enough to express my gratitude for giving me this opportunity. Yumu. The past is the past. I have no intention of getting caught up in that either. Don't worry. Even as he bowed his head, anger flickered in Vinyl's heart. The defeat last year, It was due to a foolish blunder by his brother, Aleha. However, the man responsible for putting all the blame on Aleha and the Sarchenko family was none other than this man, the commander. He made them pay a large amount of compensation and confiscated their lands. The Sarchenko were in a difficult position because of this man. On top of that, the man approached them with a benevolent face, extended his hand, and giving favors. It made him think that everything, including Aleha's blunder, was part of this man's plot. No one raised a voice when this man was defeated by Duglin Garka and retreated to his army. Wasn't this all a plot to crush the Sarchenko family, which had become an eyesore? The man's self-preservation tactics were so brilliant that it made him think so. Nevertheless, even against such a man, Vinyl had to bow his head. Arranging siege weapons, the debts incurred due to hiring a large number of skilled engineers and workers. In order to obtain enough benefits to eliminate this problem, it was necessary to win over this man and achieve great deeds. The trebuchets and siege towers. What do you think? Basler looked at the huge siege tower being built and asked Vinyl. Understanding the intention to some extent, Vinyl replied, This time it's a holy war, a war to destroy the evil Alberon. I have no desire to be concerned about my own interests. I hope the Archduke's brave army will use it freely for victory. Well done. However, not rewarding you, who has done all this, would be a shame for a noble. I'll give you the opportunity to conquer Wolfenite and clear your name with your own hands. What do you think? Thank you for your kindness. Making Vinyl spit out money and ordering him to be crushed. The only reason why they were able to capture Wolfenite in the last battle was because Aleha had killed the enemy General Carmada with a single blow in the battlefield. Alberon's army was completely destroyed by the death of the general. Just how long would it have taken to conquer it if it hadn't been for that? There was no way that Baslar, who had conquered Wolfenheit as if to snatch that credit, did not know this. Wolfenheit, fully prepared, was still an impregnable fortified city. The situation was completely different from that time. This battle was expected to take 2 months just to capture this part. The first spear roll was merely to be crushed. What's more, the enemy was Nozan Vereich, who was known as Kristan's #1 subordinate. His skill was as good as that of Kristan's, and that was clear from the vivid retreat so far. He divided his forces into groups without fear of individual defeat across the vast plains, and he retreated at night, trapping the archers and cavalrymen and cutting them down as he retreated. It was clear that he was far from ordinary, and was a more difficult opponent than Carmada. There's no way defeating such a monster who holed in Wolfenite would be easy. However, Vinyl still had no choice but to achieve results. There was no way he could say no to his words. However, I never thought that idiot Oregon would be defeated so quickly. We don't have much time to spare. Remember that we have to attack this place as soon as possible. I'll make sure to open a breakthrough for the assault. That's fine. I'm looking forward to it, Duke Sarchenko. Without being able to carry out the plunder that was included in the plan, they paid large sums of money to purchase cargo from the captured cities. On top of that, Gulshan was defeated by Alberon, and Duglin Garka was applying pressure from the south. If something went wrong, Vinyl would definitely be held responsible. And that would mean the end of the house. In his mind, he was thinking about how to achieve success in this siege, when suddenly, the soldiers started to make noise. Suddenly, the sound of crushing echoed around them. When he looked in the direction of the sound, he saw a distorted wooden object. It was a trebuchet. It had been a small fortress, but it had lost its support on one side and tilted with a distorted sound. As it lay on the ground, countless screams and roars echoed. What's going on? Baslar shouted as if howling. Vinyl stiffened and stared in shock. Suddenly the trebuchet was. The soldier next to him started to speak, and there was another roar. The large trebuchet that was standing next to it collapses. Screams echoed. The distance to Wolfenite was almost 1 RI. That was the range limit of this large trebuchet. Was it damaged or something? Basler was thinking that, but when he saw the second stone trebuchet collapse, he realized that this was no mere accident, and immediately turned his attention to Wolfenite. There were enemy trebuchets and giant crossbows that were set, but they were small types, It was for the siege towers and battering rams that would attack. At this distance, the enemy's trebuchet was out of range. A set giant crossbow could reach it, but only that. At this distance, there would be no power to destroy the large trebuchet, and it would be nothing more than harassment. Just what is, as he thought that, what he saw was on the left, at the edge of the castle wall. It was a shadow that came flying from there. There was another roar, and this time the unfinished third one shattered. What? Vinyl was stunned by this. And what jumped off the castle wall was a small black and silver shadow. A loud cheer echoes from the walls of Wolfenite, a spear is thrown from the top of the wall, and someone jumps down to catch it. Then, when they held it in reverse grip, ran and released it. The spear that flew at an insane speed was the fourth one. The wooden monster fell down without any hesitation, and pieces of wood burst out. What are you doing? Send out the cavalry archers. Kill that guy. Basler finally understood everything and screamed. It was just an enemy's throwing spear. However, its power was extraordinary. A loud, thunderous cheer that seemed to split the atmosphere reverberated over Wolfenheit. Trot running in front of the fortress wall, along the moat. She grabbed a spear that had been thrown from the top of the castle wall, threw it at the trebuchet, and rolled. A swoosh of the wind, and after a beat, a crushing sound. Without looking at the wooden monster crumble, she continued on her way. Throwing with the right hand, then the left, her silver hair swaying, the girl ran in front of the trench, receiving cheers. It would have been better if she could have destroyed everything from the top of the castle wall, but aside from the edge of the wall that ran perpendicular to the enemy camp, there wasn't enough distance. A throwing spear that could pierce even dragons from a distance of 1 ri. The castle walls were too narrow to kill the recoil, and that was the reason why she descended to the ground. Albarinia, cavalry archer, please return. Amidst the cheers, she heard the voices of the soldiers recognizing the enemy as she once again raised a spear. Aiming and releasing, a shattering sound. The number of trebuchet crushed was now 8. While easily causing significant damage to the enemy army, Chrisj turned her gaze towards the enemy formation. Facing her directly was a line of more than 100,000 enemy soldiers, so many that she needed to see a few ri to the left and right. What appeared in the gap between the lines was the cavalry archer. The distance was less than 1 ri. Krish's lip pouted as she saw the archers heading straight for her, and she fired a spear in their direction. From the acceleration that seems to shrink the space, to the violent sudden braking. However, her whole body movement was controlled and accelerated by her magical power, her body bends like a bow, and her hand fires a mad spear of destruction. At the cavalry archers the spear pierced through the front, and did not stop, leaving a hole in the human body. It sprayed fragments in the wake, killing and wounding them, and with a single throw she destroyed the cavalry line. Terrified horses ran amok, throwing off their riders. Cavalry archers' horses ridden by nomads, people like them, were fast and light, fundamentally different from the heavy horses trained for close combat. There was no such thing as a strong horse that would remain unfazed by a spear that easily killed more than a dozen of them. One throw was enough for a unit. At that moment, she used another spear to destroy another trebuchet. There were now 3 left. However, countless cavalry archers had appeared from other parts of the enemy's line. That's a bit too many. Throwing a spear while getting hit with arrows was also a hassle. She decided to take a break and jumped over the moat, putting her feet on the slight protrusion of the wall and easily climbing it to the wall, which was 30 shaku high. When she let out a sigh, the soldiers around her cheered even louder, and Chrisj covered her ears in annoyance. Immediately, a scream-like voice was heard, and what came running over the castle wall was a large, elegant 8 shaku tall Suiko. Without saying a word, Chrisj leaped onto Gururun and went straight down the ramparts. With a sigh, she looked up at the fortress wall and pouted her lips as she gazed at it in annoyance. What noisy people. Ha ha ha, it can't be helped. Everyone is happy that Krishsama has appeared. Nozen, who had apparently followed as he leapt across the roof, came down, followed by the Grunmeld. The other corps commanders could be heard shouting on the ramparts. Now that Albarinia has come, we no longer have anything to fear, something like that, they verbally announced to the soldiers on the ramparts. How are you feeling? Chris J didn't overexert herself, so Chris J is fine. Krish's going to take a short rest, after that it's the other three. While saying this, Chris J rotated her shoulders and stretched her arms. Grunmeld laughs, amazed. My goodness, I'm still surprised even when I got a look at it again. With a small body like that, making something like that possible. In terms of weight, she was probably less than a third of his weight. The small, delicate girl's spear throwing was an anomaly that defied any imagination from her appearance. She easily crushed a large trebuchet with one of her spears. Just by her presence, she changes sieges and defense battles. If this were a siege from the opposite side, she might even be able to assassinate the enemy general in a solo night raid. Although she was just an individual in this situation, she was worth much more than an army. In any case, I heard that Chris J challenged the ancient dragon the other day and was allowed to use mana, true name, but, Chris J didn't challenge Regal Ave. Chris J had an audience with Regal Ave. Put that for later, Grunmeld. Don't talk about such things in a place like this. Nozen looked around and sighed. There were many soldiers who believed in the Holy Spirit. It's okay, Krish-sama, we've been informed of the circumstances by Assistant Marshal Farron. Ah, I see. It was a secret that she threw her spear at the dragon. To Chris J, who looked a little troubled, Nozen smiled and nodded. However, what a good timing. Right after Her Majesty's speech, it's Krish-sama. I don't think there are any soldiers who think this is a losing battle anymore. Chris J heard from Celine that it was quite difficult to deal with Elsren. In the field I'm embarrassed to say this, but I felt relieved after joining Wolfenite. We were able to reduce the damage somewhat thanks to a well-set trap, but still, from the eyes of our soldiers, it probably seemed like we were retreating helplessly. A step-by-step retreat based on careful preparations avoiding direct combat, there would be less damage, and inflicted more damage to the enemy. However, the soldiers who did not know what was going on had a completely different view. Many of them considered this to be a mere escape. As expected, that was why the enemy pursued us without suspicion, but the morale of the soldiers dropped more than expected, probably due to the situation of being attacked by 3 countries. Some intentionally put a cheerful look on their face, some with the face of a dead person. Nozen army was overflowing with such soldiers, and so were the people who remained in this city. If the situation worsened, there was a risk of riots. However, their morale had completely recovered due to the performance just now. It can be said that the morale lost due to the retreat has now been recovered. Within today, Albarinia's trebuchet smashing had spread throughout the city, and things had completely recovered. Most of the members of Nozen's army knew the power of her spear during the Civil War. At least none of the soldiers would doubt it. Well, if that's the case then it's good. Krish'll continue the talk later. Krish'll quickly destroy the rest. Yeah, us too. The Suiko simply jumped onto the high fortress wall, and Nozen and the others climbed onto the roof. A moment later, the sound of wind and crushing echoed again. A tremor and cheers filled the heavens and earth of Wolfenite. That day, Albarinia single-handedly destroyed 12 large trebuchets and 3 half-built siege towers. Over 200 people died in the collapse, including famous engineers and craftsmen, and the Holy Empire of Elsren army was forced to retreat against a single individual. Albarinia's throwing spear was enough to repel even an army of 100,000 men. Many considered the victory of Albarin in the Five Nations War to be solely attributed to Albarinia as an individual. If one were to read her tales on the battlefield straightforwardly, there was no doubt that she was an unparalleled warrior at that time. Regardless, there was no one who doubted that she was an extraordinary individual. Many records stated that Albarinia was such a heretic as if a matter of course. Chapter 206, Difference in Temperature. The Elsren army, which needed a fundamental review of its strategy to capture Wolfenite, retreated 10 RI from Wolfenite. They gave up launching large trebuchets and increased the number of small trebuchets. It couldn't be helped that it would be destroyed, but if it was only one individual who could do that, then it would be better to increase the number. The information about who did it was passed on by some who were in the Aleha Sachenka army previously and a spy who escaped from Wolfenheit with severe wounds, but that didn't solve anything. She had more power and range than a large crossbow, and that information did not provide any means to deal with the absurd individual who could destroy a large trebuchet from outside its range. There is no other choice but to resort to violent, numerical means. You still look pale, Duke Sarchenka. Don't worry about it. No one thinks it's your fault. Yes, sir. Meeting in the great tent, the atmosphere was too heavy. As expected, even Basler Lukazan also took pity on him. He completely understands how much effort Vinyl Sarchenka put into this. Aleha Sarchenka, who was popular with the people after the previous war, various efforts were made to crush this man's younger brother, who was becoming an eyesore, but even so, he had no intention of crushing the Sarchenka family itself. After the war, he intended to give him appropriate credit and eventually keep him as his protégé. At least he has finished his purification by preparing that siege weapon. If that was to have been crushed by a mere individual Albarinia, even he felt sorry for him. Moreover, for the past 2 days, Vinyl had been working at a rapid pace on building a small trebuchet. Whatever the outcome, he would at least try to make it so that the house would not be crushed. That was the extent of his thinking. However, the damage it caused to Vinyl's psyche was too great. Since then, Vinyl hadn't been able to eat or even sleep properly. Siege weapons require careful preparation. Gathering materials in the workshop, making adjustments repeatedly, huge amounts of gold were poured into preparing siege towers and large trebuchets. If they disappeared without any results, it was only natural. He lost several skilled engineers desperately gathered, and the cost invested couldn't be recovered. In a few days, we will have enough trebuchets. I have high hopes for it. Fortunately, the engineers and craftsmen he brought were excellent. Since a siege was likely to take place in the first place, there was some preparation for small trebuchets, so it was not a stalemate. His only thought was how much achievement he could accomplish with the materials he had and how much he could reduce his losses. If it were just a trebuchet, other nobles would have prepared for it as well. All he could do was pray that his own trebuchet wouldn't be targeted. Basler asked, looking away from him. Is there a problem in the north and south? There's no movement. Linkara Wolkow, vice-general of the invasion force, answered. Although he was nearly 100 years old and could almost be called an old man, he was a general who had spent more time on the battlefield than anyone else. He has been Basler's mentor since childhood, and he had great trust in this man. I thought there would be an attack following that, but there doesn't seem to be any. What do you think? The aim is still an endurance strategy. They won't be able to launch an attack. Linkara points to Wolfenite on the map. 3-sided siege, it's a similar situation to last time, but the fact that we haven't been able to take Wolfenite is a big factor. You could say it's better than before because Krystand is dead and we don't have to worry about the north. Then, placing his hand on his cleanly shaved chin, he continued. Since a short-term decisive battle would be difficult, it would be a good idea to just retreat and cut off the territory and call it a day. Saying uninteresting things as usual. I'm asking about attacking after that. If that's the case, then it will be by brute force. Linkara laughed at Basler's fed-up look. First, attacking the northern part is not an option. Anna Imperial State's army is there. Breaking through that great sea of trees is extremely difficult. This is out. In the northeastern part of the Albaran Kingdom, there was a large sea of trees that separated the east and the north. It was a natural stronghold, and to break through it one would have to be prepared for a lot of blood loss. After the last battle, the Anna Imperial Army had built a new fort behind the Great Sea of Trees as their base, and it would be difficult to attack it. Well, it's the same for them. There shouldn't be any problem with the current 10,000 cavalry archers. They won't attack. In front of the Anna Imperial Army of 20,000 was the Elsren Army of 10,000. However, it was a single unit composed only of cavalry archers. That was enough to deal with them. When dealing with nomadic cavalry, it was often more convenient to organize them as a single unit rather than incorporating them into an army. Nomads who were used to living with sheep and horses. If you arranged for food and gave them free rein, they could use their mobility to control vast plains. The enemy will be lured in by them, their forces will be whittled down by attacks while on the march, and if they attack, they will be crushed without being able to fight properly. And, of course, it is hard to imagine that they would launch an attack, as the other side should understand this. The south is Garka. He is a dangerous opponent if you fight him properly, but if you don't take the provocations and avoid a decisive battle, there's nothing to worry about. They had 30,000 men and 5,000 cavalry archers. If the enemies leave the city and attack, they could lure them in and cut them off from the rear. The enemy was an opponent that could be handled as long as they learned from their previous mistakes and avoided a decisive battle. At least for now, there are no issues with the north or south. And it's difficult for them to attack from the north or south too. The focus of this battle is how to capture Wolfenite with our current forces. Wolfenite exists in the northern part of Alberon, located between the Corail Mountains that extend from the Dragon's Maw and the Calbias Mountains in the south, at the midpoint between them. Two central armies behind Wolfenite plugged the gaps between the north and south, making a forcible breakthrough difficult. Aiming at one of the armies would inevitably lead the enemy to attack from Wolfenheit. Not only would they be targeted from the flank, but even if they succeeded in breaking through, their rear communication lines would be cut off. They had to somehow deal with Wolfenite to advance. That's what everyone wants to hear, Linkara. Now that Gulshan has been defeated, we can't take such a long-term plan. We're looking for a way to achieve decisive results. Basler said. Especially in the south, Garka, the loss of 35,000 troops, which was unnecessary, was painful. The enemy had 30,000 led by Nozen Vereich in the Wolfenheit, and 40,000 with the two central forces slightly to the rear, for a total of 70,000. In contrast, theirs was 100,000. The advantage was still there, but it was no longer as overwhelming as it was before. First of all, the attack on Wolfenite would have to be put off. Attach 50,000 to Wolfenite 30,000, using that as a shield to break through on one wing. Swiftly eliminate the 20,000 frontline enemies with the other 50,000. The enemy's remaining one wing, how the 20,000 will move is a big question, but even taking into account the 20,000 enemy reinforcements coming from the flanks, the maximum is 50,000 to 40,000, so the advantage is still ours. The fortified city of Wolfenite cannot be attacked with 50,000 troops. However, it was possible to siege the city and stick to it with a force of 50,000 men. In the meantime, they were to break through the enemy's central army, overrun the royal city area, and isolate Wolfenite. In any case, in this situation, Alberon definitely did not have the strength to spare. If only they could break through, albeit forcefully, a strategy that would have been an easier choice had it not been for the 35,000 troops stuck to Gurkha in the south. However, Nozen Vereich barricaded himself in Wolfenite, as if he was coordinating with Gurkha in the south. However, the enemy is Nozen Vereich. No matter whether you acknowledge him or not, he is an excellent general. Considering their delaying tactic and gradual retreat, especially observing how they withdrew to Wolfenite after we deployed forces to the south, it is likely that he had anticipated that. It would be wise to assume that they had made corresponding preparations. The generals, who were only thinking about conquering Wolfenite, looked impressed, but their eyebrows furrowed at those words. Baslar placed a hand on his chin and looked at Linkara. However, even with that in mind, you think it doesn't seem that bad? Yes. But I have a lot of concerns considering the circumstances under which Gulshan was defeated. I hear that Gulshan was defeated against Albarinia and Garkha even with twice as many troops. It is easy to consider Gulshan dumb, but don't underestimate this. Linkara replied. Elka, Kilria, Zalvarg, and Oregon. These are the names of sufficiently powerful generals. Aside from Kilria, they have crossed paths with the Holy Empire several times. At least you should know that they are not incompetent generals. Fumu. Albarinia, who overwhelmed Gulshan's greatest force, should not be thought of as just a great general. In fact, this army of 100,000 was defeated by a single individual, and were forced to turn our backs and retreat when the siege weapons were destroyed. There was a slight murmur at those words. This army was led by the Archduke of the Holy Empire, Baslar Lukazan. Although he was an adjutant commander, his words were too harsh. Baslar looked slightly displeased, but laughed. Quite. It's not funny, but it's the truth. He said this in a deep, deep voice. In other words, your anxiety is whether or not it will be possible to contain 30,000 Wolfenite with 50,000, right? That's possible too. However, I think Eldorant in the west are already at a disadvantage or have been defeated. Who? Basler smiled at those words. Cuckoo, it came out big. Unlike your excellency, I'm a warrior. Linkara continues, that's an assumption from a pessimistic view though. He was smiling, but his eyes were serious, making his deep wrinkles even deeper. The Albarinia army that defeated Gulshan headed west. So far, there was no doubt based on the information and situation from the south. However, Albarinia, who was supposed to be leading it, is here. Linkara moistened his tongue with black bean tea and continued. After the battle with Gulshan, they came here through the royal capital. Normally that's what I would think. However, Gulshan's defeat was much too abrupt. There is also a strong possibility that Albarinia dealt a severe blow to Eldorant and then proceeded toward us on her own. I see. If your fears are correct, there is a strong possibility that an army-sized follow-up will appear. Yes. If that were the case, the enemy's rear 40,000 would avoid a decisive battle and wait for the arrival of the main body of the Albarinia army, which is heading towards us from the west, before launching a counterattack. Linkara said that there was a great deal of uncertainty about a forced breakthrough. If my predictions are correct, those reinforcements will appear from the west in a week or two. If I were to assume the worst, it would be 4 or 5 days. While saying this, Linkara thought of the geography of Albaran. Albarinia arrived 2 days before the siege engines were destroyed. Thinking of the worst to worst, if the army were to cross the center of the royal capital in the shortest distance and head this way, the distance would be 10 days. If you were to transfer to a fast horse and go ahead as an individual, it would take about 4 days. Regardless of how Albarinia did it, she tamed a Suiko and made her a mount. I don't know how fast it is, but let's assume that she used a fast horse. If Albarinia were to take the lead and head towards us at the same time as the Eldorant army was defeated, it would probably be around there. I see. I understand your concerns. First one, you said that, right? Yes, it would be foolish to assume the worst and become too timid, but if that worst-case scenario were to occur with this strategy, we could even lose. If it becomes 90,000 to 100,000, the numerical advantage will fade. Linkara drank the black bean tea and declared, we should make use of our advantages. Advantages? It's cavalry archers, Your Excellency. With 14,000 cavalry archers, which is not needed for the siege, we penetrated the gap between the enemy and entered the royal capital area. While threatening the rear line of communication and targeting enemy forces located behind Wolfenite from behind, depending on the situation, it can also hold back reinforcements. In the meantime, we will take all the remaining troops and capture Wolfenite at once. If it's the cavalry archers alone, there was no risk they would be caught by the enemy army, which was mainly infantry. It seems that the outer periphery of Albaran was able to evacuate residents and prevent looting, but if they were in the royal capital area, they could attack villages and cover their logistics with local procurement. The burden on them will be heavy, too. We cannot take a long time. The attack on Wolfenite will take a lot of effort, and we will have to be prepared to lose a lot of blood, but even so, with 85,000 troops, it should be possible to capture 30,000 Wolfenite. Basler thought for a moment, and a beastly smile appeared on his masculine face. It's certainly a very aggressive plan for you, but it's not bad. A siege that involves crushing a lot of flesh and blood and getting over the castle walls. Personally, I think it's the height of stupidity, a foolish plan among foolish plans. Linkara said with some reluctance. One should not engage in short-term sieges unless you have adequate equipment. The price for the large trebuchets and siege towers was tens of thousands of soldiers and their lives. As I said, I think it would be better to cut off the territory here and accept it as a war result. You're the only one who thinks so, Linkara. Putting aside if we take the rich southeast, there isn't enough pie to carve in the east alone. Are you planning on starting a civil war? Basler turned his attention to the generals, the nobles. Linkara's words were probably true for a military man. However, this man takes the noble society too lightly. It's because of the delicious purr that the men who gather here spared their own money and prepared soldiers and equipment. The eastern part of Alberon was once Elsron's territory. It wasn't particularly bad land, and it was a passing grade in terms of recovering lost land. However, that alone was not enough to cover the costs of the previous and current wars. The story might have been different if they had taken the rich southeastern part of Alberon, but they couldn't end it here. Many nobles would go bankrupt like Sarchenko. Unlike Alberon, this was a fatal problem in the Holy Empire, where the nobles had their own territory and power. Depending on the situation, it could cause a mass rebellion among the desperate nobles. In order to prevent this from happening, the Lucasen house had no choice but to take care of it, and the huge loss caused by this was great for the Lucasen house itself. Furthermore, Basler was the one who made the Curia declare a holy war. If he smeared dirt on their face a second time, no matter how well he worked, his house would be a few generations away from becoming emperor. In many ways, ending it here was not an option. As I said earlier, the main purpose is to capture Wolfenite. Khulud, your role is important. Yes, sir. Leave it to me. The nomadic tribes they brought, their supreme commander. The Grand Chieftain Ranu Khulud smiled on his thin face and saluted. That's just how great your achievements will be. Plus, considering your contributions thus far, I will make an appeal to His Majesty the Emperor to grant you some limited autonomy. My gratitude. I'm sure to live up to your expectations. And he narrowed his eyes more at those words. The Vereyich army and the commanders of each corps were lined up in the conference room, and sitting next to Nozen Vereyich was a silver-haired girl. She was a beautiful girl who didn't fit in this room. Woof woof. What is it? She furrowed her brow and called. Responding to her was Grunmeld Varkas, with a deep scar on his cheek, expressing doubt in his fierce appearance. He turned his gaze toward the girl, Chris J. Alberinia Christand. So, bald glasses. Yes, Wearing glasses on his bald head, looking nervous and tired, Saladin Garkalan responded. Before he could exercise his right to choose, his name had become established. And Skeleton, the commander of the Argent army, nickname is Meow Meow. Chris J thought about it, but Chris J perhaps did something rude. Rude, meaning? Saladin asked, looking at Grunmeld. Grunmeld nodded. Perhaps she finally realized that the nickname she gave was a rude, noisy thing. There was a slight hope in their eyes. Strangely, everyone around felt a strange tension, gazing at the girl's youthful beauty. For some reason, General Vereyich, who Chris J had been indebted to a lot, is left out. But of course, Chris J never realized her mistake. She had already solidified in her mind that the nickname she thought of was wonderful. Among the Gatushu-sama's 3 subordinates, Chris J feels like it's disrespectful to only call General Vereyich by General Vereyich. On top of that, giving nicknames only to General Vereyich's subordinates. Everyone was speechless at Chris J, who was worrying about things that no one else cared about. For once, she had a serious expression on her face. Her face showed a very apologetic look. Your feelings are enough, Krish-sama. I always feel that Krish-sama cares for me properly. It finally came as he smiled at her beauty, returning the answer with a refreshing tone. A complex emotion swirled within him. It starts with the bald eagle centurion and skeleton. After hearing that Grunmeld is woof woof, and even Kolkis were named Meow Meow in her mind, plus the newly added bald glasses, he understood her intention. All of them were nicknames that sounded like insults, and he didn't think they were very enviable. But even so, when it came to this point, he felt rather a strange sense of alienation. She was a genius that could not be measured by common sense, and was an absolute force that could not be rivaled on the battlefield. However, her temperament was infinitely kind and pure. Everyone knows that there was no malice in these names, but rather a strong sense of affection. However, to her, he alone was General Vereyich. After all, the feeling that welled up in his chest was something that was difficult to express. He didn't envy them by any means, but it's still somehow painful. That was the kind of dilemma Nozen Vereyich, who has intimidated many of his enemies and allies, found himself in. What Nozen and the others were going to do from now on was a tactical meeting. Although the basic policy was decided every day, it was an important meeting. It would have been very easy for Nozen to cut her off at this point and said, "Let's start the meeting," Krishsama. Right now, right at this moment he could do that. However, was it really okay to do that? Was it okay to deny her innocent kindness of wanting to be close by giving him a nickname? Suddenly, all eyes in the room were focused on Nozen. How would Nozen really refuse it? Or what kind of nickname would he be given? Everyone felt a strong interest in it. If he refuses at this point, he might leave a haze in everyone's hearts that could not be removed. Before the important battle ahead, what kind of nickname was she thinking of giving to him? Nozen himself would be lying if he said he had no interest in it. He had no memory of being given a nickname. It was an indescribable temptation. He didn't want a nickname, but he was interested. And he realized that he was not alone in this. It was the consensus in this place. Nozen couldn't stop her from speaking. Chrisjay was staring at Nozen's face from the side, her eyebrows furrowed and her hand on her chin with an unusually serious look on her face. The jewel-like purple color had no smile at all, as if she was an artist. No one would have thought that such extremely childish names as Woof Woof, Skeleton, Bald Glasses would come out of her mouth. Chrisjay, Regalavsan, it's the Holy Spirit. Chrisjay was thinking of giving him the nickname Flap Flap. His name is a bit long. Even against the Holy Spirit Mana, true name, she was still ridiculous. I see. Yes. Regalavsan is a big lizard-like creature with wings, and he can create a small storm just by flapping his wings. That was a very frightening statement. Unless one was a person for whom the Holy Spirit allowed to use their mana, true name, it would be extremely disrespectful. If she were just an individual and the times were different, she would be sentenced to death. No one could even retort it. Chrisjay thought it was a very good nickname, but when Chrisjay asked Lyrasan and Chief Alkirans and Krasharana people, they said please stop, and no doubt everyone here would have also stopped her if they had been there. She seemed really reluctant, which was natural. General Vereyich has a nondescript, not a fun, uninteresting face. Well, Chrisjay couldn't think of anything at the moment, but there are many feathers on the armor, so Chrisjay thought something like that would be good. I see. Although when he was young, he was sometimes called feminine, that face had never been insulted before. The fact that he was called an uninteresting face so easily made even Nozen feel a little shaken in his heart. It would have been better if it were an interesting face, but that, too, had its difficulties. Is that? So it's Flap Flap? No, that's not good. Regalavsan's wings have a grand feeling of Flap Flap. General Vereyich is at best more like FW or Flutter Flutter. Chrisjay thinks it's like from around here. Chrisjay pointed to the area above her head. What was really going to come down there? He felt like he was being belittled, but anyone would be when compared to a dragon. Nozen silently accepted that there was no malicious intent. Yeah, it seems to be going in that direction after all. It might have arrived. Inhale. Everyone had a serious face and their consciousness turned to Chrisjay. But what echoed there was the sound of a bell. Messenger. Coming in. A messenger ran down the hallway and entered the room. The enemy army has moved. A single formation of cavalry, probably numbering 10,000, is moving to the south. What about other movements? As far as what was seen earlier, there was no major movement from the main body of the enemy. Okay. Is that all? Yes, sir. When Nozen raised his hand, the messenger saluted and left the room. Even though it's just a little bit more, He immediately saw Chrisjay, but she was standing up with a pout on her lips and dissatisfied. It's probably the movement we expected. It's probably a solo cavalry operation aimed at disrupting the rear. Alright. And Chrisjay looked at Nozen. The rare seriousness she had shown earlier disappeared, and a look saying it's bothersome appeared on her face. Then, although it cannot be said to be certain, there is a high possibility that the enemy army will launch an all-out attack on this Wolfenite as soon as they are ready. They probably thought that the Chrisjay army would come rushing through the royal capital. General Vereyich, Chrisjay will take a look outside first. Chrisjay said that quickly and tote, she trotted out of the conference room. There was an indescribable atmosphere in the conference room where she left, and everyone was looking at Nozen with indescribable looks. Northern cleared his throat and announced in a serious voice, Saladin. I don't think they're going to attack yet, But just to be sure, check the eastern wall. If there's no problem, you can leave it to the adjutant. I'll continue the meeting. Yes, sir. Saladin followed Chrische out the door. All that was left in the conference room was a vague, iffy atmosphere. Chapter 207, Sent to Paradise. The second morning of the Wolfenite conquest, the battle begun. The walls were 25 shaku high. The 8 shaku deep moat in front of it had lost its water level due to the damming of the Alzrine River, presenting a scene reminiscent of a mass graveyard. The remaining water, below knees-level height, was dyed bright red, and there were numerous corpses. The nauseating stench of death lingered in the air. Keep going. Set up more bridges. The width of the trench was about 4 ken at most. The Holy Empire of Elsren mobilized its engineers in the moat that had become a mass grave, bringing logs soaked with water and tied them together to build countless bridges. Once the bridges were built over the moats, the area under the bridges was transformed into a covered workshop. At the same time making it even easier to attack the top of the walls, it also allowed them to dig under the walls to create mole holes that would collapse the walls, thus capturing the Wolfenite walls from above and below. Wolfenite walls, which were built with high-quality rock, couldn't be easily toppled with a mere trebuchet. The stone walls built on thick mounds of earth are nothing short of artistic. This city, which was renovated and invested with a huge amount of money during Alberon's heyday, was still the strongest fortress on the continent. Even though it was a city of only 100,000 people, it was surrounded by walls like this one. There were no gaps whatsoever. It would have been madness to attack this fully defended fortress city without large trebuchet. Given a few months, isolating and capturing it would have been possible. However, time was a luxury that Elsren did not possess. The advantage gained through the simultaneous invasion of the 3 nations had crumbled, and they were already feeling pressure from the south. They would have to overcome this wall even if it cost them 90,000 lives. Damn it, what is the vanguard doing even though the ladder is set? It looks like it's tougher on the walls than I thought. The presence of that Albarinia is definitely a big factor. Bearded and sinister, an old adjutant, Tig Magnus, answered the words of Orkana Rikerish, commander of the Elsren Holy Empire. They were right in front of Albarinia, and they could clearly see the Albarinia from here. Inside the fortress walls, sitting flat on the red roof of a high clock tower, wearing a black cloak and pulling a bow while holding bread in her mouth. She was leaning her back against Suiko's body, looking very unmotivated. And yet a battalion commander, a magic possessor who jumped from the ladder, easily fell from the wall from 2 arrows she shot, and cheers echoing from above. It was clear that her presence was increasing the enemy's morale in this area and hindering their invasion. The value of magic possessor in a siege battle was much greater than in open field. A limited space on the fortress wall. No matter how many tens of thousands of troops one have on the fortress walls, it was a battle between few soldiers against few soldiers. In battles there, individual strength was more important than cooperation, and those with magical power were able to forcibly seize victory in small battles. However, Albarinia persistently shot down these magic possessor. Destroying 2 defensive towers on the walls with trebuchets the previous day, they had gained an advantage by collapsing the walls. Several bridges were built overnight, and relay points were established within the moat. The construction had been progressing smoothly. However, after Albarinia appeared this morning, there was no change in the situation. On the contrary, the trebuchets were easily destroyed by Albarinia, worsening the situation. Despite having enough strength to conquer this north wall, they had not achieved it yet. Wolfenite also had an inner wall, though not as large as the outer wall. There were 4 sections that generally divide the east, west, south, north, and west, and a central section that broadly encloses the fortress in the center. If they couldn't secure the outer wall first, the capture wouldn't progress. Damn it, I will. Ha ha ha, Commander Rikerish, I thought you would think so. Appearing on a horse, a man with an eye patch spoke to him. Although he looked a little old, he had a clean-shaven beard and a fearless face even on the battlefield. What do you want, Mekos? It was Mead Mekos, who was ordered to attack the same north wall and commanded the corps right next to him. He was a former general, and a true warrior who rose from a centurion. Personality-wise they didn't match, And Orkana hates him. You are the same corps commander as me. You no longer have the right to give orders. Of course not. I don't give orders, I just want to make a suggestion. Suggestion? Mead nodded and smiled. As long as that Albarinia is there, it will be difficult to break through this wall even if we continue to push forward. We should try to break through by force while we still have the advantage in numbers. You think the same, am I right? But with that said, what are the advantages of teaming up with you? I've already got permission from the general. You and I will attempt to breach this wall together. It's an order. Orkana frowned. The general who commanded Orkana and Mead was the son of a duke. The young man who bought the general's seat with his money and family background. Mead had tamed him well. I hate that about you. Using authority to take advantage of others. Mead himself was a great warrior, but he was also a schemer. I know. But this time, I swear by name, the credit will be equally shared. I may deceive people, but you should know I don't lie. That's even worse. Well, I can't refuse anyway. What's the plan? You'll be pleased. You and I will forcefully open a way. Orkana scowled and glared at Mead. This doesn't sound like you. You understand the reason, right? We suffered a blow in the previous defeat. It was a close call, hanging by a thread. In the previous battle, this man had been entrusted by Basler Lukazan with the defense of Wolfenite. But with the defeat of Aleha and Basler and their retreat, Wolfenite was isolated. Although he abandoned Wolfenite due to starvation tactic, they also suffered heavy losses in the pursuit, and as a result, he was now serving as a corps commander instead of a general. In that situation it was not Mead's failure, and he can't help but pity him. A person's position in the Holy Empire army depended on how much gold and troops they could provide. Mead, who lost his noble followers and gold and troops, would likely only decline further if things continue like this. It was certain that this man sought achievements. Whether he could be trusted or not, it was not a bad idea to listen to him first. What we need to do is simple. Gather the elite of these two corps, mainly magic possessor, and force our way through. The castle walls are high for commoners, but not for us. And once I get inside, I know the structure. Opening the gate itself is easy. So it's a gamble. It's worth a shot, right? Orkana thought a little. At least the few elite were just as the word expressed. He would not be able to Orkana as a sacrificial pawn. There was no such luxury. Not bad. Our side can provide around 20 magic possessors at most. Assuming battalion commander's level will also be used as pawns. Same as our side. There are about 10 from the general's main camp, making it a total of 50. All that's left to do is replace the skilled soldiers with the engineers in the trench. We will take advantage of the confusion, control the top of the castle wall, and capture this north wall in one move. I don't dislike the boldness. Though it's not your typical strategy. Mead laughed at those words. It's just a rumor, but it seems that the Albarinia Century who were active in the Civil War were all elite consisting of only magical possessors. I thought it was a pretty interesting idea, and I wanted to try it out someday. He had heard the rumors and thought they were interesting, but he was not sure if he could actually do the same thing. Those with magic power were usually nobles and commanders. If he tried to create such a force, the military would not be able to operate properly. It's difficult in a field battle, but it's not impossible to do in a siege. However, as far as sieges were concerned, the problem was not that big. There was no need for judgments to intercept the enemy's attacks. The initiative was with the attacker. Capture the fortress walls and kill the enemy. The soldiers only need to think about that, and if they simply wanted to attack, they didn't need to have the brains to formulate tactics. Anyone could do it as long as they could issue instructions. I see. Well, let's talk about it over a drink after we take the credit, shall we? You, who dislikes me, drinking together? If we can agree on something, it's not a bad thing. We agree on leading the elite to a breakthrough. Messenger. Mead Meko's breakthrough was successful. A total of 50 magical possessor managed to overcome the fortress wall and break through to one point. The enemy was frightened and immediately retreated. The magic possessors trained on the battlefield, although they might be improvised troops, Most of them were commander-level soldiers. In the first place, their instantaneous judgment was different from a mere soldier. Despite being a temporary formation, they were able to quickly overwhelm the enemy who stood in their way thanks to their highly coordinated efforts. Meade was in overall command, and Orkana was in charge of charging in. It was probably a good thing that Orkana stepped back and obediently handed over the command of this unit to Meade. There was no problem at all. The night sky with the moon high in the sky. The northern section of Wolfenite was filled with Elsren soldiers in just a short time. Only in the northern section on the inner wall that separates the east, west, and center, the enemy army that noticed them formed a battle line, and the appearance of archers on the castle wall. However, the Empire soldiers had already penetrated the inside of Wolfenite's strong outer walls. With military superiority, there was no chance of losing this battle. Makos, Rikarish. Well done, you can expect a reward. The general in charge of the North Wall, who appeared on horseback, Duke Air Cancrus, spoke in a boyish voice unsuited for the battlefield. He appears to be more of a handsome young boy than a young man, wearing a thin, elegant armor. He was in his mid-20s, so he must have stopped growing much earlier. There was no trace of dignity in the air. It was the general's wise decision. Orkana and Meade salute without letting out a trace of their inner scorn. A genuine young master, although he was not new to the battlefield, he had never actually killed anyone with a sword. He was a man who had not achieved much in battle, but had bought the seat of general with his family status and money. He had poured a lot of money into this war and is participating as a general. He was an incompetent man who was neither a poison nor medicine. Though fickle and lacking in wit, it was commendable that he listened to the words of experienced adjutant commanders and warriors like Meade and responded sincerely. He could be said to be a good general, for a decorative general. But, to think it's going this well, Makos, what do you think? Do you feel that we should continue attacking like this? Yes, sir. I think it would be better to continue attacking the eastern section and assisting Archduke Lukazan. The Holy Empire's army was attacking in the north, south, and east. It wouldn't have been a bad idea to attack the west, where it was weak, and capture it, and gain more credit, but the supreme commander of this army was Basler Lukazan. It was only natural that they have to give him more credit than anyone else. If he did not hand over to Basler the first merit of the war, the fall of the center of Wolfenite, he was sure to be faced with a difficult decision later on. Even on the battlefield, politics as a nobleman was a major issue. Do you agree, Rikarish? Yes, sir. I agree with Makos, General. Orkana answered immediately. It was an elementary question for the Empire's nobles. It was a conclusion that did not require much thought. I see. I am glad you have good subordinates. I was just thinking the same thing. He probably asked because he was anxious. If they had said that they should attack the west, he might have said the same thing and gone along with it. Although an opportunist, he's at least not stubborn. They didn't dislike that he understood his own incompetence. Just like your army, I have brought in the army of Lacrance and Rattle. You all return to your own army and prepare. Once that is done, we will head to capture the east. Yes, sir. They salute and immediately rush off. The 40 soldiers of the special forces that they each led followed suit. A total of 4 people were lost, and the damage was minimal. Orkana laughed as he looked at the number of soldiers running through the city. For core 20,000 soldiers were filling this northern sector. Ha ha ha, I didn't like you, but I changed my mind. Looks like we'll have some fun drinks when we're done. Cuckoo, I've always liked you as a subordinate. That said, it looks like we can finally become comrades. Meade pointed his right fist and Orkana hits it with his left fist. However, I'm concerned that it was that. I'm sure the enemy's morale wasn't that low. There are no soldiers who are not afraid in this situation. War is about the flow. In that sense they are wise soldiers. Orkana answered. He slashed his way onto the wall, and in less than half a koku was able to reach the gate. When the gates opened and their soldier poured in, the enemies who had been guarding the castle walls also fled as if they had realized what was happening. They realized their disadvantage as soon as the gate opened and turned to defend the east and west sections. Not a bad move if one thought about it that way. Once the avalanche had swept through, any resistance would have been nothing more than a drop in the bucket. But well, I understand your concern. You think this might be on purpose, right? Yeah, the North's strength was originally thin compared to the East and South. Considering that it might have been a strategy to conserve the city, the attack on the inner wall might be a difficult task. From the beginning, the enemy had assumed that it would be impossible to defend and that the outer wall would be broken through. That possibility was not impossible. If that was the case, the attack on the inside side could be quite a challenge. If defense was impossible, then retreat without exerting yourself. The easy breakthrough was reasonable if such orders were given beforehand. We should be on the lookout for ambush soldiers. The general can only see what's in front of him. We need Corps Commander. It was a messenger from Meade's main camp who appeared on horseback. In his hand he held something that looked like a round pot the size of a fist. What's the matter? Yes. These things are scattered all over the city. I checked, and it seems there's something like magic crystals and scrap iron inside. Meade took it, and Orkana looked around. On the wall of the road and in the alleys similar jars are visible everywhere. They hadn't paid much attention because Meade and the others had passed through the artisan district, but the word magic crystals made Orkana frown. He kicked over a nearby water jug, and from inside, nails and scrap iron appear, along with fist-sized magic crystals. What is this? Very delicate engravings. A magician might understand something if shown, but I can't comprehend it. Just as he was about to say something, a scream-like voice rang out. Hearing the word Albarinia, he looked in the direction of the voice. A silver-haired girl riding on a suiko, wearing a black coat. On the clock tower. From there, the suiko leapt into the sky, as if eating the moon rising in the sky. The girl scattered something glowing blue from her bag on her shoulder. Countless magic crystals flew out in all directions around her. The crystals blinked and flashed regularly, their brilliance masking even the darkness of night. The earth, too, gave off a blue glow as if in response. The darkness of the alley, the main road where Meade and the other were, and the magic crystal that they hold in their hands. All of them swelled with blue light. In Elsren, there was a teaching called Lane's Paradise. After death, the soul was led to a paradise in paradise, where it would be reborn and attains eternal happiness, a teaching handed down to the people through the paintings of the first emperor, Elslane, the fat and corrupt priests and the commandments conveniently created by them. Everyday lives of oppression and exploitation, inequality and poverty. There was no one who had no thoughts about it. However, they still believe in the belief that they will be led to paradise after death. If they endure suffering in this life, happiness would one day come to them after death. They would be led to paradise. Such teachings were their salvation. That was why this scene was even a kind of sacred scene. The blue pillar of light reached up to the sky with a furious sound of explosion. Nearly 20,000 soldiers entered the northern section of Wolfenheit. In just a moment, she guided more than half of them to the paradise they believed in. Chapter 208, Cleaning. Most of the streets were caught up in Bormja IRA's explosion, with minced meat scattered about. Nigel flickered the magic crystal in his hand and gave instructions to Jarea Gashia. It was to kill the remaining survivors. So just as planned. Let them open the gate and lure them inside, after that kill them all at once. Taking care of as many as possible with Bonjara, and then quickly crushing them with Jarea Gashia. Chris J did think for a moment that they might be trying to trick Chris J, since they were chatting in plain, but, judging by the movements of the enemy forces, I don't think that's the case. The Empire army attacked the city walls on the first night while preparing for the invasion for the next day onward. The enemy army did not have much time to spare. Anyway, they were already expecting a major attack on the night of the second or third day. On top of that, Chris J listened in to the enemy corps leaders talk from a distance by the movement of their lips, and decided to carry out the lure and annihilation of the northern sector. After Chris J destroyed the enemy, Chris J will leave it to you guys, starting from the gate to the outside. Woof Woof will come to clean up the remaining enemies from the west, so you'll assist there. Even if it gets dragged out, stop after one Koku and let Jaragasha rest. You guys go back and clean and repair it. It's only about 10,000 outside, so just randomly is fine. From the top of the tower, Nigel looked at everything from a high vantage point. His throat was dry. Even the Bombja IRA, which was made from magic crystals that were small enough to be pinched, was able to collapse Gulshan's battle lines. How much more of fist-sized magic crystals, it was beyond imagination. It blew up several houses and obliterated dozens of people around it without a trace. It had already surpassed the mere power of a weapon. The large Bombja IRA installed in plazas and crossroads emitted countless blue flashes into the sky, leaving only blood and debris behind. The battalion commander and centurion, who had been raising their voices and taking command, were now silent lumps of meat. The surviving soldiers also looked around in shock. When the 8-Shaku Iron Giant, Jure Gashia, approached those soldiers, it mercilessly swung down its blade. Survivors turned into chunks of flesh as if their flesh burst. No reservation, no hesitation. That's how Jure Gashia was. Simply killing the enemies that entered their field of vision. Never questioning their will to fight. It was Nigel who gave the order. While setting up Bombja IRA, he recalled that he had been entrusted by Chris J to give detailed instructions, saying that this position was good, that position was good, and so on. Just thinking about much they could inflict on the enemy. The outcome was inevitable. It was okay to praise himself for a great accomplishment or for a job well done. However, without realizing it, his legs and hands were shaking. He looked down for a moment and put a hand over his mouth, trying to hold back the nausea that rose from within his stomach. "You okay?" Daz, the selection squad leader who was accompanying him, tapped Nigel on the shoulder with his right hand. "Yeah, I'm okay." Nigel nodded. Daz said while looking down below. "Don't blame yourself, Nigel. What you killed were the enemies who came to kill us, our comrades and families. Be proud that you protected them. Yes. You're a squad leader. Now you're not just a soldier, you're in a position to command your subordinates. Stay firm. You and your subordinates are doing the right thing, and in this place, you're more important than anyone else. You need to show that in your attitude." Daz smiled with a manly, strong look on his face. "When it's over, I'll take you out for a drink. You can hold off on your complaint until then. I, one who was made the leader of the Piririn team, have a lot more to complain about than you. Even if you say you don't want to, I'll make you go with me." Nigel smiled wryly and nodded again. "Let's do that. There's no time for regrets on the battlefield." "You're right. Thankfully, I'm your assistant now. If you start whining, I'll kick your ass." "Yes. In particular, our role is to be used by Krishsama, up until now, and will continue to be. If you get lectured, I'm also going to get lectured, right? Do what you need to do in silence." Laughing, Daz made a fist with his left prosthetic hand. Nigel did the same with his left prosthetic hand. And when the fists met, a hard sound echoed quietly. Nigel looked ahead. While Jarea Gashia was running over and killing the enemy, Albarinia was running in all directions on the battlefield, riding a Suiko. The main road in the northern section of Wolfenite. "General, how's your body?" The general of the Holy Empire of Elsren, Air Canekrus, slowly gets up. His ears were numb as he heard a voice calling out to him from somewhere far away. "No problem. What happened?" Even his own voice sounded distant. His whole body ached. He just wanted to lose consciousness. "I also don't understand. There was a sudden explosion." Air looked around. Most of his escorts were dead. Their limbs were torn to pieces. It was hard to believe that they were human. The horse he was riding also had no head, and it was probably thanks to his armor that he was safe. Pieces of iron pierced the metal armor, distorting the elegant carvings here and there. "Are you the only one who is safe?" "Apparently. Let's evacuate from here for now. To our allies." "You understood." His left arm and shoulder hurt, probably from the impact of the fall. The ankle was also twisted or cracked. As soon as he swayed, his shoulder was immediately supported. "What's your name?" I'm Budkitis, General. Ketas, expect your reward later. I will never forget your favor. Thank you for your kind words. If you don't mind, on my back." Bad bent forward, gave him a word of apology, and rested Air on his back. As soon as Bud carried Ar's body on his back, He started running. It was Albarinia's trap that lured us here, wasn't it? I feel like I've been knocked down to the bottom of the valley. I didn't know I was dancing in the hands of the Albarinia. No one can predict such. At least it was a weapon that they had never seen before. At this rate, an army of nearly 20,000 people would be destroyed. A scream echoed from behind, from the east section. A giant in black armor cut through the injured soldiers who were running away. He quickly entered an alley and headed another way. What was that? I don't know, it's probably Albarin's new weapon, or perhaps Albarinia's. Bud answered. Up until now, there had been no abnormalities in the battle with Unwanted. He is an extremely talented general. But at least he was fighting a war. However, ever since Albarinia, Christ appeared, everything in this battle has gone awry. Albarinia. Previously too, it's a mystery what method she used, but she appeared with a small unit without any presence and easily destroyed the mountain command post where I was. She easily took the heads of the adjutant general and the adjutant general assistant. At that time, I barely escaped. This is the second time. The battle between Krystand and Sachenka. The victory or defeat of that battle was undoubtedly determined by that girl. This time too, with just a spear, she effortlessly destroyed a catapult and disrupted the entire strategic plan. That thing is beyond common sense. Albarinia defeated Gulshan. When he heard the rumors that were being passed around, he thought it only natural. That thing was a foreign being. Was it the Sachenka army before? Yeah. There's a messenger there. I see. Air laughed a little painfully. To be honest, I was jealous of that talented man. Even after that defeat, I was happy that Sachenka had made a fool of himself. But I never thought I'd end up in the same trap. I wanted to somehow outwit Krystand, who had defeated Sachenka. My opponents were Krystand's best subordinates, Unwanted and Albarinia. They weren't. I'm well aware that I'm incompetent with only family background as the sole virtue, but I'm blessed with good subordinates. The situation was also in our favor, so I thought we could do it, but the end result was this. Bud couldn't say anything, and Air shakes his head. I killed many excellent soldiers because of my incompetence. I don't want to increase them anymore. I'm sorry, but please cooperate for a while. Not for me, but for the soldiers. Yes, sir. Of course, General. Bud answered emphatically. Decorative General. A young master. He knew he was being looked down upon and made fun of, and they were right. However, he was without a doubt a noble. I will do my best for the general's sake. Thank you. He was a man wearing full body armor. No matter how much magic he could handle, Bud's legs were still strained. But regardless of that, he holds onto Air's legs tightly and continues running. At the very least, the person on his back was a worthy general who deserved to be saved. Ari Kerish, Corps Commander. Is the general okay? Yeah. When he ran a little further, he saw the army commander, Orkana Rikerish. He had lost his left arm. Judging by the lumps of flesh scattered around him, it must have been a miraculous survival. Rikerish, where is Makos? Probably around here. Answering Air's question with a distorted face, Orkana pointed to the surrounding flesh with his hands. The surrounding walls and cobblestones were all stained red in spots. Even though you promised we'd have a drink. You idiot, damn you. As if to drown out his pain and vent his anger, Orkana hit the wall, causing it to cave in. Air said calmly while being carried on Bud's back. Mourn him later. We'll retreat. Retreat. It's too early. I don't know how many people died, but I don't think all 20,000 died. We should bring in people from outside and completely secure the fortress walls. It's impossible. They're using mysterious giants. They read our breakthrough and took countermeasures based on that. They were fully prepared. Anything beyond this is just a dead end in the quagmire. But it's an order, Rikerish. The conclusion remains unchanged. If this judgment is wrong, I will give you this head. You can report it to the right place later. Orkana widened his eyes as if he was taken aback. Then he took a deep breath. Understood. Follow me, dodge. Orkana screamed, and Bud immediately jumped. jumping onto the roof of a private house. Similarly, Orkana was on the roof across from them, and what passed through was a giant Suiko's body. You take the general and run. I'll buy you some time. Wait, Rikarish. A general shouldn't make that pitiful voice. Go. Orkana pulled out a sword from his waist, facing the Suiko and the one with silver hair riding on it. The black cloak, the icy purple eyes on the beautiful face. It was Chrisje Christand. A short bow with a quiver on her back, his purple eyes looked at Bud for a moment. A somewhat inorganic light, like that of a snake. HG. A scream passed through his throat as the memory of that time came back to him. Bud immediately started running. A beat later, the sound of the roof collapsing echoed from behind, and Orkana's voice of agony. He immediately sensed that the Suiko had changed direction towards him. He chose an alleyway that Midoriya's huge body could not pass through, and lowered his stance. It was a true all-out effort. It was fast, but with its body, he would surely be able to beat the Suiko in a tight turn. A sudden break, sharply turning the alley, and the Suiko passed overhead. HG. Please forgive me. I don't have time right now. The narrow road, he must have hit his body somewhere. He heard a muffled voice, but he didn't put his mind to it. He kicked through the wooden window of a house, jumped in, and ran from alley to alley. Even though his leg bones were about to break from exhaustion, he ran to the side of the castle wall. Kicking the wall as hard as he could, he climbed to the roof and climbed over the wall. Ignoring the confused soldiers, he jumped out of the castle wall. It was 25 shaku high. Unable to withstand the impact, he fell and rolled. General, are you safe? Still, Bud quickly stood up. However, when he looked at Air, he stiffened. An arrow feathers were extending from Air's helmet and his head. Ah! He was already not breathing. An arrowhead was peeking out from his open mouth. An army that had lost command and control was no longer an army. In a city that was divided by streets and had many obstacles, it was difficult to rebuild it once it had been disrupted. Don't run away. Those who have lost their commander should gather here now. Among them, there were certainly those who grasped the situation and remained calm. The noble man who was lucky enough to escape from the explosion used his physical abilities to climb onto the roof. From there, he called out to the surrounding soldiers he could see. I am Gorn Armhast, Centurion Commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Corps. As the battalion commander and adjutant have been killed in action, control has collapsed, and I will assume command here until the situation calms down. Squad leader raises your hand and comes to her. Come. Centurion Lorcan, please cooperate. Why yes sir. The Centurion who was called out instinctively saluted and recovered from the confusion. This kind of situation could be said to be the moment when a new hero was born. A Centurion who normally commands 100 men, but upon the death of his superior, he temporarily gathered and took control of several hundred soldiers. If one succeeds in this position, they are often promoted to battalion commander. In a sense, their predicament was also an opportunity for advancement. No family background, no money. It was a moment when such people who have talent but have no opportunity to take credit rose to prominence. It was people like them who would change the military, which had become rigid due to politics and class society. Like Bogan and Elijah, the young Gorn Armhast was awakened by this predicament. He would probably become a well-known general in the Holy Empire someday. Even in the darkness of the night, there was a radiance in his voice as he raised his voice from the roof. The soldiers began to recover from their extreme confusion at the sight, and he commanded the attention of the whole place. Whatever squads remain, leave them as they are, and incorporate other soldiers into temporary squads. I will take all responsive GH. Then, a log-like arm mercilessly snapped his neck. The shining young man rolled under the roof, like a shadow puppet in the moonlight. Instead, looking down at them from the roof was a huge body of a beast. It was the magical beast Suiko, 8 shaku tall and 2 yu long, along with a girl with silver hair. While everyone stiffened, the sound of strings echoed like music, and they shot the centurion, shot the corporal, and easily killed the squad leaders. Then she threw 3 small pot-like objects and leaves. They glow for a moment, then explode. It blew away the soldiers on the spot, killing them and wounding them. Once again, Control breaks down. Next, the Suiko jumped on top of the wall. The narrow, 1U length space was already filled with Empire soldiers. After shooting and killing several confused enemy soldiers and stealing their spears, the girl jumped off the Suiko and threw a spear right next to them. A spear that can crush even a large trebuchet from a RI away. Its power, a single throw of the spear turns the soldiers into massive lumps of flesh. Guru, run, go straight. Then she jumps on Midoriya without any delay and slaps it on the back of the neck. As if in response, the Suiko ran straight over the castle wall. It jumps into the hole made by the spear. It was like wiping dust off a window frame with a rag. It had a gigantic body measuring 8 shaku and 2U, and its weight and speed were incomparable to horses. If it rushed straight forward on a space of at most 1U, there would be no resistance to them. The soldier was either blown away by the body, or jumped down before it hit them, and disappeared from the top of the castle wall. 25 shaku high. Even if they survived, it would have been impossible for them to continue fighting. Jumping over the tower and repeating the same thing, it took only a short time to wipe out nearly 1,000 enemy soldiers from the top of the castle wall. Finishing her task, she hopped onto the clock tower and narrowed her violet eyes as she took in her surroundings. Not bad. The enemy army that entered was almost completely destroyed. 1 general and 2 corps commanders were killed. It would be fine to leave the rest to the other soldiers. She put a candy in her mouth from the pouch on her chest and rolled it around, relaxing her cheeks. Although they consumed a large amount of inventory, they should be able to kill 20,000 soldiers without losing any troops. Jaragasha cornered the enemy soldiers at the gate. The gate was congested and completely crowded. Soldiers of the craft squad threw a hand-thrown bomb from above, and there was the sound of an explosion. Blood and flesh burst, screams echoed. The more the enemy crowded in, the more powerful the Bonjara became. Jaragasha swung its arms and giant sword, turning the crowded mass into a piece of flesh, and screams filled the night sky. Lure them in and kill them all at once. The results were good. While rolling the candy, she swung her legs and hit Gururun on the side. Gururu, it growled, seeming to be having fun, and Chrisjay stroked the back of its head with her armored arm. No pity, no mercy. Those were things Krish didn't possess from the beginning. Letting out a small yawn, she lay down, leaning against Gururun's back. The only problem was that she got a little dirty. Gururun's body was covered in blood everywhere, and it sticks to the cliché. Slightly pouting her lips, she yawned again. Chrisjay would like to have a Bonjara that can fly and kill enemies on its own. And also a Bonjara that can be set up and explode on its own. While thinking that the current situation was somehow inefficient after all, she played with Gururun's fur with her fingers. What Chrisjay thought about on the battlefield was not achievements or honors but only efficiency. Their losses were 0, and on top of that, killing only the enemy. What she sought was firepower and an overwhelming victory that would crush the opponent's will to fight. Once the mass production system for weapons was established, this would likely happen eventually. However, she had to consider the shortage of iron, think about training technicians, and also address the issue of counterespionage. There was so much to do even after the war was over that she got a little tired when she thought about it. While contemplating taking a 1-month break after it was all over, she mumbled, "Krish-sama." It was Daz who climbed up the clock tower. When Chrisjay looked over at him, Daz looked puzzled. "Are you okay? Is your health?" Chrisjay is sleepy. Ah. Krish's figure, leaning on Gururun. He probably sensed that she was fatigued. Seeing her reaction, Daz showed relief and continued. "It seems that the Corps Commander Varkas has just left from the west. And Nigel seems to be thinking about getting Jaragasha ready to go outside soon." Chrisjay glared at Daz with a slightly displeased look on her face. Satisfied with the correction, she nodded silently. "Right. Let's finish this quickly." As she spoke, she looked at the enemy's trebuchet, then at the corpses below. Chrisjay would like to capture the enemy's stone trebuchet. It's night and there were no reinforcements from the enemy stuck in the center. Please tell them to act with that in mind. Trebuchet. Yes. We'll probably get quite a few prisoners, so let's use them as labor. The trebuchet is also useful for cleaning. Chris J smiled when he saw Daz's doubtful expression. It's like throwing away trash to lower morale. You see, the city has gotten pretty dirty, too. Chapter 209, Demolition Plant. General Air Cancrus killed in action. The annihilation of 30,000 in the north. After learning of this, the morale of the Holy Empire of Elsran's army collapsed. The soldiers who were boldly attacking the castle wall as the Cancrus army had successfully broken through saw a pillar of blue light shining in the darkness of the night, and an explosive sound. It was certain that something unknown inside the walls had caused the disappearance of soldiers lured in. Soldiers, knowing that their deaths had meaning, would sacrifice themselves for a noble mission. However, they witnessed the valiant heroes who successfully conquered the Wolfenite walls disappear without a trace. If such anxiety were to arise, there would be no way to maintain morale. Basler Lukazan, the supreme commander of the Imperial Army, immediately halted the night attack when he learned of this fact. It was clear that the enemy possessed new, unknown weapons, and even if they were able to push through, there was a strong possibility that they would end up in the same trap. Right now, he should try to gather information that was the natural choice for a commander. Even in the chaos, he remained calm and did not panic. It could be said to be a right judgment. However, the correct answer in terms of results was to just push through. A simultaneous explosion that destroyed the 20,000 people that had entered the area. The Bomja IRA that was brought to Wolfenite had been consumed in large quantities, and it was impossible to cause another explosion of the same magnitude. The Empire army should have blocked off information and continued the siege day and night to exhaust Varaich's forces. If they did that, the fall of Wolfenheit would not have been impossible, or so says the military historians who looked at the records left behind. The fatigue of the defenders, who were outnumbered, was much greater. Relentless attacks day and night. Wolfenite divided into groups for defense during this time. Naturally, their physical strength was exhausted, and no matter how strong Albaran soldiers were, the longer they continued, the more the fatigue could no longer be ignored. Even while they were resting, they could not rest if they were worried about a breakthrough. Basler Lukazan's decision to use their numerical advantage to force a breakthrough was correct, and if this situation continued for 3 or 4 days, they could have aimed for the collapse of the Wolfenheit forces due to fatigue. However, Basler Lukazan's decision gave the exhausted Wolfenite forces time to recover from their fatigue and allowed time for anxiety to brew among his own soldiers. In terms of consequences, it was a misjudgment. The next evening, in the front center of Lukazan's main camp. This is tough. A seasoned veteran who rose through the ranks, the old battalion commander Tit Cork fiddled with his white mixed beard, squinting his one eye as he grumbled. Looking at the walls and raising his voice, he began to feel the severity of the battle. In the front, the eastern wall of Wolfenite was robust, about 30 shaku high. He looked at the arrows that rained down incessantly from there, and he looked at the colors of the soldiers' faces. Everyone's eyes were clouded not by wariness but by fear. They were the eyes of prisoners being sent to the death row. The order to suspend the night raid was given by Basler Lukazan, the Supreme General. The choice felt right at that moment, but now he knew it was a mistake. Although they had blocked information, the breakthrough of the northern wall and the suppression of the city were transmitted to us. It was impossible to completely cut off information, and the sudden interruption of the night raid following the blue pillars of light was easily imaginable to the soldiers. The soldiers could have easily imagined it. That the army that should have conquered the northern sector was annihilated by those blue pillars of light. Even an attack on the city walls that required great courage, when he thought of their feeling, he could not say anything. In the front are soldiers holding onto ladders. He remembers that once upon a time, he climbed a ladder the same way. Even so, it was not as high as this. An unstable, creaking ladder against a 30 shaku high fortress wall. The leader of each squad held a large shield above their head, catching the arrows. Not just arrows. Sometimes rocks were dropped, or boiling oil. They could get hit with a spear or die by an ally's trebuchet. What was needed to climb the ladder was not ability. It was simply luck. All they could do was pray that the oil would not be sprayed on your place. It was too high a risk for a gamble, and no one in their right mind would do it. Tit, too, was almost pissing his pants as he climbed up the ladder with his large shield raised, fueled by the alcohol given to him by the squad leader at the time. He saw a famous and powerful man died tragically with burns all over his body. He saw an old centurion who was famous for his mastery of swords fell tragically to death from a falling rock. An ordinary tit, who had no power at the time, happened to come out on top of the fortress wall. Luckily, he killed the centurion that was there and consequently conquered the fortress wall. He became a captain in one step. He was praised by those around him as the bravest man in the century. He received a personal reward from the general at the time, and was even able to buy a small house. But that didn't mean Tit was brave. Tit just happened to be able to climb up because the brave ones were targeted and killed. It was only the enemy centurion who, in a moment of fear, plunged in and was pushed down. He was not a noble, a superhuman who could climb over the fortress walls without using a ladder, nor did he have a brave heart or the ability to do so. From past experiences, he had only thought about not using his subordinates as gambling stakes. But in this siege, that would be impossible. Dusk, before the night, it was Tit's battalion turn to climb the ladders. He clenched his fist, watching soldiers resembling his past self as if watching his own children. The only thing Tit was allowed to do here was to order them to climb, or die and let someone else climb. Battalion commander. He was tapped on the shoulder and turned around. It was his longtime comrade, his adjutant. "What's up, Rigger? It's you after all. I'm sure you want to go too. If so, please let me accompany you. I'll cut in first." He was not so different in age, but his face was only a little wrinkled. The reason he looked much younger than Tit was because he is from a lower-class noble family and has magical powers. He was a man who always showed respect to Tit, a first-generation noble, who rose from a commoner. He was a comrade in arms and a close friend. Even though he could still aim higher, he still chose to stay by Tit's side. "I leave my wife and child to you. My son has grown up, too. I told him what to do that in case I didn't come back." Adjutant Rigger Wells smiled manly and looked at the fortress wall. It would be a good opportunity to make a mark, and a good place to die. "Either way, I'm with you." Then he thrust his fist at Tit. Tit looked at it for a while, lost in thought. What an idiot. In the end, he gave him a wry smile and bumped their fists together. After a while, a messenger on horseback arrived. The corps commander orders to the 2nd Battalion to prepare for an attack. Rigger raised his voice and sent out instructions, at the same time informing the soldiers that the 2 men would accompany the 1st Century Squad, which would charge last. Tit shouted that they were going to share the battle and the death, and the soldiers shouted in response with fear in their hearts. But, luckily or unluckily, that is, on the east wall, right in front of them as they made their resolve, what appeared in the setting sun was a crescent moon skull with a black flag. A soldier in black armor raises a flag, and a gigantic suiko appeared in the distance. And sitting on top of it was a silver-haired Albarinia. A soldier handed her a fire arrow. The sky tinged with dusk and indigo. The girl shoots it into the sky. High in the sky, a sparkling streak. Taking that as a signal, countless shadows appeared in the sky. Trebuchets. Watch out. It was not just the trebuchets installed on the fortress walls. It was also coming from beyond the fortress wall. There was a considerable number of them, probably seized from the Northern Army. It was reported that the trebuchet outside had been captured in a night raid by Albarinia and Grunmeld Varkas. But why now? The backlight of the setting sun, was it aimed so as to produce intimidating feeling from the shadows, or was it just a test shot? That's strange. They rained down on the soldiers in front of them, and they screamed. It was a natural scream, but it was too loud. And the aim was random. It was no more effective than mere harassment, and were they using appropriate debris for bullets? The countless things flying at them were irregular, but he soon realized that this was not the case. Exclamation point. He ran his horse to a nearby spot where it had fallen, and finally understood everything. What came flying towards them was a human head. Slammed into the ground, crushed, or burst. At first glance, he saw severed limbs and a torso. The eyes that had been dazzled by the backlight now became clear as the sun hid behind the fortress wall. Scattered on the ground were the corpses of people who had once been soldiers. probably of the Northern Army. Bodies stuffed into barrels were thrown from the castle walls from the trebuchets, falling to the ground and bursting into pieces. Inside was dark blood and flesh. What was thrown from beyond was a shredded corpse. Rigger, the adjutant who was following behind him, instinctively covered his mouth with his hand. Tit was also speechless. Even as they froze like that, numerous fragments of corpses were scattered on the ground. "It's not a human deed." The words spilled out and he looked up at the castle wall. A black flag with a crescent skull. A Suiko that looked like a shadow puppet and silver hair. There was a considerable distance. And it was backlit. But strangely, only her purple eyes seemed to shone coldly, without giving any honor or mercy to the soldiers who risked their lives to fight. He had heard that such tactics have been used. But that was a story from ancient times, and it was usually the head of a messenger or commander. There was probably no one in this world who had desecrated the bodies of so many warriors. The sound of the trebuchet never stopped, and the rain of bodies never stopped falling. He looked behind him and saw that the soldiers' faces were pale. Everyone looked back and was frightened, except for the soldier who had no choice but to climb the ladder. The scattered corpses created a gap between the two of them. "What's going on? What are you doing?" A gigantic figure jumped out of the battalion, leaving behind even the horses. He was Basler Lukazan, Archduke of the Holy Empire of Elsren. "Why, Your Excellency?" Tit, unsure of what to say, gestured to the corpse with his hand. Basler looked at it, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. Contrary to his neat and elegant armor, Basler's face was stained with anger. "That lass. Give me a spear." He then snatched a spear from one of the soldiers. Taking a stance, stepping forward, with extraordinary strength, he threw the spear from half a ri away. With a thunderous roar that could rival the castle siege bow, the spear was fired with surprising accuracy over the ramparts toward Albarinia. Even Tit, Rigger, and the soldiers who were watching were astonished by the throw. Basler Lukazan was indeed a warrior beyond human description, living up to his name as the Archduke of the Holy Empire. However, there was no way that a mere superhuman could be a match for Albarinia. She lightly plucked the string of her bow. She accurately shot the spear, which was fired at a blinding speed, killing its momentum. She easily grabbed the spinning spear by the handle and carried it on her shoulder. Then, leaving the arrow and bow in the hands of a soldier at her side, she jumped down from the Suiko and went under the fortress wall. She jumped over the moat with the spear in her backhand, not minding the soldiers who was climbing up the ladder. "Your Excellency." An instantaneous acceleration that seems to shrink space. The moment she started running, the spear was already flying right in front of them. Basler instantly arched his upper body, pulled out the sword from his waist, and swung it to deflect the trajectory of the spear. However, even his sword was deflected away, and the spear turned several soldiers behind into chunks of flesh. In an instant, Tit raised Basler's fallen body, and his adjutant, Linkara Walkal, appeared on the spot and shouted, "Your Excellency, this is an opponent you should not fight head-on, tch, that shithead." Even as Basler said this, he returned to the back of the soldiers as if being led by the adjutant general who had appeared. Albarinia, who had received the second spear thrown from the fortress wall, turned towards them with a puzzled expression, tilting her head left and right. Then, she slammed the spear down on the battalion commander who was in command on the wall side, easily turning him into a piece of meat. Normally, hundreds of people would have to risk their lives to take the head of a battalion commander. But for her, it was simply because he was a suitable target to throw the spear at. It was as careless as kicking a pebble off the road to her. Then, she beckoned the Suiko, who was yawning on the fortress wall, to come down and sit on top of its huge body, and with a single leap, she flew over the wall and disappeared inside. There were no soldiers on the fortress wall where she was at who were willing to attack her, treating her as if she didn't exist. The highest-ranking enemy commander, in this battle, the one with the most merit's head, was right there, but no one dared to look at her, because it meant death. In the world of the battlefield, Albarinia was clearly out of place. How could they kill a being who could walk up and down the fortress walls as casually as if she were taking a walk, or a monster who could turn a commander into a lump of meat with a single throw of her spear? It was foolish as challenging dragon. When she disappeared, the black-armored soldier who was holding her flag also disappeared. And the same goes for the fighting spirit of the soldiers of the Holy Empire. The enthusiasm was already distant, and they had sobered up. On the east section, on the roof of the square. Looks like it's going well. The prisoners seem to have settled down and are cooperating with the work, and the flow is starting to take shape. Chrische smiled and watched the bullet manufacturing process. In the north section, the corpses were collected. The carts were used to transport the corpses from the north to the east, and the pieces of fleshes were packed in barrels, and the corpses that keep the 5 bodies were also prioritized in the barrels. For slightly larger clump, they were brought to the east and underwent the disassembly process. The captured item from the enemy deployed to the north was a mobile catapult. There were about 60 of them, but their power was weak compared to the ones installed on the castle walls, and they couldn't throw very heavy objects. Therefore, it was necessary to dismantle it and change it to a more convenient size, and it took some time to make adjustments and prepare the work area. Basically, about 5,000 POWs were engaged in the work. The watchdog role was taken by Grunmeld's army, and at first the prisoners were rebellious. They rebelled several times and were put down, and now that they have gone through the Krish's easy dismantling course using the leader of the group, they had become completely obedient. Collection, accumulation, transportation, disassembly, and throwing, each task proceeded smoothly. Watching the man next to the disassembly person swinging down his axe on the corpse lying on, Chrische frowned. It's not good to close your eyes. Safety first. It will be bad if you cut the person who placed the corpse or your own hand. Why yes, you. The man opened his eyes, looked at the body of the corpse he had mutilated, and vomited empty stomach juices. All the contents were already been vomited out. Chmmt, the person next to him, please switch with him. While giving instructions casually, Chrische seemed satisfied. The only dismantlers with blades were in pairs. The legs were tied together to prevent escape, and physical condition was also taken into consideration so that they could take turns as soon as they get tired. The work of the prisoner was little more than chopping firewood, and soldiers were strong to begin with. One of person nodded his head, saying that once they got used to the process, they would show more stability. The stench was a little unpleasant, but he resigned himself to the fact that it was inevitable. Geez, Gururun, you shouldn't eat that anymore. Krish'll give you Gururun's favorite horse, okay? She hit Gururun on the back as Gururun watched the decomposing corpse with interest, putting his nose to the body and sniffed it. Gururun will stink if isn't clean it afterwards. Krish'll wash Gururun with bubbly bubble. Don't run away, okay? Whether she understood or not, Gururun growled, and Chrische smiled, saying good girl. If one just looked at that, it was a truly heartwarming sight. Even the soldiers who were in charge of monitoring it couldn't help but smile at them, not. They looked in horror at the abnormality of the beautiful girl, who was completely immersed in madness. Albarinia was a mad, cursed child. It was only natural she would be rumored that way. She was fundamentally different. She was usually a polite and childlike girl, and just as she looked, she is a pretty girl. Even many soldiers knew this. Because she was seen here and there taking the Suiko for a walk in Wolfenheit. Just, no matter the situation, she didn't change. Even when she saw a scene so horrific that it would make a grown man wanted to vomit, she didn't change a single bit. She smiled the same smile when picking flowers and dismantling human limbs. She cut open a corpse belly and shows off its entrails. And with a cute smile, she said this. The stomach is difficult because the intestines droop, so be careful. Basically, you should sever the limbs and neck. Albarinia doesn't understand people's hearts. That's why everyone understood correctly that she was rightly called Cursed Child. There shouldn't be any problems in the north. We've got the flow for the most part, and things are going well. The giant Grunmeld appeared at Krish's side and looked out at the scene below him. He grew up in the slums and has never lived a life where dead bodies would upset him. Still, it was an unpleasant sight, and he looked at Chrische exasperated. Still, how nasty. It's even put me to a shame. If Woof Woof says so, Krish'll feel at ease. Krish's sure the enemy soldiers will think the same way. Chrische replied with a smile. It could cause an epidemic after the war, so Chris'd like to at least put the corpse outside in a well-ventilated area. It'll also lower morale. It's two birds with one stone. But, still, I don't like it very much. Following Grunmeld, the person who appeared was a bald man with glasses. Sardan, the commander of the 2nd Corps. The enemy has completely lost the will to fight. At least there would be no night attack today. The East Wall, which he was mainly in charge of, would also be calm for a while. Although it doesn't violate the Holy Spirit covenant, it's too cruel. In this situation, I won't deny this kind of approach, but cruel treatment could mean allowing the other side to do it as well. Please refrain from using it as much as possible. Under the Holy Spirit covenant, prisoners were allowed to be put to work as long as they were given adequate rest, maximum 12 koku of work a day, and there were no prohibitions regarding the handling of corpses. In some cases, battlefields were cleaned by agreement based on the Holy Spirit covenant, but there was no rule that required mourners to mourn respectfully. A corpse was just a corpse. In the end, it could be said that having prisoners of war dispose of and dismember corpses was a completely legal act. It might be just a loophole, but for Chris'che there was no difference. She did not consider the law to be inadequate. It's not like Chris'che doesn't understand what bald glasses is saying, but bald glasses, Sardan had learned to ignore that pet name. It's okay. Once this war is over, no one will be able to move for about 10 years. She looked at the soldiers doing the demolition work and narrowed her eyes. Her purple eyes give off a somewhat inorganic glow. In 10 years, Chris'che will be able to create position that will make the surrounding countries no longer willing to challenge Alberon, without needing to do something this stupid. Her words were cold. It was such an emotionless tone that the two who were listening to her felt a slight chill. Chapter 210, Buying Time. 14,000 people from nomadic tribes. No, they had already become 12,000. Here too. Great Chief Ranu Kalud asked with a grim face. The man who was questioned shook his head. Yes. Though, there are a small amount of unripe ones left in the field. Passing through the enemy army and entering the royal capital area, they were supposed to engage in looting and violation to the fullest. However, they were repeatedly met with empty villages. There was not even a trace of human presence in any of the villages. While there were minimal supplies left in warehouses and houses, everywhere had already been abandoned, only a mere shell. The villagers must have evacuated to the city in advance, in anticipation of them entering the royal capital area. What should we do? Shut up for a moment. Ha. His voice was calm, but the man could sense the anger in his voice and shut his mouth. A gentle face with narrow eyes and a smiling face. However, Ranu Kalud's nature was that of a ruthless madman. He would rip open the belly of a pregnant woman, remove her baby, and laugh nonchalantly. Once touched by his wrath, they would be skinned all over his body and killed, disemboweled alive, or at best their limbs would be torn apart. Ranu closed his narrow eyes in thought and no one spoke. Already 2,000 people had fled from this starving army. More than half of them were killed as an example by him, and he managed to maintain discipline, but there were limits to it. The rich plains of Alberon provide enough food for the horses. However, humans have their limits. No matter how many replacement horses they slaughtered to sustain themselves, it wouldn't last long. Control through fear was essential. Wife or children, or food if they were enemy territory, without a rope to tie them together, it was impossible to prevent them from escaping. He had thought that the enemy had allowed them to invade the royal capital area so easily, but perhaps this was the reason. Alberon dared to lure Ranu and the others to the royal capital area, aiming to cause them to self-destruct. Cavalry archers alone cannot breach the fortress walls and capture the city. The messenger he had sent had not returned. Was he dead or had he escaped? No matter what, it wouldn't be easy to escape from here. We don't see any enemy reinforcements from the west, right? Yes, sir. At least for the time being, no. The adjutant general's misjudgment and falling into the enemy's plan. It's impossible for us to remain in the royal capital area any longer. We will break through to the south of Wolfenite and return to His Excellency before we lose any more strength. There was no other action that could be taken. The enemy had built forts of 20,000 each in the north and south. They obediently let them through on the way here, but it probably won't be that easy for the way back. They were definitely going to stop them. But it was only 20,000. If they attacked and came out, it was possible to destroy them. If they stayed in the fort, we could slip through, but if they came out to stop us, we would kill them all. If that happens, His Excellency will not complain to me. If it's a decisive battle on the plains, there was no way they would lose. With confidence, Ranu asserted, gripping the reins tightly. That little girl, inside the great tent, the Archduke of the Holy Empire of Elsren, Basler Lukazan, slammed his fist down on his desk in a fit of rage. The simple long desk was crumpled, and the carved wooden cup that had been sitting on it spilled black bean tea onto the ground. The main commander of the entire army was there, but all the people standing around did not look at Basler, only looking down. There were not many people who would want to suffer the unreasonableness of an angry archduke. "Hey, bring a new desk." Only the Adjutant General Linkara Wolkow calmly told the soldiers beside him. The morale of the soldiers had completely collapsed. Halting the attack was reasonable. They had no choice but to do so, even at the disadvantage of giving their opponents a break. Despite the distance, the stench of death had wafted even until here. Wolfenite was blocked to the north by the Corral and to the south by the Kalbias Mountains. The wind passing through this area at this time of year naturally flowed from west to east. It was inevitable. "It can't be helped. The opponent was better than us," Linkara said. "I haven't heard from Khulud, who has entered the royal capital area. Is the lack of news a sign that he is fine? Or did the messenger have been killed? Don't be silly. Are you saying that the enemy was aiming to divide us?" "Possibly. However, they don't seem to be willing to go out into the field at the moment." The army on the northern wall was also attacked from outside the fortress walls. Had there been cavalry archers, they might have been able to prevent such destruction, but was that their goal, or was it something else? There is a strong possibility that they could have taken advantage of the opportunity and made a detour from the outside. It would be dangerous to attack from the north and south in two separate moves. Avoiding the eastern part where corpses were left, heading north and south, if they had cavalry archers, they would be able to crush the enemy's head, but it was too dangerous to choose that now without having them on hand. North and east, or south and east, must be in a position to coordinate immediately, or they risk being split up and destroyed individually. "Do you still want to continue?" "Of course." "Are you saying it's time to stop?" "No, I don't think we can just ignore it after they caused so much damage." He narrowed his eyes and thought. The other day, that timing where Linkara proposed that was the last chance. Too much damage had been done to just retreat. It was like a bad gambling game. The more they lost, the more they couldn't retreat. Well, that is with the premise that the situation is not extremely disadvantageous to us, but... What do you mean? That crazy Albarinia's method is really effective. In fact, it's causing such a loss of morale that we have no choice but to retreat. However, it's the same for the soldiers over there, Linkara said. Albarinia easily blocked His Excellency's spear and counterattacked. She showed off so much power, and yet no cheers went up. It's a big difference from when she destroyed the trebuchet, and it seems like those soldiers aren't happy either. That kind of approach is a double-edged sword. They're hurting themselves too. Even though it was an enemy's corpse, they needed to throw it outside with a trebuchet. There was no doubt that it was inhumane. And soldiers hate inhumanity. They were the same people, despite their different principles. Even if they were pointing swords at each other and killing each other, there was no grudge between the soldiers. They just happened to live in different lands and countries. In some aspects, the soldiers that fought each other were rather fellow compatriots living together in the distorted world of the battlefield. No one would have thought it was right to desecrate the dead if it weren't for personal grudges. Let's go with a little more entanglement. No matter what, it will be better than the current situation. What? Are you planning on luring them with words of condemnation? It's close. It depends on what choice they make. Stroking his clean-shaven jaw, Linkara narrowed his eyes at him. Winning or losing in a siege is ultimately a matter of morale. If the opponent is doing something inhuman, we should take advantage of that. It's simple. The next morning, from the battle lines of the Elsren Holy Empire, Basla Lukazan and Linkara Wolkal, accompanied by a few escorts, come out waving a blue flag. The blue flag, in accordance with the Holy Spirit Covenant, was a negotiation flag indicating a lack of hostility. Naturally, no one made any aggressive moves, and accompanied by Chrisje on the Suiko, Nozan Varaic appeared on the city wall above the east central gate. "What are you doing here, leader of the invaders? Have you finally decided to surrender with the blue flag?" Northern looked down at Basla and said that. The voice was not rough, but it rings out. Everyone kept their mouths shut and watched the situation unfold. "That's stupid. My request is for a one-day ceasefire today, to clean up the battlefield and bury the dead." Basla responded with a laugh and gestured with his left and right hands to the scattered corpses to the east. Continuously from dusk to dawn, the plain east of the eastern wall was dyed red and black with blood, and covered with over 10,000 corpses. "Nozan Varaic, I pay my respects to your bravery and valor. I do not deny that you will do everything in your power for the cause of defending your country. However, do you not think this situation is too much?" As soon as the blue flag was raised, he was able to roughly understand their intention. Nozan listened in silence, and Basla spoke to him like a noble. "We are from a different country, and our faith is different. However, the corpses of the warriors who fought for the just cause, to be treated like this, doesn't it bother you? Or will you proudly proclaim that this is just and righteous?" Nozan, uncertain of what to do, glanced at Chrisje, who was savoring candy sitting atop the Suiko. Chrisje noticed the look and pondered for a moment, and replied, "Whichever." "No, the person I should ask was not you, but your Princess Albarinia." Basla noticed this and turned his attention to Chrisje. Chrisje, who was suddenly confronted and tilted her head. This action was not General Veraic's decision. It is very different from the battles we have fought in the past. The corpses of the warriors were treated roughly and thrown as if they were filth. The rumors that I heard that you are a cursed child of the royal family is apparently true. It would have been better if you hadn't attacked from the beginning. Listen, Wolfenite soldiers. Basla raised his voice to interrupt Krish's words. While you may see this as an invasion, please think of the reasons why all three countries, differing in everything including country and faith, invaded Albarinia. It started with her, Albarinia, disrespecting the Holy Spirit Covenant and trying to monopolize the power of the Holy Spirit. Chrisje groaned mew. She swallowed the smaller candy and put a new candy in her mouth. Albarin is the first to commit lawlessness, and this is Albarinia. Anyone who sees this situation should be able to understand at a glance whether my words are true or not. What is the legitimacy of doing such an outrageous act to the corpses of our warriors? Killing each other on the battlefield is inevitable, and so is death. However, without the spirit of showing respect to the fallen warriors, the battlefield would become a cesspool covered in sludge. As he said, the place he was standing in was a cesspool covered in sludge. The organs were scattered so much that they could no longer see the greenery, and the feces and blood were scattered all over the place. It was over 10,000 corpses. It was only natural. All I seek is a minimum level of order on the battlefield. You all should look at this scene with calm eyes for once. Whether this scene created by your commanders is correct or not, is Albarinia truly just? The soldiers on the fortress wall looked at each other, their gazes focused on Chrisje and Nozan. Though it had to be done in order to protect the country, it was certainly an atrocity. Naturally, they felt pity for the bodies scattered around, and they had no intention of puffing my chest out with pride. Albarinia, as the commander of the Albaran army, I request an answer. Do you have no regrets about your actions, or do you still have some human compassion in your heart? A grassland dyed in the color of corpses. This would be a major problem if the Holy Empire's army continued to attack. As expected, it is impossible to order the soldiers to attack in this situation. It will be difficult to maintain morale. It would have been even worse if the decomposition had progressed further. It would not be so bad if she were to agree to this. From there, if they can restart, she wouldn't use the same method again. If she did not, that was also not bad. Her soldiers would develop a strong sense of distrust towards her, and if he said that he had been refused, they would be able to once again have the will to fight against the enemy who had committed such atrocities. After saying this much, no matter which choice she made, the enemy soldier's recognition of Albarinia will change. The objective was to speak those words, a psychological strategy aimed at Albarinia personally. Nozen looked at the soldiers. It was not a bad idea aiming for Christjay. Basler created an atmosphere where Nozen couldn't talk. It would be easy to make a decision in place of Christjay here, but it would only make the soldiers more suspicious of Albarinia. How troubling. Christjay is not very good at talking. As Christjay rolled the candy around, she put her hand on her chin, wondering if Crescenta could take her place just for now. Christjay just brought the bodies inside the fortress to outside. You guys attacked so Christjay couldn't open the gates, so Christjay just threw them with a trebuchet. If you wanted to bury it, that's fine, but there are still a lot of corpses inside. If you're talking about cleaning up the battlefield, Chris'd like to do that as well, is that okay? Basler was slightly surprised by her surprisingly honest words, but he didn't show it on his face. Well, after all this, what an honest answer, isn't it? Of course, if possible together with the burial on your side. In addition, there are currently about 5,000 prisoners of war. In exchange for this return, how about we have a ceasefire for cleaning until tomorrow? So, 2 days? Yes. There's a lot of blood and flesh splattered around, making it difficult to clean the fortress. We'll be using prisoners to clean the fortress, so they'll be returned tomorrow. Basler looked up at the girl's face and thought. A straightforward return of prisoners of war. What kind of intention did she have? Did she see a limit to the number of provisions? No, that's impossible. There should be a stockpile enough for 3 or 4 months. Was there any point in buying time? There was a great possibility of that. We don't need 2 days. 1 day is enough. Well, then, the discussion is over. Let's continue the fight. Christjay said calmly. Currently, the place is filled with corpses, but the only ones that have a problem are the attackers. For us, who are holed up, we have an advantageous situation because we don't feel the need to clean up. That's probably why you suggested cleaning up the battlefield. She smiled elegantly as she stroked the Suiko's neck. If you're going to resolve that, then castle cleanup should be the same. In addition, the soldiers here should be given time to rest. If you're going to talk about order or justice, Christjay thinks fairness is essential for negotiations. Her purple eyes just sparkled in the sunlight. She looked down at Basler. It's just a lot of lame pretenses. Wars are fought to win, and the one who kills the most people and destroys morale wins. If we're going to talk about respect for the dead or order, wouldn't it be better to just fight Christjay one-on-one and call it a day? Hitting the Suiko, it leapt from the top of the fortress wall to the blood-soaked ground. If we do that, no more Albaran soldiers or Elsren soldiers will die, and there will only be 1 corpse left lying around. Christjay has had enough with this. Then, Christjay landed on the ground and pulled out a sharp curved sword. Her eyes glow an inorganic purple. If you're scared, Christjay doesn't mind a 1-on-8 fight with the escorts there. The sword he thrust at them didn't move at all. She smiled inorganically, like a doll. In the end, all of your words are just because you want to win. Let's stop using such lame pretenses. Christjay is not here because Christjay liked it. Basler grabbed the scabbard of his sword in anger, but Linkara stopped him with his hand. She looked up and down at Basler. Either accept the proposal or not. The choice is yours, not Christjay. You wench. Basler spat in frustration, pulled the reins of his horse, and turned on his heel. Linkara said while frowning. Fine, Albarinia, the truce will end at dawn the day after tomorrow. The return of the prisoners will be by the end of tomorrow, is that okay? Yes. Krish'll send a messenger as appropriate. The details will be settled there. I swear by the name of the Duke of the Holy Elsren Empire, Adjutant General of the Holy Empire Army, Linkara Walkal. Christjay also swears by her name. Then, please return. Christjay thought about how troublesome it was while climbing the Suiko and returned to the fortress wall. She then called out to Nozen, who was there. We will rest until dawn the day after tomorrow. General Vereyage, please make appropriate arrangements. Ha! That was splendid. Either would have been fine, but, well, this is the end. Saying that while Small yawning a little, Chris J stretched. Chris J missed breakfast, so Chris J will return around noon. No. Krish-sama can just take the day off today. You must be tired from working all day. Ahehe, then Krish'll take your word for it. Chris J happily answered and then sent Suiko running towards the center of the city. With this it's over. Chris J was truly fine with either one. After the battle in the west was over and the truce was over, 20 days would have passed. The detour to the north had already been completed. At midnight that day, as she said, a black shadow descended in the darkness above Wolfenate. Chapter 211, Ingredients. The estate of the royal capital. Please don't squeeze my body. Geez, please don't say things that make me sound bad. I don't do such things. I wonder. Thinking of what you had done to Wani-sama makes me terrified. You. Bery, who lifted Crescenta from the bed, blushed in embarrassment and then sighed. Since that incident, Crescenta's verbal attacks had been like this. For Bery, it was a difficult and awkward weakness that was hard to refute. Crescenta, who was being princess carried in her arms, looked at Bery with amusement and smiled as she wrapped her hands around Bery's neck. She was in a very good mood as she hugged Bery tightly and rubs herself against her feminine body because she has just had a nap. After using Bery Argan, a less than ideal Christian servant, as a pillow to relieve the fatigue of the day, she was now full of energy and in a state of complete replenishment. Having no plans from here on and having already snacked on cookies upon waking up, there was no place for the excess energy to go except to focus on the education of the poorly performing servant, Bery Argan. Oh, Bery-sama, the horse care is. Elvina, who appeared in a little trot as she exited the hallway, looked at Bery, who was holding up Crescenta, and Bery told her with a wry smile. Thank you. I'm going to prepare dinner with Crescenta. You can take a break for a bit. That's right. Argan-sama is just skipping work with the excuse to sleep together, so you should take a break. Yes. Elvina looked at the lovely queen who was clinging to Bery, then, after a small laugh, excused herself and entered Krish's room as they passed each other. She was probably going to clean the sheets. Elvina was always very attentive to details. So what are we going to make today? Let me see. Bery looked up at the ceiling with the face of a little girl. How about some hamburgers with ground beef and onions? And smiled gently at Crescenta. Neither the Albaran side nor the Elsren side was up to anything, and there were no problems regarding the battlefield cleanup. The battlefield cleaning was not particularly unusual. While the reasons often included paying respects to the dead, in reality it was a custom stemming from a highly sanitary perspective. A decomposing corpse, if not properly buried, will release a miasma that curses the living. Although this teaching had been handed down in the region around Albaran since time immemorial, several hundred years ago, the queen of the time, Grabarane, discovered the causal link between war and epidemics from various records, and widely spread the idea that the corpses of the dead of war who had not been properly treated would become a breeding ground for disease. If left unchecked, diseases could spread not only to the soldiers on the battlefield but also to unrelated towns, wreaking havoc. Although the degree of spread and damage vary, an epidemic could be a disaster that shook the nation itself. It was impossible to leave it unattended, and even during war, it was customary to cooperate with each other to clean up the battlefield and take care of it. In small-scale battles, cleanup might be done at dusk, but in a large-scale battle like this, spending a whole day on it was not uncommon. Once an epidemic broke out, it was an unstoppable calamity. It's not only the soldiers who suffer, but also the commanders. No one who would refuse this unless the situation was very extreme. Putting aside if it was fall or winter, in spring when the temperature rose before the bodies decayed, it was necessary to clean them up. Elsren, who was downwind from Albaran, urgently needed to address this issue. It was a problem that they had given 2 days' time to the Albaran, but they would need to spend the next half-month to a month to attack Wolfenheit. There was no idea of ignoring the decayed corpse and attacking Wolfenites, and this decision was reasonable. The corpses were thrown into a large hole, piled on top of each other, and were set on fire with oil. With such a large number of corpses, it was impossible to do the work carefully, resulting in many half-burnt corpses, but not many people cared. They didn't even want to look at them. The smell of burning meat, the sound of popping oil. The inside of the hole was like a hamburger made by kneading minced meat. Saliva involuntarily seeped into their mouths, and some of them spat out their stomach juices at the perverse emotion that arose. The psychological state of those who came in contact with the dismembered human body was already poor to begin with. If it were just a corpse from the battlefield, there would be less damage, but the corpses here were only a part of a person. Handling a damaged corpse was very different in terms of feelings. The number of the intact corpses brought by prisoners of war from within the walls of Wolfenheit was also fewer, and what they generated was more fear than anger. The feeling of literally mangled corpses and guts. The minced meat that used to be people. As they saw the figures of those who had entered the northern section, their mental state worsened due to the corpse processing that was buried in name only. Contrary to Basler and Linkara's thoughts, very few of them felt hatred toward Albarinia when they saw the corpses of their former comrades in arms. They felt nothing but fear when they saw her chopping up corpses and throwing them with the trebuchets. And the same was true for the men watching from the fortress. Watching from afar the enemy soldiers who were burying the dead, there was relief in their hearts. If they had been born in a different country, they would have been among them. Looking at the piles of corpses being carried on carts, and seeing their internal organs spilling out and being dragged away, they were most grateful that they were born in Albarin. At least they were not in a position to make enemies of Albarinia. Many of the soldiers in the eastern wall heard the words of Basler Lucasen. They knew that his words were not entirely baseless. If asked whether it was right or not, they could only say it was too cruel of a treatment. However, despite Albarinia being such a monster, they had no intention of going against her. While she might be a terrifying presence as an enemy, she was, in any case, a hero of their nation. As an ally there was no one as reliable as her. Their awe of her, who destroyed the trebuchet by her individual prowess, had not disappeared, and the enemy still doubled their number. Everyone was rightfully aware that she had created this mental and situational advantage. It's just a bunch of silly pretenses. Wars are fought to win, and the one who kills the most people and destroys morale wins. If we're going to talk about respect for the dead or order, wouldn't it be better to just fight Chrische one-on-one and call it a day? She was a ruthless killer, no doubt, but there was a certain truth in her words. The battlefield was a world that demanded a being like her. The battlefield did not desire a kind and gentle commander, but a strong commander, even if they were cruel and crazy. Rather than speaking of reason and losing, one should obtain victory even if through ruthlessness. This thought was correct, and she embodied it perfectly. The fact that Basler, who had retreated without engaging in a fair and square battle with Albarinia, proved her twisted righteousness was better than losing. Far better than losing. Such were the excuses they made for themselves. The soldiers on the ramparts looked behind them and turned their attention to Albarinia, who had appeared on top of the tower. It's looking pretty clean. Looks like things are going well. Uwa, this is terrible. Suiko and Chrische were on the tower. The woman next to them, with her long black hair tied up like a horse's tail and shelved in the wind, frowned as she looked at the bodies thrown into the pit to be burned. Well, with this it should be fine for the most part. Yes. 2 days without fighting is the best. Guess this is an effective way to use corpses. I'm a little put off by the fact that it's so effective, but, well, that's true. Kalua exasperatedly looked up at Chrische while saying that. Fufu, well, I'm glad Uzaja-chan is doing well. Commander Bald Eagle and Assistant Marshal Skeleton were worried that Uzaja-chan was pushing herself. Wani-chan is relieved. Worried? That's right. Worried whether Uzaja-chan is lonely. With a gentle smile on her beautiful face, she jumped on the Gururun and gently stroked Krish's head. Gururun yawned, showing no signs of concern. 2 humans were light to her. Although she would wake up if she was hungry, daytime was a sleepy time for her. Even though she got used to life in the capital, the difference from her long-standing lifestyle was not something that could be easily adapted. Ahehe, Chrische may be a little lonely. Good, Uzaja-chan is becoming more honest than before. Wani-san is happy. Hugging her slender body and smiling, Chrische also smiled, then held up a finger and said to Kalua, somewhat proudly, Fufun, Chrische is different from before. Chrische has grown a little. Growth. Kaluuya looks at the girl in her arms and tilts her head. Interpreted correctly, it means she had grown a little taller. Chris J appeared unchanged both mentally and physically, but it was Chris J who could sense even the most subtle changes. She seemed like she would say that even over her hair they grow a little. Oh, I see. Now that you mention it, Uzaja-chan looked a bit more splendid. Is that so? Ahihi. When she casually went along with the conversation and praised her, Chris J placed her hand on her cheek, shaking happily. There was no change in this small princess, but if she was happy, that was fine. Is there anything Uzaja-chan needs to do? Not really. It's over after checking Jaragash's condition. All that's left is cooking. Oh, nice. It's been a long time since Uzaja-chan's cooking. What will you make? Right. Chris J, with the expression of a little girl, looked into the hole where corpses were thrown and pondered. How about some hamburgers with ground beef and onions? She smiled softly at Kaluuya. Kaluuya looked at the hamburger steak in the hole and shook her head, saying please spare me that, with her cheeks twitching. After the 2-day ceasefire ended, nearly 5,000 POWs were returned to Elsren. Most of them, however, were deeply traumatized. They had been engaged in the disposal and dismemberment of the corpses of their comrades, and were so frightened of Albarinia that they had become useless as soldiers. Basler Lukazan no longer considered them as a fighting force, and decided to assign them to rearguard work, such as escorting transportation and goods, instead of fighting. Demoralized soldiers demoralize their allies as well. Forcing them to charge into battle would not produce any results. At least they wouldn't be useful until the capture of Wolfenite. The Holy Empire army resumed its attack on Wolfenite tomorrow morning. However, this was just a pressure. Similar to the northern part, Baslar considered a night assault by elite forces. In the north, it ended as a failure. However, the breakthrough itself was not a failure. The enemy used explosives that utilized magic crystals, the information obtained by soldiers and prisoners of war who barely escaped from the northern wall, elaborate magic engraved in a misfired magic crystal. Although he did not investigate the details taking into account the danger, Basler thought that this was at least not suitable for mass production. The damage from the explosions was tremendous, but if the enemy could repeat such explosions on that scale, they could afford to wait a little longer. It would have been fine to wait after Basler's forces, including those in the east, entered. It was something that Basler and the others hadn't anticipated at all, making it an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. But they didn't do that. Did they fear the risk of inviting enemies into the war? No, in view of the risk, the benefit of destroying this army was great. It was not that they did not choose it, but that they could not choose it. It was more reasonable to think of it that way. Therefore, the second breakthrough would succeed. He was convinced of that, and in reality that would be so. A forced breakthrough and opening of the gate by the elite was not a bad strategy in itself. It was difficult to prevent it. In the siege battle, the attacker takes the initiative. At least they should be able to send some troops into the walls and disturb enemies. The opponent earned 2 days. He didn't think this was meaningless. The enemy thought that if they earned time, they would win. That was why they would take Wolfenite before that. Baslar was a decisive and valiant general. He didn't possess the indecisiveness of a foolish commander. However, the dusk fell, and Basler frowned upon hearing various reports. The supplies haven't arrived. Yes. So even at this hour, they still haven't. Linkara answered while thinking, and Basler narrowed his eyes. The town that they used for supplies back and forth was 2 days away from here. 5 days ago, the supplies were sent without delay, and on a schedule, the carriage on the round trip was to deliver the supplies again today. 2 days to return, 1 day to rest and load, and 2 days to return again. What about the messenger? There doesn't seem to be any at the moment. If that cycle was broken, it could be due to some problem with the loading of supplies, for example, not gathering the required amount or bad weather. Or there had been a rebellion or riot in the city. However, in either case, a messenger on a fast horse would come. But it wasn't coming. It was strange. Send someone to the rear and let them confirm it. Yes, sir. Alcosas, please check with several horses back. The man who was called saluted and headed quickly to the outside. After seeing him off, Linkara turned to Basla. North Arna, South Garka, there was no report of attacks from both. It's quiet. The one in charge in the back was Natria's, wasn't it? Elsren was under a holy war headed by the Curia. For that they created a massive logistical army. This time Minuo's Natria's, the Emperor's second son, was appointed by the Curia to lead it. A political power balance, creating a situation so that Lukazan couldn't monopolize the credit of taking down Albaran. That said, after all, it was a logistics army. It would be Lukazan who obtained the achievement. It was natural that Natria's didn't find it interesting, and this also might be some kind of plot. The Holy Empire was vast, with abundant human resources. There was no country that could oppose it directly. However, when the country suffered a major defeat, it always involved internal disputes or politics. Both Basla and Linkara, who knew this well, naturally focused on such matters. It would take them a little while to understand the situation. Messenger, my apologies during the meeting. What's going on? Yes, sir. The enemy castle has opened. Opened? Did we break through? No, it looks strange, and the capture of the fortress wall is still. Ignoring the report, Basla stood up and went outside of the tent. Linkara and the others followed Basla Lukazan. As reported, the gates of Wolfenite were open. Instead of soldiers, black-armored giants emerged from it. It was the rumored monster that was rampaging in the north section. At the same time, a reconnaissance cavalry, who had been heading to the back, ran a horse with all his might in front of the Basla. Your Excellency, a 20,000 scale enemy army from the east is. Looking at the enemy general that appeared, she split the bread vertically. On the fortress wall atop Oswego, around the little girl around Christ and the girl were black-painted armor soldiers. And there was also the figure of Nozan Vereich in armor. The ingredients are minced meat and bread. Ahehe, General Vereich, do you want some? No, I will refrain. When he smiled and refused, Kuish offered it to someone opposite him. Kalua, do you want some? She said, offering one slice of bread. Then, I will take it. Kalua picked it up and looked toward the horizon. The walls were 30 shaku tall. They could see far away. Far beyond what the Holy Empire army could see. Glad that it's on schedule. Ojasama also came too, so the situation is ready. DT dusk a black shadow appeared from beyond the indigo-tinted sky. Then the griffins take to the sky. General Vereich. Yes. Nozan raised his hand, and the sound of a trumpet sounded. In the twilight under the uncertain mixture of day and night sky, numerous flags depicting wings and wolves were being waved all over Wolfenite. All troops dispatched, it's over. Albarinia made a major detour of her army from the northern part of the kingdom and advanced it into the mountains of Mikna, just as in the previous battle against Sarchenka. The 20,000 elites cut off the Holy Empire's invading army, taking their supplies, and headed west. Utilizing the mobility of the Griffin cavalry, they approached Wolfenite while hunting the enemy messengers. Many military historians said that the reason for the Holy Empire's defeat was greed. The timing of Albarinia's appearance was the final crossroad for their survival. At that time, Albarinia was indeed an existence equivalent to dragon. Chapter 212, Child of God. In the plains southwest of Wolfenite, a battle unfolded between the Holy Empire's cavalry archer and the central general, Elzad Gokals. At the fortress tower, with a scar over one eye, a blade wound, and a bristly beard. Soldiers, don't think of it as a battle. Shoot when they come. This is a simple task. Turn those fools who dare to come out into a hedgehog. The well-built general spoke calmly but with a resonant voice as he gave instructions to the soldiers. It was indeed a simple battle. It had been anticipated that the archer cavalry would head towards the central part of the kingdom. In the center of the kingdom, they had temporarily housed the villagers there, taking all food from the village, and just needed to wait for the enemy to self-destruct. After the cavalry archers came through, they spread out the countless screens they had prepared across the plains, stretched ropes, and prepared to defend against the enemy's bows and breakthroughs, using these as the axis for a thorough defensive battle. Not only the archers, but the infantry were also equipped with crossbows lent to them by Anna. With the situation set up like this, it's a child's play. That's right, I even pitied them. The adjutant nodded at Elzad's words and looked at the enemy. They had caused a lot of damage in the first assault, and the enemy probably thought that it would be difficult to break through. The enemies fired arrows from a distance that was barely within their range, but that distance was also within their archers' range. The enemy's attacks became sporadic, and the enemy cavalry archers were twiddling their thumbs half a ri away. When it comes to fighting on the plains, there was nothing in this world that rivaled cavalry archers. The terrifying aspect of archer cavalry lay in their mobility. They could freely choose their battlefield and attack with an advantage. Their attacks were essentially always surprise attacks. And without falling into a disadvantageous position, cavalry archers would never be taken by surprise. Because they could just run away from a battle they couldn't win. They only need to engage in battles that they can win, and if they cannot fight head-on, they can cut off the enemy's supply routes or attack while marching, reducing the enemy's strength and gaining an advantage. But now they had no freedom. The issue of dwindling provisions had deprived them of choices. Now they were just archers on horseback. Their strength was only supported by strategic factors. Since they were on horses, they were a large target, so they couldn't fight head-on against archers and win. They also didn't have the ability to take over defensive bases on their own. Since the start, the central army that came to Wolfenite had a significant number of archers. In anticipation of this, the losses were greater on the enemy side, who numbered 20,000, rather than them. The victory was already decided. The enemy lost the moment they entered the royal capital. The truly terrifying one is Albarinia, The defensive battle against the three major powers ended as planned in a little over a month. A force of nearly 400,000 were defeated effortlessly. This shooting target competition that Elzad was holding was already planned 2 months ago. At the beginning of the war, he had thought that she had taken the situation too lightly, but everything turned out as planned, and Albarinia defeated the two countries in half a month. Honestly, Elzad couldn't imagine what kind of magic he used. 10,000 cavalry archers, a formidable opponent. Originally, it was not an opponent that could be dealt with a force that was only 20,000 at most, but Albarinia was able to suppress the enemy. With just one strategy, Albarinia lured them out into the open. It was an easy battle, but it wasn't Elzad's achievement. What they were doing was not annihilation, but a defensive battle. Even if Elzad was not the one defending this place, the situation would not have changed. There's no room to use my brain, and it's not an interesting battle, but I should be grateful that there were few deaths among the soldiers. We'll be able to return many of them to their families. Elzad Gokuls said this while closely observing the state of the enemies and his soldiers. Reduces the troops' losses and increases the enemy's losses. The tactics were simply that. Not using any schemes or trying to win by brute force. Simply wore down the opponent, exhausted them, and secured victory. This general's battle lacked brilliance but was backed by a stable calculation. The condition of his allies and enemy, and the enemy's movement. By keeping the battlefield undisturbed, he simply focused on his thoughts in a calm and collected manner. The horses' stamina won't last long. They'll pull out soon, but they'll probably come once again at night. The enemy will be targeting the right wing. Prepare some ambush with that in mind. The enemy commander kept glancing in that direction. The left wing, the mountainside, was being stretched thin, but the enemy would be wary of this blatant weakness and thought there was an ambush in the forest at the foot of the mountain, and wouldn't touch it. However, there were no ambush soldiers on that side. It was a bluff to make with the assumption that the opponent would become wary on their own. There was no reason to uselessly prepare soldiers there when the plain they were defending was more than vast enough already. The right wing side was somewhat hilly, making it quite difficult for horses to pass. Therefore, they reduced the number of troops on that side, or at least made it look like it. The enemy was light cavalry who were skilled at handling horses. They would probably cross there. So he had hidden an ambush there. The enemy was frightened of the rain of arrows. Right from the start they suffered heavy damage and their morale was low, but they were starving and had no time to recover. There was no doubt that they would try to break through from the right wing, even if they needed to suffer some damage. The key to winning in psychological warfare was to make your opponent predict. Make your opponent believe they've figured out your intentions. The enemy thought they had seen through the blatant setup on the left wing. Then, they discovered that there was a hole in the right wing. They were superior and the opponents were inferior. That kind of thinking was enticing, especially in dire situations. The ability a general needed was the ability to create an appearance of incompetence that the enemy just barely understands. Elzid didn't think highly of his own abilities. He was far from achieving a glorious victory with his own strength. Yet, there was a reason why he had achieved numerous victories. War was not only a battle between soldiers, but also a psychological battle between generals. And a loss in psychological warfare was a loss in battle. There was no need to force himself to succeed. The result would be the same if he just lured the enemy to fail. He admired the brilliance of Albarinia, who made the impossible possible, but he was not of that caliber. I'll take a nap in preparation for later. I'll leave the rest to you. Yes, sir, leave it to me. Elzid Gokul's virtue lay in his calm self-reflection on his abilities more sincerely than anyone else. As night approached, panic spread among the Holy Empire army. The commanders raised their voices to rearrange the battle lines, but that was the best they could do. They were exhausted, both psychologically and physically. For the past few days, they had buried the slaughtered corpse of their comrades and today watched as their allies were killed while climbing the city walls. Since that Albarinia showed up, they have had no joy of victory or sense of accomplishment. Morale may have improved somewhat thanks to the night attack that was to be carried out tonight. But it was never conducted, and they were pinched from the front and back. The soldiers, who had finally been released from their labor yesterday and were working in the encampment behind the camp, were dazed and prettified seeing an army of 20,000 appear from behind them. They understood. The reason why they were released so easily was simple. Albarinia released them in order to once again kill the missed one in the Northern Army. They couldn't imagine any other reason. Every one of them understands the mad killer known as Albarinia, the devil who smiled and looked down at them calmly as they were dissecting the corpses. The army behind them begins to prepare their battle lines, raising the kingdom flag and the thunder and eagle emblem. Chrisce Albarinia Christand. What was Albarinia's Christand's main army. Many people know the old thunder and falcon, the emblem of Bogan Christand, a hero of the kingdom who has defeated Elsren Holy Empire many times. They knew that that emblem was that of the strongest army in the kingdom. Even the army of Nozen Vereich, who was the commander of one of Christand's corps, was already that strong. If that's the case, just how strong was the Christand's main army? Once one understood the overwhelming strength of the leader, Albarinia, the 20,000 troops approaching from the rear seemed like a 100,000 strong army. They are unaware that except for Black Flag Special Force, there was little difference in the pure combat power between the Vereich army and the Albarinia army. However, the rumors they knew, the presence of Albarinia, and the psychology of the situation deprived them of the ability to make a sound judgment. Naturally, the Albaran side had to leave troops on the fortress walls, and they also had no choice but to allocate their forces to deal with the army attacking the south side. 15,000 on the front, 20,000 on the back. Even there it was reduced from 40,000 and was sandwiched between the front and back. The number of troops was almost the same as Lucasen's main army. If the 35,000 troops on the south side was included, it can be said that Elsren has an advantage in military strength. If they all maintained their morale and carried out their command perfectly, there is a possibility that they could have fought a proper battle. But, of course, Albarinia had no intention of fighting a proper battle. The first thing they saw was a giant soldier with blue eyes over 8 shaku tall, and a griffin cavalry soaring into the sky from behind. As the griffin cavalry passed through the Empire Army's battle lines, something was scattered and a blue flash of light appeared. Sounds are explosions and screams. It was aimed to create confusion in the middle of forming the formation, not too many in number, and the damage was at most a few hundred. But the soldiers had no way of knowing that. The blue light inside the north wall, they were stunned to see what it was up close and personal. Just by flying in the sky and scattering it from the sky. That alone gives the enemy the means to kill them. There was no way they could fight against such an opponent. Don't be afraid. The damage is small. Get in line, the commander shouted. But even the commander couldn't hide his trembling. Basler Lukazan told them that the enemy didn't have much of it left, but even if that were the case, morale would not be maintained if they continued to act like this. The presence of the Griffin cavalry that appeared in this situation was a threat comparable to a large army of 10,000. Following the giant soldiers, the Vereyich army also gradually appears. They were beginning to form a battle line. From atop the castle wall, Albarinia was seen with the sunset behind her, her purple eyes shining. She treats Asuiko, who no average human could even stand up to, like a pet. Sitting on it and looking down on the battlefield. Beside her, a Griffin cavalry descended carrying a soldier in black armor. Despite its petite stature, it looked gigantic. Graceful silver hair shone like gold in the light of the sunset. Despite her small stature, they felt she was gigantic. Or perhaps, a god. Albarin, the land where the child of God descended. This anecdote was deeply passed down even to the Elsren Holy Empire, which was one of its half in the past. A baby who didn't cry was born into a small tribe. Children of God who were once called children of oracles. They were given wisdom from birth, and they shared their power with others, guided them, and swallowed up the surrounding tribes, and thus, the founding King Bazarish was born. From the very beginning, the history of Albarin had been one with the baby who didn't cry. And after the loss of the last righteous child of God Elslain, it was believed that the child of God was lost in Albarin as well. But what they saw in front of them was exactly that. The semi-mythical tales of baby who didn't cry. The child of God of today, who was said to have won the Mana, true name, of the ancient dragon, was here to show her ability to live up to these anecdotes. She destroyed Trebuchet with a single throw of her spear, slaughtered soldiers like ants using weapons that were beyond their comprehension. An evil being reminiscent of the child of evil god Grabarain, who once swept the continent and plunged it into fear. That was indeed Albarin's cursed child. Those who know history lose their thoughts and just stare at her figure in disbelief. They shouldn't have challenged such an existence. Elslain had no children. Therefore, the righteous Son of God did not exist in Elsren. Grabarain, who conceived many. The evil bloodline was still deeply rooted in Albarin. Again, the Griffin cavalry rose to the sky. Albarinia riding Asuiko, the heavenly sword, pointing the licentious curve of the blade toward the sky. The 14 black giant soldiers shined with their blue monocular eyes. Explosive sounds and screams engulfed them once again. It was not a battle. Victory and defeat was already decided. Chapter 213. The Flower-Blooming Girl. Jareya Gashia, or Iron Machine Soldier. Covered in armor from head to toe, an unmanned weapon devoid of pain sensation. They mowed down several soldiers with a single swing, and just like a mower in a grass field. The soldiers referred to them as Grim Reapers. After the fall of Kleinmere, the magic empire that ruled the world for a long time, the production of mechanical dolls for battle in general was prohibited, but many Iron Machine soldiers were kept in a dormant state in the historic ruins. It was said that the stability of Kleinmere's rule was due to its advanced magical research, but in reality, its foundation dates back to its predecessor, the Kingdom of Albarin. It was not advanced magical research. Much of Kleinmere's magical research was from excavation, and they gained their power by investigating the past. Christje Christand, the first Albarinia who supported the reign of the demon king of Albarin, Crescenta. It was said that the roots of all modern magic and sorcery could be traced back to her. Jareya Gashia was just one of them. Her influence on the history of magic was significant, as could be seen from the fact that the name Albarinia was still used as the title of the highest-ranking mage. While Crescenta, who established systematic magical education and research facilities, Christje Christand was often praised for her military prowess. However, it was difficult to say if that was the truth. Her extraordinary military exploits were first and foremost due to her overwhelming ability as a mage. She appeared at a time when only primitive imaginary muscles and physical strengthening existed, and there was no doubt that she was a true calamity. The outcome of the Five Great Nations War was decided solely by her individual presence. Don't worry about formation. Spread out. The young centurion saw the giant soldiers tearing through the lines in front of him and decided to take action on his own. A black giant that did not stop even after being pierced with arrows and spears. Liberis immediately understood that the wall of battle lines was meaningless against this. He knew that Gulshan had a beast called an elephant. The giant in front of them was close to that. The strength and armor to cut through a formation with just a single one. He already understood that the opponent was clearly not human. Liberis was born a commoner. However, he had great talent and rose to the rank of centurion in 3 years. The nobleman who impregnated his mother and abandoned her without taking responsibility for it, he had a desire for revenge against his father, but for now he was grateful to have that blood. Even though he was faced with an unknown weapon, he did not become distraught, probably thanks to the sense of magical power surrounding him. One iron giant. This was probably to buy time until the enemy army, which had begun to set up in front of the Wolfenite fortress wall, could attack. The operation was similar to that of elephant soldiers. That was not their main mission. They were tools to disrupt and disintegrate the line. Those who are frightened fall back. That thing has incredible power. Don't engage forcefully. You will just die a dog's death. From 1 to 10, excluding new recruits, come to me, we'll take it down. The soldiers' confident voices echoed. Captain Codris, you'll be in charge of the new recruits for a while. We'll need their strength to prevent the enemy's real aim. Don't let them get hurt. Yes, sir. While everyone else was frightened by the Iron Giant, only Liberis remained calm. But everyone trembled at the brave centurion's words. The childlike young man who came to the battlefield as a soldier has now become the main pillar of the unit. The naive look has disappeared from his boyish face, and in its place was a fearless one. Everyone now looked at him with respect. It's probably that blue light. It's similar to the luminescence of a magic crystal. It seems spears and arrows can't penetrate it, but it's not without its weaknesses. There was no proof. But it was well worth a try. That Iron Giant didn't even block attacks aimed at it. Attack was the best defense, plain and simple. The soldiers, who were not even magic possessors, were not to be feared. However, when he blocked an attack, it was always an attack to the head. Calmness in times of turmoil was the quality of a general. Liberis certainly possessed it. Surveying the faces of the 10 squads he had gathered, Liberis spoke. It seems that the Iron Giant defends only against attacks to the head. So, it's safe to assume that the head is a vulnerable point. However, it's difficult for me alone to crush that area. Sorry, but... Understood. Squad 1 will act as decoys. The first squad leader spoke with a laugh, followed by the other squad leaders. Liberis stared at them in surprise before the first squad leader continued. Humph, we don't have a greenhorn like you to order us. I'll defend my right arm. Then I'll take the left arm. Upon hearing the first squad leader's words, the second squad leader laughed and said. Without waiting for Liberis's orders, the third and fourth squads took positions around the arms, and the fifth and sixth squads positioned themselves behind. Sorry. What are you apologizing for? We don't die for you. We die for the squad, right? He nodded and saluted, echoing the words of the previous centurion. We're betting our life here. If you mess up, I'll punch you to the heavens. Understood. If that happens, I'll provide everyone with alcohol and women. And he continued. Even if I survive, let's do it. Liberis raised his fist, and they all responded. Then the screams echoing from the front intensified. The giant soldiers were easily breaking through the deadly wall that the centurions had built. It was always a wall of flesh that prevented the enemy on the battlefield. A moving wall using lives that should have been precious. The battlefield was a mad place. While killing a single person in the streets would cause a huge uproar, on the battlefield, human deaths were just numbers. Even the commanders didn't think of death as death. If the wall collapses, they will insult you and call you incompetent. They denigrate the dead soldiers as incompetent and give them the next order in disgust. They always looked at the battlefield as an increase or decrease in numbers. He wondered if that would happen to him someday as he rose through the ranks. He shook his head as he pondered that. He promised himself not to forget this scene of his subordinates before him. Each one of them had a life. If they had met in a different place, if they had lived in the same neighborhood, they might have been friends. Maybe they become a fellow drinking buddy, an acquaintance they care about, or someone they hate and always fight with. That's what life was like. They were not numbers. Every human being in this place was a separate life with a personality that should be recognized. Some would die because of the order he gave. He tightened the grip on his spear, understanding its weight. Tearing through the battle lines, a black-clad giant appears. In the shadow of the Wolfenite, the Iron Giant soldiers looked unusually intimidating. Its black color seemed to float under the sky, which was mostly tinted with black indigo. "Scatter!" Liberis shouted, and the 10 squads moved simultaneously. They jumped out, spears in hand, and circled around to the right, left, and rear of the Iron Giant. Liberis waited for a beat and went straight at it. T.S. However, the Iron Giant's speed was faster than expected. It easily crushed the distance of 3.5 ken with one step, and swung the giant sword that was its right arm sideways. Liberis leaped instinctively, but the giant soldier immediately swung its left arm from above. He could see the future in which his skull was cut in half by a single sword in the air, along with his helmet. He was fully prepared to die. Not on my watch. It was the first squad leader who attempted to ram the giant soldier from the side. The giant soldier's posture slightly collapses and the arm trajectory deviates. The giant sword struck Liberis' left arm, and the sword shattered the earth. The first group leader even threw away his spear and clung to the giant soldier's right arm, literally sacrificing himself, but the giant soldier didn't care and slammed the first team leader's body into the ground with his arm. And then, a strange scream. The giant soldier stomps on the first squad leader's skull, shattering it. Red blood flowers bloomed on the ground. Follow the first squad leader. The second squad leader shouted. The second squad leader shouted. The giant soldier swung his arms, crushing the flesh of the soldiers, crushing their bones, and scattering their entrails. About 10 people were killed in an instant, but, "I've caught you. You guys." One grabbed its leg. One more took its right arm, which it had swung to kill the man, and another took the opposite arm. One hit it from behind, pushing the giant soldier down. Liberis endured the pain in his left arm, where his bones were shattered, and pulled out the sword from his waist. "Now, Commander, do it." He steps in to respond to the screaming voice. A monster that took the lives of brave men in an instant. In my mind, he recalled what they looked like when they were alive, and while enduring the pain of losing consciousness, he gripped his sword and charged in. He aimed for the head, smashing it with all his might and crushed its contents, helmet and all. In his swinging hand, he held nothing but hatred. Eat this. They were nameless heroes. Once this war was over, 2 honorary titles might have been given to the century to preserve its name. However, what flew in front of him was a small pot. It was blue and emitted strong light. What rang out was a merciless explosion. Above, on the griffin. Having thrown the hand-thrown Bonjara, she looked at the results and let her silver hair drag as she turned her gaze away. The Bonjara exploded in front of the Centurion's eyes. After blowing up several soldiers who were covering Jaragasha along with the Centurion, Jaragasha stood up, waving its hands in the air, and started laying waste to the enemy soldiers in the area with renewed vigor. The dozens of men. Christje Christand was not interested in their noble beliefs or the fight for their lives. With the ease of casually kicking away a pebble on the side of the road, their efforts and lives were brought to an end. Everything about them was extremely trivial to Christje Christand. She took lives as effortlessly as she breathed and felt no emotion about it. Everything she desired was contained within that small estate. Most things in the vast world around her were worthless, unimportant, like dust that fell in the corner of a room. She loved peace, and she was good. Her goodness was directed only to a very few. If the circumstances had been different, if she had met them on the street, for example, they might have greeted each other. If they had been doing business, she might have become their customer, smiled, and thanked each other. She had no connection with such imaginings that might have been possible. Necessary or unnecessary, useful or a hindrance, benefit or disadvantage. She always thought simply. That was the virtue of her purity, and that virtue made her a madman. At the signal, she scattered the Bonjara. The enemy's main camp was enveloped in blue light and destroyed. She lowered the griffin, pulled out her curved sword, and jumped out. She cut off the flesh from the necks of a few survivors and went to the enemy general. Screaming something foul-mouthed, the man cursed at Christie. She listened to it as if it was the sound of the wind and stepped in. She easily dodged the strong sword that was being swung at her, scraped the flesh on his neck, and kicked him away. She used her boot to crush the skull of the adjutant who was approaching her from the side. Without paying any attention to anything, she had her subordinate cut off the enemy general's head and impaled it on the main banner. Suppressing the words of victory from her subordinates, she soared into the sky once again on the griffin. The army, whose main camp was destroyed, immediately began to lose control. She looked at the enemy soldiers being killed in the midst of chaos and smiled. Kill the commander by throwing a hand-thrown bonjara as they continued to resist. Occasionally, she would get down and cut off the flesh of their neck personally, turning them into pieces of meat with the spear she shot. By the time the sun had set, the enemy soldiers began to flee, and naturally the cavalry was sent out to kill them with spears and swords from their backs. Once everything was settled, she headed south this time. The 30,000 enemy soldiers were also overwhelmed by the destruction of the main army. Before they could declare their surrender, she had Jaragasha jump in. It didn't matter whether it was disposed of or broken. At least now she wouldn't need it for a while. The moon screamed in the night sky. The earth was lasciviously dyed with flesh. It was the remnant of flesh that indicated the end of tens of thousands of lives. Only one person, a girl, was smiling. She watched the enemy's breath dwindle one by one, watched their life end, and she didn't feel a shred of guilt. It was a cheerful smile, as if she had completed a chore. An innocent smile appeared on her face, like a child who has finished helping her parents. Yuri, so you survived. Aleha. A few days later, in the Karel Mountains north of Wolfenite, a large-scale mountain hunt by the Albaran army was taking place. Vinyl Sachenko's eyes widened as he saw his brother's face and his black armor for the first time in a while. Why are you in the kingdom? Currently, I am working as a subordinate under Albarinia. Krishsama. Waltzer is also with me. Aleha looked at Vinyl with pity and indescribable eyes. Vinyl had a sloppy beard on his face, and it seemed that he had discarded his proud armor somewhere. From his waist hung a long sword. Its elegant decoration clashed with his figure, now only in a shirt and pants. How are your sister-in-law and Rachel doing? Please. I had no choice. I had no choice but to sacrifice you for the sake of the Sachenko family. Please, let me go. I don't want to make my wife and daughter sad. Vinyl knelt down to his knees and bowed his head. Aleha looked down at him, his expression unchanged. I asked Krishsama if it was impossible for me to read the records of Elsren. It seems that Yuri has bet a lot on this battle. The debt is quite large, right? Vinyl looked up at him. Aleha was expressionless. If I want to keep you alive, I'll take you prisoner. That's what I thought, but Sachenko won't be able to afford to pay the ransom. My sister-in-law and Rachel will also be lost on the street. I don't want them to sell flowers. Aleha pulled out his long sword and pointed its tip at Vinyl. If you die, you will die in battle. Both of them will receive solace money. If they sell some of the family personal belongings, neither of them will have to live in poverty. Please accept it calmly. If you care about them, you have no choice but to die here. Vinyl was stunned and looked at Aleha. Then he smiled sarcastically. Do you hold a grudge? Somewhat. Me too. I was jealous of you. Vinyl said with an indescribable expression and lowered his eyes. I can't beat you with a sword. There's no point in running away. But please make it so that I fought bravely and died. I don't want them to know that I was killed when I ran away because I was desperate for my life. I'll do my best. Aleha smiled bitterly and narrowed his eyes at him. I don't dislike that part of Yuri. Without real ability, it's nothing but a tragedy. This stupid appearance is the truth. I don't think so. As a husband and a father, at least I think you deserve respect now. Aleha stood beside Vinyl, whose face was bowed, and held his sword against the side of his neck. The memento sword will eventually reach the two of them in some form. Is there anything you want to say? It would be unnatural for a man who fought bravely and died to leave behind a word. Someday, in the kingdom of heaven. Ah, someday. Aleha swung his long sword down and stabbed it. A muffled scream. Soon, Vinyl's strength left him, and Aleha withdrew the sword. Then he looked at the corpse. A moment later, a man appeared from behind the grass. It was Waltzer. Did you finish it? Ah. The two of them said nothing after that, and dug a hole in soft soil, burying the body carefully. Then, holding the sword that had been left behind, the two of them start walking without speaking. It was said that it was a massacre. A few days after the battle at Wolfenite, Alberon's army moved north and south. They cooperated with the Ana Imperial Army and Garka Army to wipe out the enemy, and out of more than 100,000 soldiers, only 3,000 were able to escape safely to Elsren. This was the result of persistent hunting. The number of prisoners of war was less than 20,000. The War of the Five Great Powers ended, with the inferior Alberon side losing 10,000 deaths, while the invaders suffered nearly 200,000 deaths, an unprecedented crushing defeat in history. The following year, the plains on the Wolfenite side were filled with beautiful flowers, but no one could describe them as beautiful. Along with her smile on the battlefield, they were feared as Alberinia's flower garden. Chapter 214, Daily Life Change. I'll never forget this grudge. With fury, Ranu Khalud struck the ground. South of Wolfenite, their numbers, who had taken refuge in the mountains of the Kalbias, were now less than 1,000. Most of them were either killed, escaped and taken prisoner, or killed at the hands of Ranu Khalud. His eyes, which looked somewhat gentle, widened, bloodshot. No one dared to speak to him, and everyone was desperate not to incur his anger. Elsren was defeated. Ignoring the voices of pursuers demanding surrender, from the way the enemy forces were deployed across the plains it seemed to be true. Abandoning their replacement horses, they set their sights on the mountains. With their numbers reduced to this extent, surviving the hunger with the mountain's bounty was not impossible, and if Elsren was defeated, there was no need to rush. Still, the unfamiliar mountain was harsh. For skilled archers like them, hunting would have been easy, but in their situation of fleeing, any smoke would reveal their location. However, they cannot eat raw meat either. The only thing they could do was make thin pieces of dried meat made from sunlight on a rock. Naturally, it was impossible to sustain 1,000 hungry people with just that, so fruits and mountain vegetables became their main source of food. If they were humans who lived in Alberon or Eldorant and lived with the mountains, it would have been easy. The Kalbias mountains were very abundant. However, there were poisons mixed in with the mountain's harvest. They didn't have the knowledge, so they had no choice but to try. The weak fell prey, consuming unfamiliar fruits and mountain vegetables. Several died, but Ranu did not hesitate at all. Everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. Those who advised surrender had their tongues cut out, gagged, and skinned. Even if that wasn't the case, anyone who said anything that offended him was killed. However, Ranu, who was wary of betrayal, took control of them all at once. It wouldn't be strange if the people returned to the village soon. Tomorrow we'll go down to the plains, Ranu said and closed his eyes, leaning his back against a tree. He harbored hatred towards Alberinia, who had brought him to this humiliating situation. Even in this situation, Ranu sought to vent his anger. His small snoring could be heard, and the men present in that place suddenly looked at each other. Without saying anything, without anything said. One of them, carrying a bow on his shoulder, held it in his hand. There were no animals to eat here. Everyone stiffened, but no one raised a voice or tried to wake Ranu. The man holding the bow looked at each of them, trembling slightly. It seemed like a plea. Hearing the wordless voice, the men around him also lifted their bows from their shoulders. The men's hands and lips were trembling. The beast there was more terrifying to them than any other beast. Quietly pulling an arrow from the quiver. Even after aligning it, the trembling did not disappear. Before they knew it, dozens of men had arrows ready in this way. Then, whiz. What? It was not that he released the arrow. The trembling fingers had just released the arrow he was holding. It passed right by the beast without hitting it. And the beast jumped up. Without a voice, without a signal. With screams and, fearing punishment, they released the arrows they held simultaneously. Arg! For them, who had been familiar with bows since the age of 8, all of them were exceptionally good archers, but out of dozens of arrows, only a few were able to pierce it. However, seeing that it was still moving, they drew their bow in fear without aiming. The number of arrow released surpassed 100, 200, and was just about to reach 300. Enough, someone said. Before they knew it, the corpse of a beast that looked like a pincushion was right in front of them. Some knelt, covering their mouths, and what was vomited out was relief. Ranu's close aide, who rushed over after hearing the commotion, widened his eyes at the sight. The Grand Chief, Ranu Kalud, was killed in battle. From now on, I will now take over and take command. He uttered emotionless, speaking as a highly rational military man. No one objected, and the next day, they descended from the mountain, raising the blue flag to the Albarinia army. Great decision. Our war is now over, and we guarantee your rights as fellow soldiers. With that announcement, many of them shed tears over the warm meal given to them. At least, what they desired at that moment was the reassurance that they would not be killed. The triumphant return to the capital of Albarinia was accompanied by tremendous enthusiasm. The main road of the royal capital, the flower path created by the crowd. Soldiers formed 4 columns, marching in formation. Leading the procession was Christjay, seated elegantly on a suiko, wearing a black cloak and dress. Surrounding the girl, who pouted in annoyance at the cheers, were soldiers clad in black armor. Numerous flags depicting skulls and moons on a black background were raised as they marched. Compared to their 10,000 casualties, the enemy's casualties were 200,000. Albarinia participated in all the decisive battles against the 3 major powers and won overwhelmingly. The number of generals she killed was 5, 2 of them was a supreme commander. The number of equivalent of corps commanders she killed was too many to count on 2 hands. Even an amateur could understand the significance of these achievements. There were doubts about her performance in the Civil War, but this was the second time. Moreover, the recent ancient dragon incident. She was the kingdom's sword bestowed by the heavens, Albarinia. At this point, no one doubted her abilities. The 8 Shaku 2U Suiko's gallant figure and her graceful figure. The sunlight coming through the clouds, combined with the shower of petals that poured down on her, the viewers let out exhales of admiration. The black armor surrounding her, the Black Flag Special Forces Company, which was said to be made up of commoners, seemed out of place to this path of glory, but that was a good thing. Albarinia not only favored noble but also fought alongside commoners, standing side by side. The policy of Queen Crescenta, who devoted herself to the protection of the people, and the figure of the 2 princesses as they did so, were very well received by the people. Ability, not rank. Crescenta created a place of learning for the people and uses the treasures of the national treasury for their protection. And Christjay, who shed blood and sweat along with the commoners to protect the country. They were exactly the kind of leaders the people want, the noble, and that was the reason for this enthusiasm. Following behind them was a griffin with huge wings and a height of 5 shaku at the shoulders. It was a griffin cavalry from Kraysharana. They still appeared in furs, but the fact that they who had been enemies for many years had lent a hand and worked hard for the sake of the kingdom was spreading throughout the capital. Naturally, the same praise was given to them as to the Black Flag Special Forces Company. The voices of the women who were captivated by the well-trained physical beauty of Vinthral, the chief warrior who could be described as a beautiful young man, resonate strongly. The idea of savage barbarians did not exist at the present, and everyone was simply reveling in victory. Behind them was Eluga, followed by Galen, and the corps commanders including Kolkis. Along with the kingdom flag, the Thunder and Falcon, the flag of Christand, were raised. They lost a hero in the Civil War, but the name of the Thunderbolt was still alive in the kingdom. It was enough to show that. Everyone knew that Albarinia led them in the battle. All 3 battles were won by a landslide, and of course Albarinia was by no means alone. This victory was, after all, accompanied by the name of Christand. The lead group went straight to the gate in front of the royal territory. The triumphant return was greeted by the young and beautiful Queen Crescenta. She swayed her elegantly shining red hair and bowed deeply, aligning both hands. Royalty, the pinnacle of the kingdom, did not hesitate to bow. Seeing the queen like that, Chrisjay jumped off the suiko, and Albarinia patted the queen's little head. The queen looked a little embarrassed, and her troubled face was upset. A little later, the people around burst into relieved laughter, and the idyllic scene made them realize that peace had come to the people's hearts. Only 2 months had passed since the war began. The simultaneous invasion of the 3 major powers seemed hopeless. The overwhelming victory that followed was something that no one had expected. That joy resembled madness, and on that day, night didn't come the royal capital. The sounds of laughter filled the royal capital until dawn. The report on the outcome of the war is over, and the evening was spent feasting. On the balcony, in front of the girl, a table was filled with dishes. The light blue dress, which was decided upon after a dress debate that was held without a meal as usual, had a large cutout above the chest and in the back, making it bold yet elegant and neat. The girl with her long silver hair tied up and wearing a hair ornament, necklace, and bracelets looked like a heavenly princess, but her head was mostly occupied with her appetite. Placing her hands on her cheeks, she snuggled herself against the red-haired servant in a truly good mood, enjoying her sumptuous meal. She was not able to sit down for the buffet, and although she was a little dissatisfied with the food, being a little cold, the sumptuously prepared food was truly delicious. There was less meat and soup than usual, and the focus was on desserts such as cake. "Hey, is it delicious?" "Yes." "Krish-sama, if you don't mind, shall I bring you some more soup?" "Chrisjay, want to eat what Bery eat and say it's delicious together." "Sweet and sour." Crescenta analyzed saltiness while Chrisjay was away, but she did not perform any treatment on the tongue. That was the reason why Chrisjay focused on desserts. "My. Fufu, there's cream on Krish-sama." "Ah." Bery wipes the cream on the side of Krish's mouth with her fingertips and licked it, her eyes narrowing at the sweet taste. There was a part of her that wanted Chrisjay to eat it without worrying about her, but there was also a part of her that was happy with that kind of consideration. Bery was in an indescribable mood. The balcony was deserted as usual, but there were some familiar faces on the opposite end of the room. Eluga, Gal-Len, Kolkis, and several battalion commanders were drinking and laughing. Originally, it was a quiet place for Eluga and Gal-Len to drink, but ever since Kolkis came, it became a bit lively. Eluga, glancing to side, smiled wryly and lightly nodded. Bagil and other nobles came to greet Chrisjay once, but now she was a military officer second only to the Marshal. Sensing Krish's blatant air that was saying she wanted to eat, they leaves with a laugh. Perhaps due to a light rain in the evening, the air was clear tonight. The stars and moon in the night sky seemed to shine brighter, as if blessing this particular day. Ahihi. ? Chrisjay, going to take a month off, so Krish will be with Bery all day for a while. Yes. Fufu, this is the 3rd time. The same words for the 3rd time. Perhaps because there was a bit of alcohol in the sweet juice, Krish's arm was warm to the touch, and her cheeks turned red. Being weak to alcohol was Chrisjay's only notable weakness. Being carried away by the atmosphere, she sipped slowly, repeatedly saying the same things. The fact that it wasn't bad drunk habit was also a positive point. Chrisjay, with alcohol in her system, was generally in a good mood. Bery placed her hand on Krish's warm cheek and traced her soft lips with her thumb. "Could you please stop flirting with Chrisjay everywhere, Servant-san?" An exasperated voice sounded. It was Celine with a dignified voice and wearing a crimson dress that was in contrast to Chrisjay. Dresses with bright colors could make the wearer stand out depending on the situation, but Celine always looked good in dresses with such colors. Her hair is tied up just like Chrisjay, and she sighed. At her side were and Aleha. "I am not flirting." Clearly, that's how it looks. Chrisjay, Aleha seems to want to talk a little, though he didn't want to interrupt the atmosphere. Bery's cheeks flushed and Aleha laughed and shook his head. "Tea's not that much of a topic. I just wanted to thank you a little." "Thank you?" "Yes. Once again thank you for picking me up." Aleha did not salute, but bowed deeply. The simple black military uniform suited him well. It was a graceful bow befitting a noble. Aleha has worked hard, so it's fine." If Aleha continued to work hard and become Krish's corps commander as planned, that's enough. It had already been decided internally that Aleha would become the commander of the 4th Corps of Albarinia Army. He had achieved military merits on the battlefield and served as the adjutant of the Black Flag Special Force in the war with Elsren. He was also well liked by Colchis. Being a corps commander, not a general, and being under the command of the Central Army Albarinia did not pose a significant problem. It was also a significant step towards redemption. Betrayal was seen harshly in the world of noble, but that is betrayal on the battlefield. Considering how he was excommunicated and driven out of the country, and how he fought on the front lines against Elsren, his former compatriot, there was no big problem. Yes. From now on, I will work harder to be of assistance to Krishsama. Aleha, that's the princess's seat, you're this way. From the other side, Kolkis beckons with a large gesture, holding a wine bottle in one hand. Aleha responds with a wry smile and saluted Krisjay and leave. Meow meow is noisy, geez. Well, that's fine, isn't it? Titi's nice that to get along. In response to Kolkis's loud voice, Krisjay pouted her cheeks and Celine poked it. A goofy sound echoed, and Celine happily hugged Krish's body from behind. It's finally over. I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Krisjay, is there anything you want? What Krisjay want? Yes, I was thinking of getting you a present as a reward. Krisjay was in Celine's arms, pressing her lips with her index finger and thinking. Then she looked at Bery. She looked intently from her toes to the top of her head, then smiled. Then, Krisjay want an apron dress like Bery. You. Looking at Krish, who had no desires, Serene said with a somewhat exasperated tone. And Celine poked Bery, who was blushing from her imagination on the forehead. What are you imagining? Ah. You must be thinking that Krisjay will say something like wanting Bery as a present, right? Fool, pervert. And no. And silently watches the exchange with great interest. That Krisjay is Bery's. Muff. I feel like I've heard those words dozens of times already, so you don't have to say them. Celine covered Ticha little girl's mouth with her hand. You looks like having fun, hum. Then a princess appeared, wearing an elegant white dress. It was Crescenta along with Elvina. I'm displeased, was clearly written on her face. The chat with the nobles was left to as Crescenta's business, so her cheeks puffed out slightly, and her purple eyes glared at the three of them. Celine-sama, if you are finished, you should come and take me out first. I don't like it, I was tired of it too. Crescenta was mainly a bureaucrat, and Celine, a military officer. They were the first and second in the country. As expected, there were always many who sought conversation with them. Even if they just limited it to a brief conversation, having it with all of them would involve over 100 people in this setting. Just greeting everyone was tiring enough. Celine was tired of greetings that were getting longer and longer each year. There were a lot of them during the time of Kristan's daughter, but now there were even more of them. Celine thought that Crescenta would continue for a while, so she used her up as a decoy, but Crescenta must have lost patience when she saw the three of them standing together. It seemed like she had come a little too forcefully. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. If only I could do better. You don't have to worry about it. You're doing pretty good considering you're not used to it. Elvina said apologetically, and Crescenta shook her head. It was a bit rude for the host to directly cut off the conversation. Usually, the other party would try to prolong the conversation, and was not easy to cut off. In such situations, the role of a servant was to subtly get the master's attention and end the conversation. Just a single call during the conversation, and their master would gain a reason to end the conversation. The master who was called would end the conversation by directing the conversation to the reason for the call, such as I was hoping to talk with you a little longer but, and the other party understood the pretext of such a call. They could use standard phrases such as I'm sorry to have taken up your time. For them, it was enough just to have their face and name remembered. No one would consider such an approach rude. Elvina's call was one tempo slower than Crescenta's ideal, but compared to Anne's, who was on average 7 tempo slower, it was good, not bad. She simply didn't like the fact that she was the only one working while all three of them were relaxing on the balcony. When it comes to paperwork and government affairs, she was several times faster than most people, but greetings like this were time-consuming, fruitless, and produce no results, so it lacked any sense of fun. To begin with, it was an unnecessary task for Crescenta, who had memorized the backgrounds of all the people who entered and exited the royal palace, a waste. The three of them happily leave Crescenta alone as she was forced to do such useless things. It was certainly not something to be tolerated, and Crescenta's cheeks puffed up in displeasure. "Here, Crescenta." But suddenly, a cake was offered to her mouth. Crescenta stiffened, her eyes darting around her, fork in her mouth. She is the queen, a member of the royal family. She did not run away. She was a noble being, possessing the capacity to face everything head-on. She chewed and swallowed it. Once again, a cake was offered to her from her sister's fork. "Say ah. It's delicious." Crescenta was extremely displeased. However, that anger was quelled by just 2 cakes. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 215, Late Blooming Flower. After about 2 months, things were starting to settle down in various places. The remnants had been hunted down, and the residents of villages and small towns were gradually returning to their original homes. However, it would still take about half a year for the country to completely regain its former sense of calm. Crescenta sent messengers to each country. A messenger of gratitude to the Honor Imperial State, a negotiation envoy to the 3 countries and envoys encouraging war to the surrounding small nations. Against the weakened 3 countries, Alboran could indeed launch an attack. It was relatively easy to carve out a part of their territory, or even dismantle the entire nation. However, of course they would face fierce resistance. Even if Alboran ultimately emerged victorious, what would follow was chaos. Prolonged warfare would drain the emotions and finances of the people. However, if Crescenta simply asked for compensation or land from above the table through diplomacy, they wouldn't listen. They were the ones who attacked Alboran under the banner of justice. On top of initiating the war, losing, and then pleading for forgiveness with convenient and pitiful words was something they couldn't do. They could not abandon the pride that made a country a country. Therefore, outward diplomacy was about having a talk and cooperation. There were misunderstandings and miscommunications on both sides, and the war was a tragedy because of that. It was those words that Alboran presented. Misunderstandings and miscommunications were convenient words. The 2 friends wanted to get along, but a small misunderstanding led to a fight that turned into something serious. Why don't we talk about it once things have calmed down and made up? If they speak like this, they can make the other party face up and invite them to put down their swords and negotiate. Of course, as a result of the discussion, there was a possibility that they would reject the matter and said that it was not a misunderstanding or miscommunications, but the situation was the same on both sides. They did not want to prolong the war any longer. In essence, it was just a performance, one the 3 countries would not refuse. On top of that, it is reasonable and natural to demand compensation for the damage suffered as a result of the invasion, guarantees for the families of the victims, and war expenses. In this case, what the victor needed was not a strong hand but the ability to play the victim. At the same time, Alboran sent out messengers to surrounding countries to announce the end of the war, and talk about the losses of the 3 countries with great relish, and the rest was history. No country could maintain its national structure while being attacked by the surrounding countries and being pressured by Alboran. Inevitably, they would have to hasten the conclusion of an armistice treaty and take measures to make a deal with Alboran. Without being able to take time and size Alboran up, they would be cornered at negotiating. All Alboran had to do was implicitly threaten military power while trying to rebuild the country. The tip of the shaft was gold. While moving the elegantly crafted one-of-a-kind fountain pen smoothly, the queen opened her mouth and swallowed the cookie given to her by her sister. The beautiful and lovely Queen Crescenta, with golden hair sparkling with red, was sitting on her sister's lap, moving only her hand, nuzzling her head against her sister's cheek. The parchment had some really formal and beautiful words written on it, but she hardly paid any attention to it. Here, say, Mugu. Ahihi. It was what one might call automatic writing. Unparalleled perceptual ability, and precision of movement. Crescenta, a child of God. Contrary to her childish appearance, she had enough capability to be called a superhuman. With her abilities, it would be no problem for her to write a letter blindfolded. She had to write the letters. But she wanted to be pampered by her sister. If she were an ordinary person, she would be stuck in a situation where she would have no choice but to choose only one. But with her talent, she was able to write letters while being pampered, an unusual task for a normal person. As soon as she had finished writing, and replaced it with the next piece of parchment, and Elvina looked at it as if she were watching something amazing before rolling up the parchment from the dry ink and stamping a golden royal seal on the wax. The sun and crescent moon illuminating the graceful sword and sheath that were facing down. It was the royal seal. Contrary to the kingdom's seal of thrusting it to the heavens, it was symbolizing to rule the earth. Only the king of Alberon was allowed to use it, but Crescenta had entrusted it to a servant who was not even a noble. At first, Elvina refused as it was too disrespectful, but now it was just a routine. Crisce did not disturb Crescenta's work and continued to indulge her, not breaking the pose of helping her with her work. Because, just a little to the side of them. She already wore a light blue dress the other day. Just as you requested. That was a fair conclusion, the result of the battle. Wasn't it Oju-sama who got lost in rock, paper, scissors? A good fight where both parties were equal. That's not true. You coward. Ahead of the victory ceremony the day after tomorrow, Bery, whose hair had grown a little longer, was wearing a dignified dress with black lines on a white background. And Celine in a bright dress that combines black and red. There, a fierce battle was once again taking place. That was why Crisce was so indulging to Crescenta. She didn't want to get involved. As someone who was forced to endure until the last minute the last time this happened, it was a very convenient excuse that Crescenta was busy with work. The pretext of helping Crescenta with her work was a perfect reason to weather the storm while eating cookies. She was a slightly more adult Crisce Christand. What I wanted was a 50-50 match. If I said, let's decide with a sword, it would be unfair, right? But it was Oju-sama who said that rock, paper, scissors were fine. What you're doing is a scam. Last time, time was running out and Celine had no choice but to go along with the idea of making a fair decision with a stone fist, but it turned out to be a trap set by the witch Bery. By using her unique ability to discern Celine's rock, paper, scissors using her unique dynamic vision, Bery achieved a record of 10 wins and 2 losses. Celine, who had suffered 4 consecutive defeats, realized that she was in trouble and proposed blindfolded stone fisting with a referee, but Bery was someone who had known the girl named Celine since she was born. The psychological battle that begins from there. I'm going to play rock next. Then if I play paper, I guess it's my win. Once such exchanges started, there was no way she could lose to Bery. Why didn't Oju-sama straightforwardly play on paper? I already said rock, to think Oju-sama would choose scissors. Goo. Next is scissors. Setting a trap for the deeply analytical Serene. The next will surely be different from what she said. Bery would surely play paper. Serene hesitated on whether to play scissors, but her opponent was Bery. Reading it deeply should be the correct answer. As she imagined this, she was stunned as her paper was easily cut off by scissors. Then next, ready. However, Bery did not lie, and Celine read too much into it, resulting in her self-destruction. Celine managed to win 2 games, but even if it was a 50-50 game, she could not recover from 4 consecutive defeats. She was devastated by his out-of-the-ordinary defeat of 2 wins and 10 losses at rock, paper, scissors. It was as if he was reading her mind. No, Bery was literally reading Celine's mind. Although Celine had a strong competitive spirit, she was a girl who naturally liked to compete fairly and head-on. She read deeply into her opponent's words. Having read too much on it, she wouldn't settle for a draw. If you read deeply, you're going to win. That's the kind of personality she had. Therefore, Bery would declare and play her hand as she had declared. Then Celine would self-destruct on her own, and that was what happened. Why did you go out of your way to make a draw? Bery firmly understood that Celine would prefer the outcome of losing as a result of reading too much into the situation, rather than being made fun of like that. Utilizing the suspiciousness Celine had, She would use whatever means wasn't explicitly prohibited, and then, on top of that, forcibly seize victory. Bery Argan was basically a hopeless woman. Oh, has Krishsama's apron dress arrived? The bell rang, and Bery placed the dress she was holding on the sofa. And, in a panic, said, "I'll go," and left the room. Chrische went to looking interested, and Celine also smiled. "Well, fine. I'll let this one go." Question mark. The hair is also longer now, Fufu. I think it looks good. Bery's red hair, which had started to grow since the last battle, was almost hanging over her back. Bery had the appearance of a lovely and pretty girl, and just by letting her hair grow a little longer, her beauty had increased. Celine put the dress down and brought her face closer to hers, lifted Bery's hair up looking at her, and Bery flushed in confusion. Bery tilted her head in response to the sudden words, and Celine smiled. At that moment Bery had a bad feeling. The dress was based on black and indigo, narrowing at the waist and cinched at the cut back with leather straps. A thin shawl of black indigo hung shyly from the shoulders, covering up the boldness of the dress. The skirt, with its slightly slender lines that clung to the fleshy curves of the body from the waist to the legs, was sexy and accentuated the feminine beauty of the wearer's childlike appearance. Apart from the long white ribbon attached to her rear waist, there were only a few lace details, making it a relatively simple dress overall. I think this is too bold after all. It's fine for you, who looks like a child. If you wear something with less exposure and a fluttering flare skirt, you'll just look like a little girl. Though your breasts are big, Celine added, and glared at Bery's cleavage. Bery shyly hid her bosom with her hand that grabbed her shawl. A pair of black and indigo opera gloves that reached up to her upper arms. When viewed from the front, only her shoulders and chest are exposed. Not that much was exposed, but it looked bold, probably because of her glamorous body. From her slender waist to her shoulder line and her ample breasts, her short height was somewhat disguised by the heels of her long boots, and her beauty as a woman is accentuated by a line of black and indigo. Sigh, so beautiful. I'm so happy to think that I've finally tailored a dress for Argan-sama. It really suits you, Argan-sama. Thank you. The person who was visiting was a tailor who had been in their service since Gargane. He had grey hair and a monocle. His gentlemanly appearance made him look like a butler. Unlike Crescenta, who uses a tailor connected to the royal family, the Christend family had decided to continue using this tailor even after coming to the royal capital. Tailors connected to the royal family were naturally skilled, but they were also expensive. In contrast, Gargan's tailor was reasonably priced, skilled, and had been cherished due to their long-standing relationship. Their style also matched with Celine's taste, who disliked showy things and preferred simple design, and she especially liked it. Ahehe, it looks good on you, Bery-sama. Chrische ran from the room next door wearing the apron dress that arrived with her. She called out to Bery like a servant would, as she clung to her arm and swung her skirt. Originally she was like a fairy. When Chrische wore an outfit, it was as if it was made for her, and there was no outfit that didn't suit her. Bery stroked Krish's silver hair, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and a troubled look on her face. Krish-sama too, it suits you. Fufu, I should have prepared something like this sooner. That sure is a meaningful statement. Oh, Ju-sama. Bery blushes and lets her gaze wander between Celine and the tailor. The tailor tilted his head as he bowed. If there are no problems with the size, I will excuse myself now. If you have another order, please come back to me. Yes, thank you. Your dress is always beautiful. I'll order again when things calm down. Thank you. Have you got accommodation? If not, I'll prepare it for you. No, I will be going back later today. I've got a lot of orders to fill because of the war victory, and truthfully I actually came to the royal capital today because I insisted on seeing Argan-sama in her dress. Victory was a time of profit for merchants. People were positive and they were in a celebratory mood, and many orders were coming in from all over the country to rebuild the country, and tailors were also greatly affected by this wave. This was because banquets were held here and there for merchants and nobles to conduct business. Many people prepare new dresses for this occasion. It was true that he's busy. Fufu, I see. I've moved away from Gargane for a while, but I'm praying for your business to prosper. Yes, "Thank you for your kind words. Elvina, please see him off," Celine said, whispering something in her ear and handing her the gold coin. This purchase was at Celine's personal expense. Celine hates wasting money, but she was not afraid to spend money. When the tailor left, Bery sighed quietly and looked at herself in her full-length mirror. She didn't have very good memories of wearing a dress when she was young. "You doesn't seem happy." After helping Chrische get dressed, she didn't open her mouth. Crescenta, who had been staring at Bery, grabbed Krish's other arm and looked into her full-length mirror. Anybody can look good with the right clothes. Even a lowly servant with no character can be seen in this style, right? "That's right, it's so beautiful," and followed up, impressed, and Bery smiled bitterly. "No. Certainly it's a very nice dress. It's beautiful." Celine looked at her and sat down in a chair, and said, "It's a good time to settle down after getting things done for now. I thought it would be a good time to ask for Bery's dress. I'm not going to force you to go to the victory party in that outfit either. I think wearing a dress is actually fun. Dressing well and being dressed up as a flower on a bright stage. I've loved dresses ever since I was little, and I still do." She drank her tea and gazed at the tea's surface. Celine flashed her charming smile and told Bery that maybe she's a bit selfish. "I also enjoy seeing other people looking beautiful. If you find it a bit difficult, why not give it a try at least once? It might tire you out because it's you we're talking about, but attending the celebration could be enjoyable in its own way." "Oju-sama." Bery looked at the full-length mirror again, confused. Looking at her figure in her dress, she silently closed her eyes and nodded. "Yes." Chrische watched the interaction between the two and remembered. She had heard that Bery didn't like wearing dresses. She was deep in thought, while half understanding their conversation, and looked at Crescenta, who seemed to have figured something out, and she thought about what role she was expected to play. Then, Chrische will be Bery's attendant. Ha! Chrische, quite a child, who has grown up a little, picks up her skirt and shows off her apron dress. She was all smiles, oblivious to Serene, who frowned with a straight face, wondering what she was talking about. "Ahahe, the apron dress just arrived, and contrary to usual, Chrische will be the servant and Bery the princess. Chrische will follow up so that Bery can enjoy the party." She wanted Bery to have fun wearing the dress. Chrische really liked the black and white apron dress. With this, the debate about her dress would be settled. Truly 3 birds with 1 arrow. What came to Krish's mind was that perfect idea, and it was the best possible answer. "Ah, that Krish-sama is the guest of honor, so." She was a beautiful princess who led Albaran to victory, a tremendous achievement. The fact that she attended the event wearing an apron dress and spent time as her attendant was a very strange situation. Bery tries to remonstrate her, but, does Bery not like it? An elevation angle of 45 degrees, with a sad look in her eyes. A blow that seemed to gouge her vitals area. No one could stop this Chrische. "I don't hate it. I'm really, really happy." "Bery, stop saying it like that. If no, say no." "You mean no?" The sad purple eyes were now a deadly weapon. Crescenta looked at the two with an exasperated expression, and then stared at Bery. "Well, you two already have designated conversational partners most of the time. Isn't it fine? Even if Wani-sama wore an apron dress, it's still a victory ceremony. They generally know Wani-sama personality," Crescenta said as if she didn't care. Chapter 216, Your Name Is. Chrische also wanted to wear an apron dress even at the commendation ceremony, but as expected, she faced opposition from Celine and Crescenta, so she reluctantly gave up. It seems she really liked the apron dress. Although Chrische grew dissatisfied, when Celine agreed to let her wear it to the banquet, she seemed to be satisfied. Naturally, the argument over the choice of dress resumed. That Chrische breakfast would be skipped that morning was inevitable. In the end, they came to the agreement that Anne, blindfolded, would choose the dress, and the dress chosen was black and red, a rare victory for Celine, but there was no joy in her heart as the winner. The victory made her realize that choosing a dress was just a pretext. At some point, Celine had started to think that she wanted to defeat the woman named Bery head-on. Her sophism, that useless ability that she usually has. Confronting the genius Bery, making it a 50-50 match relying on the chaos, and a strategy that entrusted everything to fate. Wasn't this a way of avoiding a direct confrontation with Bery? Didn't she just run away from the fight? Wasn't this victory a result of her fearing a head-on battle? Strict with herself and was extremely competitive, Celine Christian was truly a difficult woman. The victory ceremony was a joyous affair. The only one with a gloomy face was Chrisje, who was hungry. Crescenta, who also got involved in the battle, felt the same way, but unlike Chrisje, Crescenta was the best in the world at putting on a mask. She didn't show her bad mood because of hunger. In addition to some minor promotions and rewards, the Central General, Elzat Gokuls, was installed as General of the North. Generally, the role of the Northern General did not involve directly confronting the enemy. However, in case of an attack from the west and east, sending quick support to both sides to create opportunities to win was the historical duty of the North. It was a crucial position that required flexible and advanced strategic thinking. It was a reasonable conclusion that he should be placed in the central position, as he had the most experience and the ability to think strategically. He did not chase too far in pursuit of military results, and was also able to deal with cavalry archers very well. Other candidates were Tekria Lemon and Kolkis Arjand, but Tekria was avoided due to her lack of experience and because she was unmarried and had no legitimate heir. If she died on the battlefield, the Ramin family itself might face a crisis. Such consideration was also important. As for Kolkis, his tactical ability is very good, but his strategic intelligence was somewhat lacking. He was also a person who has vowed to dedicate his life to Christ and for personal reasons. He had told Celine that he would like to stay as Albarinia Army's direct corps commander if possible. Although he did not say it, Celine understood that he cared about cliché in his own way and agreed. Therefore, the conclusion was that Elzat Gokuls became the General of the North. There was some consternation among those who did not know that Aleha, a former general of the Holy Empire of Elsren, had risen to the position of corps commander in the army under Albarinia's direct control, but he had been second in command of the Black Flag Special Force in the recent war, taking the heads of 3 corps commander. He had also proved himself by killing his own elder brother, and because of his position under Albarinia's direct control, it ended without any major problems. Thus, the victory celebration proceeded without major issues. The problem was the banquet. After being invaded by 3 major powers, the loss ratio was 120. She single-handedly dealt fatal blows to the elites of the 3 countries, taking 5 general heads. A hero who saved the country with unprecedented success, Chrisje Albarinia Christand. Ahahi, it's been a while, General Verage, bald glasses too. Why yes. The girl with the beauty of a fairy has her long silver hair tied up in a bun and her slender body wrapped in a black and white apron dress, as if she were a little servant. She spent her time hugging the arm of the redhead next to her, a baby-faced beauty in a black and indigo dress. Why was she dressed as a servant? Who was the person next to her? For those who didn't know her, it was a mysterious scene. Those who had attended the banquet several times were aware that the person next to her was the red-haired servant who always spent time with Chrisje, but they did not understand the situation. Just like in the civil war before her, some people called out to greet her after her greatest military exploits, but why was she wearing an apron dress? They couldn't even ask such questions. She was wearing an apron dress all too naturally. Why is Krishsama wearing an apron dress? Therefore, Nozan was the first to ask that question. The handsome young man in military uniform had a look of confusion on his face, and so did his wife, subordinates, and their wives. Fufun, Chrisje is serving as Bery attendant today. K. Krishsama. Bery cheeks turned red as if she was troubled, and she bowed her head apologetically. She appeared like a girl, looking much younger than her age would suggest. If it weren't for the deep cleavage peeking out of her black indigo dress, the mannerisms and voice of a mature lady, she would look just like someone of Krish's age. The way she seemed embarrassed by the unfamiliar dress made her expression even more abundant than usual, and just by looking at her, it seemed as if this was her first party, which she had attended due to her parents' circumstances. Her hair, which is usually tied around her shoulders, was stretched out and tied up, and she wore light makeup on her well-groomed beauty. She looked like a young lady who was unaccustomed to banquets, and no matter where you looked, she was a beautiful girl that aroused one desire to protect her. Nozen, who had known her since her arrival in Christland, felt a distortion of time and space as he pictured in his mind the image of Bery dressing as a servant in his memory from nearly 20 years ago. Magic possessors were less likely to age past their physical prime. Northern was not an exception, and he understood that. However, her figure, which had stopped aging so early, had an indescribable bewitching charm. She should be around 30 now, and yet she looked even younger than Celine. Usually, her appearance as a servant kept her image as an adult, but that was not the case in her current appearance. At first glance, their impression was that of a young lady and a servant. I see. However, you really look good in a dress. In fact, both Bogan-sama and Lazura-sama had been wanting to see Bery-sama in a dress. The two of them must be really happy right now. Thank you, but please stop with the sama, Margrave Vereich. I'm a servant. Nozen had always called Bery that way. Lazura's little sister, his master's sister-in-law. Nozen was nothing but polite when it comes to Bogan, and the same goes for Bogan's people. As for Bery, it was quite unsettling to her. She had somewhat gotten used to being called that by Anne and Elvina, but being called that by Nozen, who was clearly of a higher rank, didn't feel right. Does Bery know anyone other than General Vereich and Woof Woof too? Woof Woof is. She knew about Bald Eagle, Skeleton, and Yen Yen, but Chris J doesn't talk about the battlefield after returning to the mansion. If she did, it was usually with Celine. She also knew that there was a person called Woof Woof, but he had no idea who it was. It's me, Bery-sama. Hearing those words, Bery looked up at the huge man who had stepped forward as if he had given up, and was confused. She had met him several times, but she couldn't connect the name Woof Woof to him. Count Varkas. Well, I got that nickname from Krish-sama during the Civil War. A man with a fierce look and a scar on his cheek. Woof Woof, the cry of dogs, the complete opposite of its cute sound. He was a muscular warrior. The man scratched his cheek and looked down at Bery and nodded. Indeed, as the general said. Bery-sama looks great in a dress. I would certainly really like Bery-sama to visit my place. No, Woof Woof, Bery will always be with, As if coming up with an idea, Chris J clapped her hands, grabbed Bery's arm, and said, Bery-sama. Nozen and Grunmeld tilted their heads, and only Bery chuckled as if she understood it. It was her mimicking a servant, a call to end the greeting. Usually, Bery did this to Chris J, but now Chris J was playing the role of a servant. Of course, there was nothing natural in how she did it. It's time to head over there, Chris J said in a whisper as she bowed to Grunmeld. The others finally seemed to understand, and laughter echoed. Geez, Krish-sama. It's only as a costume. Krish-sama is the main character. Everyone took the time to come and talk with Krish-sama. Chris J can't become Bery's attendant. Fufu, I appreciate it, but I'm fine with the thoughts alone. That consideration alone is enough to enjoy. She happily brought her face closer and stroked Chris J's cheek. As usual, the distance between the two was quite close. Even the wives, who are well versed in gossip, also knew the gossip about Albarinia and her servants. It was a fairly widespread rumor that Albarinia had no interest in gentlemen. Seeing this scene makes sense, and they looked at each other. The overall impression was that she was a child whose ability didn't match her appearance, but the intimate relationship between the fairy-like princess and her servant. The somewhat aesthetic atmosphere was as if it was a painting, and they were convinced that it was inevitable that such rumors would spread. However, nowadays, the rumors were not entirely untrue. Then that's fine. This one is bald glasses. Bald glasses. Bery's expression stiffened slightly as she looked over at him. The bald and bespectacled man, who seemed difficult to approach, also stiffened and bowed his head. His wife next to him burst into laughter, her head down and her shoulders shaking. I'm Sardan Linnea Garkalan. The other day, Krish-sama gave me that nickname. I see, that. Bery asked with her eyes, should I do something about it? Sardan shook his head as if giving up. Thank you for your concern, his eyes said. She had heard Celine complaining about how she wanted to do something about that child's nickname, but it was truly scary. It was just a mere verbal abuse. It was good to see that Eluga was happy with Skeleton, but it was hard to say anything considering that the number of victims would probably increase in the future. The greetings continued. Bery wondered why she, a servant, was receiving the greetings, but the atmosphere in the room had created such an atmosphere. The adorable creatures called Chrisjay could not read the atmosphere, but she was good at creating such mysterious atmospheres. Meanwhile, Eluga and Kolkis also came, and Bery, along with Chrisjay, suddenly found themselves in the center of the circle. This was probably because the purpose was to entertain Bery. Normally, the two of them would have already gone out to the balcony to eat, but for some reason, Chrisjay was acting more enthusiastic and was standing in a position more appropriate to her position than usual. Albarinia was second only to the Marshal, and it was only natural that she was in this circle as the Queen's little sister. Except for the fact that she is dressed like a servant, wearing an apron dress. When we gather together like this, General Verayich seems to be the only one left out. Ah, Chrisjay forgot, said Chrisjay, looking up at the ceiling and tracing her lips with her index finger. The atmosphere of the place suddenly becomes stiff. Oh, that's true. I also thought it was pitiful that Verayich was the only one who didn't have a nickname. That's right. Kolkis seemed to be really enjoying himself. Laughing as if to say, give me a terrible nickname, Nozen looked at Kolkis exasperated. You look like you're having fun, meow meowkuan. Bastard. I don't care what you call me. It's an honor to be given a nickname by Krish-sama. Smiling with his beautiful beauty, Nozen had a relaxed attitude. Kolkis glared at him, looking frustrated, but Nozen showed no concern. He looked calm and collected. He pretended that there was no point in worrying about what Chrisjay did. However, Grunmeld knew that this man was very curious about his nickname. He looked down, his shoulder shaking. As expected, Nozen couldn't ignore that, and glared sideways at him. Bery, who felt the strange atmosphere, looked at Chrisjay with a troubled expression. It's an honor to be given a nickname by Krish-sama. The sound satisfied Krish's heart, quite a little girl, and she looked at Nozen full of emotion. Starting with Bald Eagle, at first Chrisjay wasn't so confident in her nicknames. But everyone was unanimous in their praise of her nickname, calling it an honor. The joy of being recognized for one's efforts was the same for Chrisjay. She was especially pleased to receive praise in areas where she lacked confidence and where she had been weak, and the accumulation of such praise gave her great confidence. The only person that had ever been negative about it was Celine. Celine was probably the one who had no sense. Although she respects and loves Celine, she did not directly ridicule or deny it, but Chrisjay was convinced that Celine was the one who was stupid regarding this. Be quiet for a moment. Chrisjay said one word, and the people around them looked at each other and fell silent. The girl in the apron clasped the fingers of her hands together, looked at Nozen in a prayerful gesture, then closed her eyes and looked down. The voices suddenly stopped, and those who were not connected to this mysterious circle also hushed their voices in the silence, looking at Chrisjay and Bery from a distance, who were probably in the center of the circle. The orchestra that was playing the music looked at each other and stopped playing at the command of the conductor who sensed the atmosphere. From the platform, they could see the Queen's little sister closing her eyes as if praying in the center of the circle. They thought this must be something important. At the very least, music didn't suit the atmosphere of this place. Silence enveloped the large hall where the evening light filtered in. Celine and Crescenta, who were chatting happily, looked around at the situation, wondering what was going on when the sound suddenly stopped, and frowned when they saw Chrisjay in the center of the room. Chrisjay was trying to do something weird again. Crescenta was exasperated, and Celine excused herself and quietly headed over there. It was a fantastical sight. The girl in the apron dress, like a saint praying to God, quietly closed her eyes in front of Nozen. It was as if she was about to give a solemn revelation. It's decided. Everyone gasped in nervousness. The voice that echoed through the hall was sweet in the silence, a beautiful voice like a bell. The people who did not know what they were talking about in this circle looked at each other and swallowed hard, wondering what it was that she had decided. Chirp chirp. Chirp. That's right, from now on, it'll be chirp chirp instead of General Verayich. A clear, bright voice. Chrisjay smiled broadly and let her voice echo through the hall. Ahahe, it's amazing, right? It's a good nickin' and why? What are you doing so stupidly, you idiot? Her stepsister, Celine, pinched her loose cheek. Chapter 217, The Banquet's Flower. I thought there was going to be some sort of happening. Kalua laughed amusedly and put a piece of steak in her mouth. Wearing a crimson dress that she rented, she gracefully carries herself, her hair gathered and her face enhanced with makeup, making her look like some noble lady. The suddenly silent hall and the apron dress at the center. She thought Chris J was going to start something, but it turned out it was just a naming ceremony. Kalua found it amusing. It was this Kalua that started it all. Mia, dressed in a white dress that covered her thin chest with red roses, rubbed her temples and glared at Kalua. Whose fault do you think it is? Mia. Wrong. Dagra and his adjutant Mia were called from the Black Flag Special Force. Aleha was promoted to Corps Commander, and Kalua was recognized for her military exploits in hunting the Suiko. Generally, the people invited to the victory banquet were not many. Either they were ranked Corps Commanders or above, or those who had achieved noteworthy achievement. Mia was in the state of being timid in a lavish banquet that even battalion commanders rarely invited to, but Kalua was acting as usual. Well, let's don't mind the little things. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing, so you have to enjoy it. Well, it's too late to say this now, Dagra said, exasperated by Kalua's words. Acting as a watchdog to the good-looking Kalua and Mia, Dagra also quietly sipped wine while being mindful of the black and silver embroidered military uniform he was not used to wearing. When he was a centurion, he never had a chance to wear a military uniform, and the same thing went for after he became a company commander. Dagra, who usually wore leather armor, a deep blue shirt, and pants, felt somehow out of place in this tight-fitting military uniform. Commander, it doesn't suit you after all. Shut up. I know. After he became a company commander, I bought at least one formal attire. His wife thought it looked nice and was very happy about it, but his child was quick to point out that it didn't look good on him. He himself agreed. For example, formal attire like this suits Nozan and Aleha well, but military formal attire was basically one with elegant embroidery. There was no such thing as formal military attire that suits a fierce-looking person. A shaved head and a rugged face, he wasn't ugly by any means, and he could be called to have a manly face, but at the very least it didn't look good in a military uniform. For most events, it's okay to wear armor, but when it comes to banquets, that was not the case, and Dagra feels indescribably comfortable. He had already greeted Celine, Chris J, Dougline, and Kolkis, and also had finished his conversation here. Although it was an honor to be invited, it still felt uncomfortable. Hoping to finish the party quickly, he took a sip of his drink and looked around the hall. By the way, Aleha Corps Commander? Just now he said he's going outside. He moved to another country and rose through the ranks. This sounded good. But he had fought with his former countrymen and killed his own brother. He was somewhat absent-minded. He must have a lot on his mind. So General Ramin is in military uniform. Well, Albarinia, who said so, was in an apron dress. Although she was a woman, it was quite normal for Tekria to wear a military uniform as she was a soldier. In fact, it was much more strange that Albarinia, who was second only to the Marshal, was dressed as a servant. Albarinia, who tilted her head curiously even though she didn't have any doubt about herself, was Albarinia through and through. Dresses don't suit me. She was tall for a woman. Her expression was grim, with wrinkles between her eyebrows. She was not bad looking. If she played a male role in an opera, for example, she would look good. However, as expected, there was nothing about her that was pretty as a woman. So General Ramin doesn't like dresses too. Albarinia traced her lovely lips with her fingertips, looking to her side. It was a servant she had seen several times. Albarinia's attendant, she only knew that her name was Bery. But in many ways, she was a famous servant. Not just her infatuation with the lovely Albarinia, but also due to the recent assassination incident, the visit of the ancient dragon, and her deep involvement in all these events. Albarinia had challenged the ancient dragon just to save this servant. At least, everyone who was there knew that. If one was a noble like Tekria, You would know that she had killed 17 of the great nobles in retaliation. Ostensibly, it was an audience the queen had told them not to stir up unnecessary gossip and disturb the country, and now it was being forgotten from people's hearts. Still, there were probably people like Tecria who understood all the circumstances. Having the servant wear a dress, and standing next to her wearing an apron dress, with her left arm entwined in a pampering manner, surely the truth to Albarinia was all there. She was neither proud nor boastful of her extraordinary feats on the battlefield. She was just a young girl. Let's forget it. Tecria quietly closed her eyes. No matter what, the war would have happened, and their victory would not have been possible without her. That was all there is to it. The young servant in the black indigo dress Bery was beautiful. Her embarrassed gestures and expressions, as if embarrassed by Albarinia's gaze, were charming and lovely. Like Albarinia, Bery was slender and small, with large eyes and ample breasts. She was close to Tecria's ideal. Speaking of personal preference, she would have liked her to be a little taller, but perhaps it's precisely because she lacks that height that the mismatch looked good. The reason why she still found her attractive even though she was next to Albarinia, the crystal of beauty, compared to something perfect, an imperfect one felt more approachable. You don't like to dress too? Yes, Duke Ramin. I don't have many opportunities to wear dresses. Ambiguously, the red-haired servant smiled a little troubledly. She pulled her shawl back and her cheeks blushing lightly. The way she looked was indescribable. You look good in it. If you say you don't like it, then I'm even less qualified to wear dresses. Hey, that's right. That dress suits Bery very well. Thank you very much. Albarinia gleefully hooked her arm with Bery's. Bery was becoming more and more embarrassed, and that charming gesture seemed to stir up her desire to protect her. Not only her appearance but also her personality. They must have been born differently. If Tecria had been different, if her 5 Shaku 7 sun tall body had been 3 sun smaller, for example, things might have been a little different. Or if she had been the younger sister instead of the eldest daughter. She started her career in the martial arts early on, and it had been 20 years since she stopped wearing dresses. If she had worn a dress even once during that time, it might have been a little different. That's just how good it suits you. It's better to enjoy glamorous things while you're still young. Of course, considering your position as a servant, it might be difficult, but young. And no, nothing. Thank you very much. Bery bowed her head with a face that seemed to want to say something, and Tecria tilted her head. Well, it's fine. She returned her gaze to Chrisje and saluted. I just wanted to greet and say thank you for the help on the battlefield. I apologize for taking up so much of your time on such an occasion. After saying her greetings, she left the place. Milkars, the old adjutant who was silently waiting behind her, spoke. Ojusama. I told you to stop with the Ojusama, right? No, if I remember correctly, Argansama is 30 this year. If she can be called young, then I think there's still time for Ojusama to wear dresses. Tecria froze. The balcony is lit by a starry moon. He had always not been a big fan of such glamorous occasions. Aleha, cooling off in the night breeze, absent-mindedly gazes at the sky, sipping his wine. He was neither weak nor strong when it came to alcohol. He felt a little drunk, probably because he drank without eating much. Your Excellency? ? When he heard a voice and turned around, there was a woman in military uniform. He had seen her face briefly at the encampment. It was Tecria Ramin, a central general. Not used to the Albaran feast. But I've always been uncomfortable with such glamorous events. His eyes were wet in spite of the darkness of the night. His footing was solid, but he was probably quite drunk. Even in the dim light, she could see that his cheeks were stained red. What a strange coincidence. I'm the same way. Swinging a sword suits me better. That's surely a strange coincidence. It's the same for me. Seeing her stirring her glass, he poured some wine from the wine bottle that was on the desk. She accepted it, but she snatched the wine bottle from Aleha's hand and held it to her mouth. Aleha smiled bitterly and emptied his sake cup, and he held it out to her. I was curious about the general who was once the commander in Elsren, coming to Albaran. I've heard of Aleha Sarchenka's martial prowess. I'm honored. However, we suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the previous General Krystand and Krishsama. The prowess you heard about is not true. Still, your skill in defeating General Karmada in the east is something to be proud of. You should be careful. That unnecessary humility will end up making light of the person you defeated. Aleha lowered her head to apologize to her, and Tecria smiled bitterly. No, my bad. It's my bad habit to speak too strongly. The 4 generals of Albaran, North, South, East and West, have always been the best generals, respected by all the warriors of Albaran. Now that you have defeated one of them, that's something to be proud of. Of course, it was not something that could be talked about openly here. Tecria continued. The opponents I lost to were the hero Krystand and the current Albarinia, opponents I would never be ashamed of. When I saw this battle, I thought from now on, there will be no one who can defeat them. That's true. We fought together in 3 battles but... Aleha narrowed his eyes. The strategy seems unconventional but it's straightforward, a kind of orthodox method. However, that person can create new perspectives and techniques. As long as Krishsama exists, no country or sage will be able to catch up with him. It's like the moon that can be seen up close. He reached out his hand to look at the chipped moon and laughed. The more he stretched out his hand, the more the outline of the moon reflected in the distance. All countries would be trying to find out the secret behind Albaran's great victory. But even if they caught it, there it was, the shadow of the moon in the distance. My current goal is to see how close I can get to that goal with my future training. A few years ago, I was just hoping for a career advancement, but now I've found something more. Who? Tecria asked, leaning her back against the railing. Albarinia is like that. I don't want to pour cold water on you. Ahead of the wine in her hand. Albarinia in an apron dress walking down the hall. And next to her was a beautiful servant wearing a dress that made her look young and pretty. Albarinia looked much happier and more joyful than she had on the battlefield. If you don't mind, I would like to hear from you about the Battle of Albarinia. Half the reason I took an interest in your excellency is because of that, and the other half is over there. Of course. Actually, I was a little nervous, wondering why a general would call out to me. You're saying you're under suspicion? It's only natural. However, I'm relieved to know you're like-minded. Aleha held out a sake cup, and Tecria lightly tapped it with hers, just enough to touch it. I guess that's what warriors like. I'm sorry for being a woman who doesn't even wear dresses, but I'd appreciate it if you could hang out with me for a little while. Haha, being a beautiful woman who can wear a military uniform is a greater honor than being a pretty flower. Tecria stiffened slightly, and Aleha tilted his head slightly. ? No, there were just some insects. Tecria slapped her own cheek and averted her gaze. Though suspicious, Aleha decided not to worry about it and opened his mouth. Let's start with the Battle of Gulshan. The banquet continued in splendor for a while. Their conversation continued throughout the entire time, and Milkaz, Tecria's adjutant, who watched from the hall, was said, with handkerchief in his hands, wiping away his tears. Chapter 218, Facilities. A year has passed since the War of the 5 Great Powers. In that time, 3 facilities have been built in the royal capital. Albaran Magic Research Institute, Albaniria Military Academy, and Albaniria Arsenal. The Magical Research Institute focused on collaborative research of magical crystals, with individual research being the main component. The Albaniria Military Academy provided guidance on tactics, strategy, and leadership from retired military personnel. The Albaniria Workshop primarily focused on mass-producing magical machines with Albarinia's formula. While there were similar things to those at that time, none were as clearly defined as these. Chris J. Krystand was the director of the Albaran Institute of Magic and the head of the Albaniria Arsenal, and the Albaniria Military School. First director was Assistant Marshal Elugaferin. So, from now on, let's all get along with the research. Krish VE already read the documents that were sent. Now, as a form of self-introduction, Krish will request presentations on individual research topics here. There were mysteriously several vacant estates in the first-class city of the royal capital. These were the residences of deceased great noble families, victims of assassination. The Magic Research Institute was built by majorly renovating one of the mansions, and the surrounding area was heavily guarded. Especially today, as Queen Crescenta was coming to inspect the opening of the facility, everyone was tense. And there was a different sense of tension among the magicians sitting in front of the long desk. On the stage, there was Albarinia, who had silver hair that could be described as a young girl, wearing a black cloak and dress, and Her Majesty the Queen, who had gold hair that sparkled red and a white dress that could be said to be a color variation of that. They couldn't hide their surprise at the appearance of the top of this great country and its equivalent. Most who researched magic were basically the second and third sons of nobles, those who were away from military affairs and politics and shut themselves in their laboratories, and who were ignorant of the world. Many people saw the faces of the Queen and Albarinia for the first time, and many wondered if these girls could really understand their advanced research. Right. Well, then let's start with someone named Ramel. Chris J. couldn't quite understand what was written in the document you sent me. Why, yes. A thin, aged man with glasses who had studied magical crystals for 30 years, stood up in a hurry. Participants were informed in advance that their research would be shared and that they would be rewarded for sharing their research results, and they agreed to do so. However, they still doubted whether the two could really give a fair evaluation. Albarinia was said to have created a weapon using a magic crystal during the last war. However, no matter how one looked at her, she was still a child. Their suspicions were strengthened by her statement that she could not understand the contents of the document. It would be good if other magicians were to know their abilities and the quality of their research at the very least. The research presentation here would no doubt lead to a power relationship later on. Even if those two could not understand it, they would surely be able to understand it to some extent by seeing the reaction of other magicians. It's not like they did this begrudgingly anyway. I am Till Ramel. The main purpose of my research is to metamorphose magic crystals to change them from their stone form into any desired shape. Metamorphosis. Yes. Excuse me for a moment. Till took out a magic crystal slightly smaller than his fist from his bag. Transparent blue, it was a highly pure crystal. The formula had been engraved in advance. He had spent several decades researching magic crystals. Although he was a little nervous, he would never make a mistake. Till quietly breathed in and inserted his magic power into the magic crystal. The change was immediate. The stone-like crystal swells, glows, and transforms into a blue rod as thick as an index finger. Oh, murmurs of admiration filled the surroundings. At that moment, Till couldn't help but smile inwardly. Transmutation of magic crystals research on this subject had been written down in books, but there was no mention of anyone who successfully did it. At least in this field, Till as a magician was a researcher at the cutting edge. Some of the magicians had a frustrated look on their faces. They were probably conducting similar research. Convinced that he had made the first move, he continued. Currently, it is limited to simple shapes, but as research progresses, it will be possible to change shapes in a wider variety of ways. It can be used for a variety of purposes, including decoration. Oh, that's an interesting idea. It could also be used for Jaragasha. Saying this, Chris J. called out Elvina to the black-haired servant who was waiting behind the Queen and beckoned her. Elvina seemed to understand her intentions and handed a magic crystal from a basket she held. What is she going to do? Both Till and the magicians had doubts, but Chris J. ignored them and poured magical power into the magic crystal. Most magicians have doubts. Only a handful of magicians, including Till, understood what it meant. She was pouring magic power. What danced inside the magic crystal were countless lines. She was engraving a magic formula on the magic crystal. Something like this. And in the next moment, the magic crystal changed into a thread and danced on her finger. Till 30 years of research, the results were left far behind. Involuntarily, Till makes a stupid sound, his eyes widen, and his mouth hangs open as he freezes. The threads seem to be alive, drawing various shapes, dancing around Chris J. and Crescenta. 2 or 3 branches split in the middle. The magic crystal thread changed its body freely, as if forgetting its hardness. Chris J. then created a small magic crystal knife, placed it on the desk on the podium, and smiled. Crescenta, Chris J think it's a very good idea. It looks like it could be used for Jaragasha right away. That's right. Ramal-sama, I will give you a reward for your individual research results later. Though unfortunately, it will not be a target for future joint research. Looking a little troubled, the beautiful young queen traced her lips with her fingertips as she picked up her small magic crystal knife and looked at the magic formula engraved on it with her violet eyes. Till, who was standing stiffly, couldn't believe what had happened in front of him, rubbed the corner of his eyes and stared at the small knife that Crescenta was looking at. The culmination of Till's research was completed in just the time it took to blink twice. Ptah! Ah, thank you for your graciousness. He lowered his head, trembling. The dimension was too different. Till didn't think of himself as inferior to others. Rather, he thought he was a magician with an extremely brilliant mind. It was uncertain if people like him would be able to perfect it over the next few decades. Yet the girl in front of him completed it with just one look. The girl in front of him was something that could not even be described in words such as genius. As you can see, Wani-sama is like. Don't get too discouraged and take it easy. It's not that you're incompetent, your research and ideas are wonderful. Yes. In this place, we value ideas above all else. The others too, please don't be afraid. We will proceed to divide into groups for research later, but for now, let's finish this. If you are researching 2 or 3 things, it would be helpful if you could let us know all about them. Of course, we will evaluate what needs to be evaluated and take it into consideration when forming groups. As Crescenta said, what they were looking for was ideas. As long as they had ideas, Chris J and Crescenta could handle the rest. What Chris J and Crescenta lacked was creativity and time. As was the case with Bery's tongue, for example, things that would take time even for Chris J and Crescenta, and things that had a low priority, they would have the magician do them. That is the purpose of the Institute of Magic Research, and they did not expect anything else from them. A presentation for Chris J, and research processing like administrative processing. The 30 or so magicians present here were tools gathered for that purpose. The Research Institute was not a research facility for magicians. It was for Chris J, through and through. It would be something like giving a fountain pen Chris J instead of a quill pen. Wani-sama, if there is no one else you would like to hear particularly, shall we start from the beginning? Right, that way would be better. Alberon's leap starts from here. Crescenta smiled happily. After leaving the institute, they were on their way to meet up with Celine. Inside the carriage sitting on Krish's lap, Crescenta asked cheerfully, Wani-sama, what about the factory? The small Crescenta was now 14. Her body had grown considerably, and her height was not that different from Krish's, but her fixed position was still there. Elvina was used to it, and she no longer cared about the state of the two of them, as she opened a book about magic crystals in the swaying carriage. As Chris J said before, there was a bit of a shortage of iron, so we need to wait until that is resolved. Chris J said troubledly. The Albaneria arsenal was built in the western part of the royal capital, close to the blacksmith district. The arsenal, which housed the storage of Jerea Gesha and Bomjarira, workshops for the craft squad, and workshops for blacksmiths, had numerous pulleys attached, and the interior was covered with countless tracks for trolley rails. Compared to before, work efficiency had improved dramatically, and there were already over 100 Jerea Gashia. The facility, with an expansion in mind, had taken a large site, eventually able to store thousands of Jerea Geshia, but there was one problem. The pace of iron production could not keep up with the production of Jerea Geshia. Alberon has abundant ore resources, and there was no major problem with the number of iron ore itself, but the problem was the iron-making process that removes impurities from the ore and converts it into iron. Charcoal and iron ore were thrown into a furnace made of bricks covered with clay, and air was pumped in from the outside to make the furnace burn well and reach a high temperature. The alchemy book had some explanations of how it works, but it doesn't have a clear principle. It seems like it hasn't been properly researched yet. Although it was written that charcoal could make iron hard or soft, it did not explain how such changes actually occurred. If you understand the logic, you will be able to improve efficiency. However, it was not easy to find out the logic. Shall we invite a steel worker? That's right. Maybe if they do it in front of Krish'll learn something. There was also what could be called a small blacksmith shop in Kalka, where Krish'j lived, but it wasn't like they made anything from the raw material iron ore. Naturally, she had no recollection of ever having seen a blacksmith at work, let alone visiting the site of iron manufacturing, and above all, Krish'j was ignorant. There were books with detailed diagrams, but diagrams were only diagrams. To begin with, Krish'j lacked the abstract imagination, and the knowledge she could gain from such books would be extremely difficult for her to understand. Nagel said that we should take another look at Jaragash's armor, so Krish'j thinks that's what we'll do for a while. It's not like humans are the ones who will be wearing it, we might be able to reduce iron consumption a little more. The armor of Jaragashia was crude to begin with. However, there was an excessive focus on imitating human armor. The torso could be slimmer, and some important areas could be revised. Some of the armor, including the arms and legs, may be better made of leather. There are a lot of things to do there too. As she was thinking about this, Krishkenta looked at Krish'j with a happy smile on her face. Changing her posture as she straddled Krish's thigh and tilted her head, she pressed her soft cherry-colored lips against Krish's. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm just glad that Wani-sama is thinking about various things. Elvina caught it out of the corner of her eye while reading her book, but she didn't react except for a slight blush on her cheeks. Aesthetic and somewhat decadent, the Christend family was a world cut off from the outside world. It would be impossible to be a servant of Christ, and if she was surprised by each and every sense of discomfort that occurred. Compared to before, we work together a lot more now. It was busy last year and the year before that. Bery said that it's important to have some free time at work, so this is probably what she meant. The only thing I don't like about Wani-sama right now is that when Wani-sama opens her mouth, Argan-sama's name comes out. Krishkenta squinted her eyes in dissatisfaction, and Krish'j said troubledly. What Krish'j doesn't like about Krishkenta is that she's not honest. I am honest with Wani-sama. Krish'j would like for Krishkenta to be honest with Bery too. Krish'j pinched Krishkenta's soft cheeks with both of her hands and played with them. Please stop it, Krishkenta said, grabbing Krish's hand and sighing. Anyway, Gert's wiring Celine-sama is quite enthusiastic about it, isn't she? Krishkenta deftly turned. She leaned against Krish'j, her delicate shoulders supporting her head, appearing lax. One of the generals who sided with the royal prince during the civil war, a man who surrendered to the Krish'j in Dragon's Maw. Celine had visited him several times and had repeatedly asked him to work as an instructor at the military school, but had been turned down. But there had been a change of mind yesterday. It seems that he told Celine that he wanted to meet Albarinia and then decide what to do next. It seems like the main reason is that she wants a teacher who knows actual combat. Besides, being strong and being good at teaching are two completely different things. Even Krishkenta is bad at teaching things to others, right? It's not that I'm bad at it, it's that I don't like having to explain things over and over again to idiots. As if wanting to convey that she's different from her sister, Krishkenta, with her head resting on Krish'j, pouted her soft pink lips. Krish'j smiled and replied, that's right. It would be great if everyone was as smart as Skeleton, but in reality that's not the case. The purpose of military academies is to turn stupid people into a bit stupid people. Raising the lowest level. That was the primary purpose of military school. This program aims to raise the level of military understanding among commanders by educating and sharing general military common sense that everyone can understand from experience. As her older sister, Krish'j held up her finger as if teaching a child. For example, Krish'j can explain to people who can understand it, but Krish'j is not good at making people who don't understand. However, in military school, it is important to make people who cannot understand, so considering the purpose, Krish'j is not suited to it. In fact, the person who becomes the teacher should be someone who is a bit stupid. Well, what Krish'j wants to say is, I understand what Wani-sama wants to say, so there's no need to force yourself to say anything more. The only person who can make an idiot who can't understand something is someone who used to be an idiot who can't understand it. That's probably what she wanted to say. It was not that she could explain to those who can understand, but that she explained it to those who can understand her. Although she is an outstanding older sister in many ways, her conversation skills are at a very low level. Crescenta had no expectations of her in this respect. Crescenta looked at her sister exasperated and ended the conversation by saying, "Well, whatever," and she stretched out slightly. At the same time, the carriage stopped. They had arrived at the meeting place. It was the second building of the military school, located next to the training grounds outside the royal capital. I guess Celine Sama's role is in that kind of inefficient place. She likes things that are troublesome. When Crescenta said so, "I can hear you, Crescenta." The door of the carriage opened with a voice, and a golden-haired person entered. Celine looked really unhappy and pulled on Crescenta's cheek. Chapter 219, Marshal. The Wiring family was not a famous family, but it was a noble family with a history of about 200 years. 5 generations ago, Order Willing was given a mansion in a first-class city and the position of Margrave for his efforts in defeating an enemy general on the battlefield. However, 3 generations ago, due to a failure, the family was demoted to the rank of Baron. It could be said that they were a typical noble family that has gone through repeated ups and downs. The previous generation was given the title of Earl, and his eldest son, Gertz Wiring, started his career as a centurion. In the kingdom's central army, where promotions and placements were often based on connections, his work has been solid and stable since he was young, and he achieved success in battle without making any major mistakes, and was promoted smoothly. Upon the death of the previous generation, he was given the title Earl, and then Guildenstein recommended him to become Central General, and accordingly he was given the position of Margrave. On a scale of fine to excellent, he could be called fine. He's not great, but he's not bad either. He's a general who meets a certain standard. He was strict with himself and others and was not well received by his subordinates, but he managed his territory well. There was no major development, but the people seemed to like him. Those were the only special notes worth mentioning, and the rough information that Crescenta understood. His punishment for siding with Guildenstein in the Civil War was forfeiture of his title of Margrave. Stripped of general rank. Originally, execution would be the appropriate punishment for high treason, but such a mediocre person was by no means worthless. This was because many of the people who supported the country were people like him, neither good nor bad. Jobs that require remarkable talents were few. Most were jobs that could be done by human resources that could be found anywhere, and it was better to have an abundance of such people in order to eliminate the waste of having Christian train new recruits, so that the highly capable people did not have to shoulder the burden of work that anyone can do. It was for this reason that Crescenta gave such soft punishment to someone like them. However, Gertz was also just a person who could be used for something if there were no problems. Crescenta thought his value wasn't worth it for Celine, the Marshal, who went out of her way to visit him many times and granted his demand to meet Christian, that is Albarinia, and the evaluation that this was inefficient and troublesome stemmed from there. If it was not because she had a lot of time and was able to hold Christian as part of the work as the merit, Crescenta would have been openly reluctant to do it. It's not like I like troublesome things either, good God. I guess your flaw is that you underestimate the relationships between people. Celine sighed as she faced Crescenta, sitting beside Elvina. Her golden hair, tied back, hung loosely in front of her chest. From head to toe, her graceful appearance had a loose sloppiness to it. Her beauty as a fully grown young lady had been polished, but her naturally rough temperament could be seen peeking through. However, perhaps that was also part of her charm. Her black and gold military uniform, her serious and unapproachable atmosphere, such aspects were balanced by that sloppiness, adding a touch of vividness to her slightly sulking expression. People can't get along just based on profit and loss. If a common interest is lost, such a relationship will quickly fall apart, just like a business transaction involving a piece of paper. Celine continued with "You're free anyway, don't complain about it," and Crescenta pouted her lips. "I only do work that would take you a week to do, in half a day. It's not that I'm free, it's just that I have time because I'm smart and efficient." "That's right. Since you're smart and good at dealing things, you're free and stick to Christian, right? If that's the case, then that's fine. Both in the mansion and outside you do things together anyway." Crescenta was getting more and more dissatisfied. She puffed out her cheeks, and Christian asked Celine from behind, pressing Crescenta cheeks with both hands. But Chris J doesn't know what would be good to talk about. Just greet him and sit down normally. It doesn't seem like he wants to vent his grudge against you. He's a serious soldier after all. Hodfu Wayne. Fuhan Hu Higaihiben, please let me go. Crescenta grabbed both of her sister's hands that were playing with her cheeks and put them around her waist. Then she leaned against Krish's body and bent back, rubbing her cheek against her sister's cheek. When Chris J tickled her chin with her fingertips, she narrowed her eyes in happiness. You look like a dog that is poorly trained. I'm not a dog. Crescenta glared at Celine. The way she was being pampered was exactly how an animal being pampered would look like. Smiling wryly at such Crescenta, Celine yawned lightly. The piece was right here. Gertz was currently living in a small house that couldn't be called an estate, not in a first-class city, but in a castle town. Inside the outer wall of the royal capital. It was not cheap, but it was not expensive either. A small 2-story building suitable for a slightly skilled craftsman. He sold his mansion after the Civil War and did not have a single servant. The amount of space was probably good enough for living alone. The inside of the room was well maintained, with military-related manuscripts neatly lined up on the shelves. Kirik and the others, who were accompanying them as bodyguards, split up between the main street and the alley to keep an eye on the surrounding area, and after the safety of the surrounding area was ensured, the 4 of them went inside. An elegant sword and scabbard pointing downward, the sun and crescent moon illuminating it. The flags and decorations indicating that the carriage belonged to the royal family. The people around were looking at the carriage, surprised at what was happening, and there was a murmur. It was quite unusual for the Queen to visit a house in the castle town. Even like this, as the Queen's escort, it was a modest one. It was inevitable that it would be a little ostentatious. To think even Her Majesty the Queen would come too. Compared to before, his body was a little thinner. Although he was old, right now he looked noticeably older. Celine Sama seemed to be very concerned about you. So I stopped by while I was running some errands. Crescenta said as she played with her long hair with her fingertips and looked down at the kneeling Gertz. There's no need for formality. Please don't worry about me. The main guest is Wani-sama, and I'm just a bystander. You can just pretend that I'm not here. Could you please prepare some tea for me? Turning her gaze to Elvina, Elvina nodded and took out the pot and tea utensils from her handbasket. Even in a carriage, it was always prepared so that she could drink tea anytime, and it was also convenient for times like this. Thank you. Gertz stood up and presented Chira. A simple desk and wooden chair. No money was probably spent on the furniture either. She didn't like cheap chairs because they hurt her butt, but Crescenta kept her complaints to herself. Celine was on Gertz's right, and opposite Gertz was Chris J and Crescenta. The splendor of the 3 people was a sight that did not suit this single house. Elvina was brewing tea and watching from the side. It's been a long time, Wiring-san. Ah. Chris J is glad you're doing well. Yes. Just like when she used the soldiers' libs as a threat to force Gertz to surrender. Chris J heard from Celine that you wanted to talk to Chris J. There was no feeling of guilt or pity. As if meeting an acquaintance from some party in the past. 2 people facing each other with swords on the battlefield. Not a hint of that atmosphere could be felt. Indeed. Right, first of all, congratulations on your tremendous feat in this great war. Even though we fought each other once, Albarinia's accomplishments were thrilling to me as a warrior. Ha, thank you, she replied while tilting her head, and Gertz asked her while looking at her intently. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear your story from that battlefield. A story about the battlefield? Yes. Chris J looked at Celine in confusion. Celine nodded silently. She understood most of Gertz's intentions. Chris J thinks there are various stories about the battlefield, but are you talking about tactics and strategy? Yes. Including the progress of the battle. Chris J once again looked at Celine again with an obviously hateful look on her face. Generally, when a general goes to war, they leave records of the battlefield. Basically, when a general goes to war, he leaves records of the battlefield. Naturally, Chris J also left that, but what resulted was Celine's angry outburst. The overly simple Krish's report was not bad, but it was a record that would go down in the history of using Gashia on the battlefield. There was no doubt that it would become an important historical document in the future, and it took 3 full days to record the 3 battles. In the end, Celine wrote it down while asking questions to Chris J, but Chris J was tired of having to explain the battlefield story endlessly. It was something she didn't want to talk about again if possible. Celine nodded as expected, prompting Krish with her gaze. You, Chris J groaned, already regretting visiting here. Then, starting from the battle with Gulshan. Thank you. At the very least, Gertz was an excellent listener. Questions about tactics and strategy rather. The questions were often about why Chris J made the choices and decisions she made. Probably because he had heard about detailed numbers and war trends from before, which she had explained to Celine to the point that she hated it. It was something that Celine and Crescenta already knew. Gertz listened without saying anything in particular, just seriously. Elvina's face turned slightly pale as she heard about the horrific battlefield for the first time. Chris J remembered every number and every human face. Gashia Unit 1 killed a total of 384 people, Unit 2 303 people, Unit 3 453 people. What did the 78th man that Chris J killed this time look like? When he asked her a question, she answered it plainly and with ease. She had no pity for the soldiers she had killed, nor was she proud of her accomplishments. This part as expected, but there were improvements that could have been made in this part, and if they had done this, damage could have been reduced a little more. It would probably have shortened the battle time. All that came out was dissatisfaction with the results. After finishing talking, Chris J took a sip of tea, and Gertz did the same. Then he pauses, as if thinking for a moment, and looks up. It's like listening to the results of a military chess exercise. Military chess exercise. Well, guess it's something similar. Tactical game on the top of a board. Krish's explanation was similar to that. Use pieces as numbers, then look at the results and consider them. There were no emotions there. It was just a result of seeking efficiency. It would be great if wars could be decided through military chess exercises. That won't be possible, For the first time, Gertz felt something slightly soft come to his lips. That's probably the difference between me and you. No, you and everyone else. Or perhaps Her Majesty. And he said that. Crescenta reacted with a start and looked at Gertz. The reason I served His Highness the Royal Prince was out of obligation to the person who recommended me as a general, but after I served for some reason, I thought there was some truth to his words. After we were defeated, I believed it out of hatred, but guess that's just one side of it. People only see what they want, Gertz continued. Forgive my rudeness, but I still don't know which side was right. Both His Royal Highness and Her Majesty had their reason. Therefore, I said that I will give up my position as a noble. Gertz offered to do so after the war. Crescenta putting it on hold was also influenced by Serene's hopes. If we speak in terms of results, this Albaran made by Her Majesty the Queen is a better country, full of light, than the Albaran made by His Majesty. Nevertheless, I am at a loss for words. Gertz smiled bitterly and looked at Chris J and Crescenta. Now, where is this country headed? Chris J also turned her gaze to Crescenta. This question was clearly Crescenta's domain. Crescenta thought for a moment, tracing her lips with her fingertips. I could give you nice-sounding words like I want the people to live happily, but... Right. Crescenta looked at her sister and took her hand. If I, Wani-sama, and Celine-sama had to choose the word that we all agree on, the safest and most secure, country in the world. Secure. Yes, that's all. Build an elementary school, an arsenal, a research institute, and a military school, all for the sake of stability for the next few decades or centuries. If the bottom is prosper and stable, the top will naturally be safe as well. Isn't this simple and easy to understand? The charming princess's mask was removed, revealing the face of a queen who found it bothersome. Her butt was sore from the hard wooden chair, and the long conversation they had just had pushed her to her limit. Neither my sister nor I like pointless work. Apart from that, with no other aspirations, we have only one destination in mind. And the conversation here is whether you will cooperate for the sake of that future or not. That's all. Gertz seemed a little taken aback. Crescenta remained as she was and looked at Celine, telling her to do something about it. Celine said while looking back at her exasperated. Both Her Majesty the Queen and Chrisje are like this. Is this enough? Yes. Enough. In a relationship where swords were crossed, grievances are only mutual, I believe. I can't forget about Otusama, and I'm sure you have similar circumstances, she said, lowering her gaze to the surface of the cup and closing her eyes. If it weren't for you there, I'm sure your father would still be alive. He was not as terrifying as Guildenstern. However, it was this old general who laid the foundation for Guildenstern to move freely. Gorgeousness was not the only value of a general. The reason why she couldn't break through until Chrisje came was there. Otusama said that you were a very solid general. I have a feeling that you will continue to do nothing and fade away as you get older. Gertz's eyes widened slightly as if he was surprised. Then, as if confirming his words, he lowered his eyes. The civil war is over. Winter and storms have passed, and I think it's about time to sow the seeds. Celine said, standing up. This is the end. I won't be coming here anymore. Yes. Gertz looked up and saw her elegant golden hair swaying in his eyes. I'm looking forward to hearing from you. Preferably, as instructor wiring of the military school. There was a young Marshal with a soft smile on her face. Chapter 220, Years and Month. Her long black hair was tied back and she had a gentle face reminiscent of his late wife. Look, Chrisje, it's my dad. From your perspective, he's your Otusama. His daughter Grace said that happily, taking the little girl with her. She was a girl that Gorka had apparently picked up about a month ago. She had long silver hair and a body no bigger than Galen's waist. Her very well-groomed features were something you wouldn't often see on the streets. What made her unique were her purple eyes that stared up at him. This child is. When father left for town, he had gone to see her former subordinate, Bogan, while Galen was staying there for about a month. On the way back to the village with a merchant wagon, he heard the outline. He had heard that she was a beautiful child who seemed to be an abandoned child of a noble, and when he saw her appearance for the first time, he nodded at that. She seemed to be observing him as she grabbed Grace's sleeve and hid behind her body. She must be 3 or 4 years old, similar to Celine who was over there. However, her atmosphere was serene and ephemeral, as if it were something artificial, and her skin was as white as snow, perhaps because it hadn't been exposed to the sun. She was a girl who didn't fit with the village. So you even gave her a name? Yes. Otu-san, I'm telling you, but no matter what you say, I won't give in. Grace held Chrisje protectively and glared at Galen. Krish's gaze darted back and forth between Grace and Galen. I won't say anything. You and Gorka must have discussed it as a couple and decided. In that case, I have no right to interfere. And you're stubborn person, it's not like you will listen to me. Grace grew up to be a good daughter, but she was not blessed with children. When she finally conceived, the baby passed away, but now she looked like a mother and she seemed to have regained some of her cheerfulness. It was obvious that the reason he allowed her to raise an unusual child was not out of pity for the child, but simply for that reason. He bent down in front of the girl and smiled. I'm Galen. Nice to meet you. The girl named Chrisje stared at him without saying anything. But she didn't seem scared either. It was as if she was observing the person named Galen, and it had a somewhat inorganic color to it. Did she not know the language? Chrisje, say hello. I told you, right? When you first meet someone, say nice to meet you. However, that didn't seem to be the case, as the girl looked up at Grace and nodded, before she returned her gaze to Galen and bowed her head. Nice to meet you. A voice like ringing bells. When Grace stroked her head and said, That's right, good girl, the girl's mouth suddenly loosened and a quiet smile appeared. She was as beautiful as the fairies in fairy tales, and her small emotions colored her expression. She's a good kid. Galen too reached out his hand. Chrisje stared at the behavior of his hand. When she stroked her on the head, she quietly narrowed her purple eyes. Ahahi. Celine saw the spider on her shoulder and freaked out and kept on freaking out until Chrisje caught it. I see. Well, there are many people who hate spiders. I was bitten by spiders when I was a child, so I still don't like them. Oja-sama, is there anything you're not good at? Of course there is. I'm just pretending like I'm fine. Galen smiled bitterly and patted Chrische on the head. The two of them were walking outside the royal capital, a military training ground. Tents were pitched here and there, training for setting up and dismantling camps was being conducted, and soldiers were busy running around. Oja-sama, Bery, and the others don't seem to like crawly things. I'm the same, I don't like spiders and centipedes. Is that how it is? Chrische put a finger to her lips and tilted her head. Well, I'm exaggerating, but for example, you wouldn't want to eat in a room with lots of spiders and centipedes roaming around, right? She hurt his eyes a little at those words, and her eyebrows furrowed as if she had imagined it. Chrische might not like that. It's a matter of the amount and situation. Celine would be fine if she saw a spider in the forest, but she can't stand having a spider on her shoulder in her room. You're probably fine with 1 or 2 spiders. But if it comes in many numbers, then you would hate it. It's a matter of standards that can be tolerated. Chrische nodded in admiration and smiled with some kind of happiness. Then, Chrische might also be a bit afraid of spiders. Are you happy? Chrische is the same with Celine and Oja-sama. Chrische hugged Galen's arm and relaxed her cheeks. Garen gave a wry smile as if he was troubled. This morning's dream reminded him of Chrische from when they met the first time. Compared to those days, even when she was in the village, Chrische was much brighter now. No, it wasn't like it was originally dark. Gorka, Grace, Gala, and Galen. Chrische had a lot of expressions when interacting with some people, and at times she was playful befitting her age. The number of people she allowed so had, and her world has expanded. It's been a few years since they came to Christand, and since then Chrische have grown and become brighter. They were involved in a lot of things, including the Civil War and the last war, so it wasn't all smooth sailing. Still, it was probably a good change for her. He could only be grateful to Celine, Bery, and the many people who watched over her. At the very least, it was thanks to these people that this granddaughter, who could not be called normal, was able to smile so happily. It's Aleha and General Ramin. On the way to the Black Flag Special Forces training ground in a small forest, they heard the sound of a sword clash. A beautiful young man with brown gold hair and a beautiful woman with golden hair, who was quite tall for a woman, were sparring with practice swords. Tekria didn't notice them, but Aleha, who seemed to be teaching her how to use the sword, noticed first, lowered his sword, and saluted. Krish-sama, Galen-sama. Hello. General Ramin too. My apologies, showing you two something this unsightly. Tekria also noticed immediately and saluted by placing her hand on her left chest. She must have been training for a long time, and she was sweating a little. Chrische looked around and tilted her head in response. Why are you two training in a place like this? If we do it outside, the number of spectators will increase, so since it's a private training session, we prefer a place with fewer people. I asked for it, Krish-sama. The sight of someone who could be considered a general being taught how to use a sword will affect morale. I see. Chrische nodded as if she understood, and Galen looked at the two of them and smiled bitterly. It's a combination he had seen a lot lately. Practice is a good thing. General Ramin Aleha loves sparring, so he often traps Chrische, so please hang out with him a lot. Why yes. Chrische was in a good mood. She thought the number of times she was asked to spar had decreased considerably recently, but I see, this was probably the reason, Chrische thought. When she thought about it. Aleha, about the I was talking about before. What is it? And it's not good for a warrior of your caliber to wear only a few strokes on his chest armor forever. I am planning to invite a skilled armor craftsman to my mansion to adjust my armor. How about it? Armor, is it? It's about time for me to buy a new one, so. She felt like she had been seeing the two of them together a lot lately. He also often practiced the sword together with Tekria. To Chrische it was truly a good thing. There was no way Chrische would be able to understand the subtleties of Tekria's facial expression as she blushed slightly. Chrische only thought that her cheeks were flushed simply because she had practiced hard. Also, Chrische feels like General Ramin is stepping in a little too hard. You're also tall, so it might be better to put the center of gravity a little in front of the body. Tekria widened her eyes as if she was a little surprised, and Aleha smiled bitterly. I was just to tell her that. What do you think? A bit of demonstration here. Chrische and Ojasama something to do with Kurofuyo, Blackie. Chrische glared at Aleha, and Tekria chuckled at the two of them. Seeing her like that, Cliché tilted her head and stared at Tekria's face. What's wrong? No, it's just. For some reason, the atmosphere was different. It seemed mellower before, or rather kinder. However, Chrische couldn't express it well in words, so she shook her head and said, well, guess it's fine. It's great that you're getting along with Aleha. It seemed like both Celine and Skeleton were worried about whether Aleha would be able to get along properly with the people of the kingdom, so now that there are more people he talked to other than Meow Meow and the others, Chrische feel like some of Krish's burden have been lifted off the shoulders. As for Aleha, he was only appointed as the corps commander and left alone, and the small details were mostly done by Celine, Eluga, Galen, and Kolkis. Even so, she felt like she was his guardian. Chrische nodded her head over and over again. Aleha laughed at the girl's demeanor, as if she had been taking care of him for a long time, and Galen also smiled bitterly. Tekria also opened her mouth as her face became even redder. As a warrior, someone you can respect has nothing to do with their status or background. I have a lot to learn from him, and I'm probably the one who is being taken care of here. This is too great of a compliment. In fact, I have been indebted to General Ramin in many ways. Ahehe, both of you have a very good relationship where you both recognize each other. General Ramin, please take good care of Aleha. Why yes. If Aleha could get along with Tech Rare, Krish's burden would be lessened. Chrische had said it innocently, but Tekria saluted with a red face while thinking about various meanings. Aleha also smiled bitterly when he saw Tekria, and bowed his head to thank her for the help. Chrische, it's bad to get in their way. Let's go. Yes, Ojasama. Chrische hugged Galen's arm and headed towards the Black Flag Special Force while being sent off by Aleha and Tekria. However, on the way, Chrische noticed a presence and tilted her head, pulling Galen towards Het. It was a little far away from the two of them, a place that could be seen through the gaps in the trees. There was Waltzer, an old soldier with one arm and a prosthetic hand, and Milkars, Tekria's adjutant, who was also an old soldier. Galen looked at the two, a little taken aback. We just wanted to check on those two. Waltzer immediately saluted, and Milkars followed suit. I understand that you're concerned, but I don't think it would be good for us old men to be involved in something like this. To think that two fine warriors are being snooped on. To show something this unsightly. My apologies. Chrische tilted her head to one side, and Galen smiled bitterly. That said, I guess it's the nature of old people to be concerned about the future of young people. Galen lovingly stroked Krish's small head. Chrische by no means what one would call normal. She was a kind girl, but there were many parts that were different from normal people. What he should be grateful for was the people around her. She had many people who understood her, not just Celine and Bery. Some respected her, others loved her. Uzaja-chan, Mia said she's not happy that she was the only one getting scolded. I didn't say that. The black-haired who laughed Kalua teased her friend, hugging Chrische from her back. Mia, a commander must sometimes take responsibility. It isn't a good thing to run away from responsibility like Tha. No matter how you look at it, it was Kalua who did it just now. Adjutant Mia, I don't think it's a good idea to interrupt your superior's words. Kalua, you. As he watched this, Dagra approached her side with a troubled look on his face. Galen says with a wry smile, it's always lively here no matter what time I come. I'm sorry, showing something so embarrassing. No, I think it's easier for Chrische if they have such a close relationship. I'm grateful to the company commander. That was his honest impression. In day-to-day life, Chrische was kind and hardworking. However, she was too hardworking on the battlefield. Like when she killed the bandit, Chrische had no qualms about killing people. No matter how cruel it was, she would easily do it if necessary. Chrische had too strong and ruthless of a side. It's thanks to Celine and the others that she wasn't isolated, and it was also probably thanks to them. They were also the reason why Chrisjay was able to spend time in a circle of people. There won't be any battles for a while. The battle the other day was the last battle for me, Galan-sama. However, I can feel assured because this unit is here. I will continue to rely on you for that child. Dagra looked at Garin and silently saluted him. Galen returned his salute and laughed. For Chrisjay, he returned to the battlefield to brush off the sparks that fell on her. However, he didn't know if he was able to help. There were far more people who were protecting the cliché than Galen had imagined. Even without him, her future looked bright. He never thought that his own powerlessness would make him this happy. I swear on my sword and my name. Please rest assured, we all will. His body suddenly lost its strength. Galen-sama. His body was instantly held in her arms. Her blank, flickering gaze just. Oja-sama looked over here, and his gaze intersected with her purple eyes. Chapter 221, One Who Sent Off. For people gathered around the hearth. Chrisjay was staring at Galen from the side, as if observing his expression. Does it taste good? Yeah, it's very delicious. The flavor is a little different than usual. Chrisjay learned how to cook from the Obasan next door. Obasan's cooking is very good. Gala. I have to go and say thank you to her tomorrow. Usually, when children come, the house would get dirty, but it was the exact opposite. When he came to Gorka's house to eat together for the first time in a few days, the utensils that had been cluttered against the walls were arranged, the clothes neatly folded, and the charcoal in the hearth arranged. The atmosphere at Gorka's house had changed considerably. Seeing this, you can see just how sloppy Grace was. You really resemble Lena, even the parts that are unnecessary. Oh, no, Kasama is busy with work, so she just doesn't have enough time. It's fine, Chrisjay. It makes it even more painful, so stop it please. Grace looked down with a pitiful look on her face, and Gorka laughed. Certainly. When I got home, I was surprised to find that Chrisjay had climbed up to the pillar in the attic. Chrisjay, I'll help you clean the attic next time it's no hunt day, so please wait for a while. It's dangerous. Yes. It was not just the cleaning and tidying that seemed to brighten things up. In the years since Chrisjay arrived, Grace and Gorka have brightened up considerably. Remembering the faces of the two who were saddened by the inability to have children and comparing it to their current state, he genuinely thought so. Grace said that Chrisjay was a gift from God, and now Galen felt the same way. He sincerely believed that this was happiness that was bestowed upon these two who have lived their lives conscientiously. When he stroked her head, her cheeks relaxed with joy. Her eyes flashed with a slightly troubled expression, as if she was both embarrassed and happy. Krish is no longer a spoiled little child. Really, who would say that? Seems she's embarrassed to be called a spoiled child who always clings to me. Grace answered happily. Until recently, she was always following Grace whenever she went out. Although she now went out on his own, she still had a habit of hugging Grace whenever she saw her, and she was teased for it. Chrisjay had a tendency to be overly concerned about the way people looked at her. She was well behaved, polite and disliked misbehavior. She probably takes the teasing words seriously. Small or big, you are my granddaughter. Grace is still my daughter, no matter how old you are. What's wrong with a grandfather patting his granddaughter like this? The same goes for Grace. It is natural for a mother to love her child, and it is normal for a child to be spoiled by her mother. Relationships do not change. Whoa. He lightly grasped her delicate waist, lifted her up, and placed her on his knee. The child's body is always warm as if it were heated. There's someone who went to the trouble to spoil you, so don't be shy and just be honest about it now. Even if you don't rush to become an adult, someday you will naturally become someone who pampers others. Yes, The warmth in this small body probably indicated various possibilities for the future. Unlike himself, whose fire had dwindled, the girl's life had just begun. He was genuinely happy to have such a granddaughter. Even if her own fire went out someday, if Grace, Gorka, and this Chrisjay continued to carry it on, then that would surely be the happiest ending. She was a girl who is a little different from the norm. Although he had some concerns, she was a good and kind granddaughter. He wouldn't be able to watch over her for decades to come, but someone who would watch over her in his place would surely appear. Until then, he would do what he could. That was Galen's final task. It was a room with simple beds. At the very back of the room, there was a bed next to a window where the moonlight shone in. Galen-sama. When he suddenly opened his eyes, he saw silver hair resting against his chest. Krish's beautiful face as she slept, and Anne, the maid with black hair who had tears in her eyes. This is the medical room of the military school. It seems that Galen-sama suddenly collapsed, and we thought it wouldn't be good to carry you to the estate, so my apologies, I'll get a doctor right away. And ran out of the room in a panic, and Chris, who seemed to have woken up at the sound, rubbed her sleepy eyes, raised her head, and smiled with relief when she saw Galen. Oja-sama. Chris tried to hug him, but stopped her hand, looking troubled. Galen smiled bitterly and hugged his granddaughter's head. His body felt terribly heavy. He had a headache, his thoughts were foggy, his body had no strength. It's night. Shadows cast by the moonlight from the double-hung windows. It must be midnight now. Oja-sama was asleep for about 2 days. The blood in Oja-sama's head. Chris suppressed it with magic, but Chris doesn't know if it's working properly. It's okay. Maybe it's thanks to Chris that I woke up like this. An old man, who was working fine until yesterday, suddenly collapsed and never woke up. It was a common story, and Galen himself has seen it happen to several people. Most likely that was what happened to him. This should be called the limit of my lifespan. It's not something to worry deeply about. Oja-sama is still in good health, Oja-sama is not. I'm already over 60. I already knew it wouldn't be long anyway. He didn't even have the energy to raise his arm that was holding Chris. But that was all right. He didn't feel the need to let go of his beloved granddaughter. I'm old enough to have died at any time, but I was alive for a reason, but now I'm surely satisfied with my life. But, Oja-sama. Chris, it's fine, people die someday. He moved his hand. The feel of her silky hair has remained the same since she was a child. Death not from the limit of a lifespan is something to be sad about, but if you were able to live out your natural life, you should feel happy about it. Please don't cry. But there was something slowly seeping into his shirt around his chest. It seemed to heat up and seep into Galen's body. Grace and Gorka by the bandit, and Bogan as well. I really wanted to at least make you happy somehow, but I'm sure my role is finished now. No. Finish. Yet. Chris, Oja-sama. You're surrounded by good people. At least I'm satisfied that I can continue to entrust you to them with peace of mind. He smiled as he stroked her trembling head. Yes, he was satisfied. There were very few people who could face death with satisfaction. What's more, he was being sent by his beloved granddaughter. Surely there was no one anywhere as happy as him. Do you mind doing a slightly troublesome favor for me? There was no reply for a while. As he was stroking her head, he felt Chris nodding silently. Since I left the village with you, I grew my hair as a small prayer. My duty is over, though I might already be on the way, but if you find the time, please bury me by the 2 trees. And also, thank Gara for me. The head nodded quietly at his chest. A trivial burial would be fine, but I suppose it would be difficult in your position. I have written a will in a desk drawer in my house. The property is yours, and the money will come from there. Galen smiled wryly as he finished. That said, there's not much I wanted to entrust directly, most of it is written there. He wrote it because he had foreseen it to some extent. He had also informed the company that entrusted the money to him, so he should be able to clean up the mess without any problems. Looking back, it was a life with many regrets. He gazed at the dim ceiling and confessed. His wife passed away from illness while he was on the battlefield. If he had lived quietly as a hunter, he might have been able to take care of her. The reason why he quit her army was not only because he regretted burning down the village on his superior's orders. It wasn't simply about taking responsibility either. It was because he couldn't bear it, all the various things. He promised his wife that he would give her a good life someday, but he made her worry every time he went to war, and in the end, He left her to suffer alone on her journey. At least Galen wasn't a good husband. Every time I thought I had changed, I made a mistake. He put down the sword, returned to being a hunter. He tried to be a good father by withdrawing from the conflicts as a hunter. But he ended up losing his daughter and son-in-law. As a father, he couldn't protect what he should have protected. And his comrade Bogan too. Without accomplishing anything, being a half-hearted person, I let go of many important things. I'm neither a good husband nor a good father. Her gaze fell on his trembling granddaughter. He stroked her head with all the strength he could muster. In that kind of life, I didn't hate myself as your grandfather. Oji, Sama. Galen narrowed his eyes, as if to let his eyelids fall. Every time I see you smile, every time I see you surrounded by people, from the bottom of my heart, I'm glad. I'm sure you'll continue to live happily ever after. Then he quietly closed his eyes. I truly feel lucky to be your grandfather. Chris J too, Chris J love, Ojisalma. Sniffling and trembling. Galen smiled satisfied. From now on, please continue to take care of those around you. If you do that, I'm sure. His words faded away like a sigh, and his breathing became quiet. After a while, it stopped, and the heartbeat that was being conveyed to Chris J disappeared. The girl bounced off her body, then she only trembled quietly, feeling the lingering warmth. A short time later, the black-haired servant who brought the doctor saw them and covered her face with her hands, collapsing on the spot. Although he was an adjutant in the military under Albarinia, he did not receive a title and was a low-ranking noble. However, a large number of military personnel wished to attend Galen Rinia Kalka's funeral, which was quite large considering his status as a noble. Near the cemetery on the outer periphery of the royal capital. The coffin is simple, but at funerals in the kingdom, attendees assembled the wood and firewood by hand. The resulting wooden pedestal was so large that it looked as if it were meant to send off a general, and was probably one of the largest ever given to a commoner. Galen Rinia Kalka, who climbed from a foot soldier to a centurion in a short period, toured the battlefield as the superior officer of the hero Bogan Krystand, retired, and then took up the sword again in the Civil War, demonstrating bravery as the adjutant military officer of the Albarinia Direct Army in the recent major war. Speaking in front was Crescenta, the queen wearing a crimson dress. Red was a noble color in the kingdom, representing the kingdom's blood. When the queen wore crimson dress to attend a funeral, it signified that the deceased will be welcomed into the blood of the kingdom after their death. Without seeking status or title, simply performing his military duties for the people. The peace we enjoy today is due to the efforts of such an upright and virtuous soldier as Galen Salma. Many of you gathered here know this, and that's why you're attending this event. Crescenta looked at the attendees and continued. However, in order to engrave this in our heart once again, and to pray for Galen Salma's peaceful sleep, a moment of silence. Then she closed her eyes, and everyone in attendance followed suit. Silence filled the place, only the sounds of birds could be heard. After a while, Crescenta clapped her hands and made them open their eyes. Then, to the side of the bonfire, two figures approached. It was Chris J and Celine, both in military uniforms, each holding a torch. Celine seems to be concerned about Chris J, who was next to her. Chris J was absent-minded, her steps heavy. No one spoke, neither of them spoke. The two of them quietly lit a piece of straw soaked in oil under the pedestal and placed a torch on the spot. Following that, Kolkis, who seemed to be holding back tears, led the way. The attendees also line up and those who wish to do so offer prayer to the fire. "Are you okay?" Celine asked while returning to Bery and the others, and Chris J silently nodded. Chris J feels kind of absent-minded. When Chris J looked up, and was being held by Bery, her body trembling. Bery patted Anne's back and looked at Chris J with concern. Chris J hadn't said anything since this morning. "Krish Sama." Chris J shook her head and stood next to Bery. Celine took Krish's arm and intertwined their fingers, squeezing her hand tightly. When it was Karsama and the others, Chris J tried not to think about it, and after a night's sleep, Chris J felt calm and refreshed. But today, it feels weird. "It's not weird, it's normal," Celine said, letting go of her hand and stood before Chris J. She caressed her cheek and looked into her downcast purple eyes. No one is okay when someone important to them dies. You have to get back on your feet someday, but it's not something you have to rush to get over. Celine. Then Celine hugged her slowly and stroked her head. Galan-sama were smiling. At least he must have been able to meet his end happily with you by his side. Satisfied with various things. Do you think so? Yes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to welcome the end of his life with a smile like that. Same with Otu-sama, Celine said. So you don't have to cry shamefully in front of the grave of such a proud person forever. Feel your sadness honestly now and don't hold back your tears. Then she stroked her delicate back slowly. Until my sad feelings run out along with the tears, funerals are not for the deceased, but for the people who are sending them off. The girl remained silent for a while, pressing her face into Celine's chest. Then a small sound that was sobbing leaked out. Celine looked at the flames of the funeral while hugging her with all her love. She smiled and nodded at Crescenta, who was looking at Chrische with concern at the side. 2 months later, just before autumn, a silver-haired girl and a red-haired servant visited Kalka. The two, accompanied by a well-built female servant, stood in front of a single tree and dug a hole. A slight breeze blew as they pulled out a white hair. A pair of wooden tags that had been hanging on a tree swayed and fell, and while looking at each other, they tied them and put them into the hole. Carefully covering it with soil, the three of them bowed their heads in unison. As if in response to them, the wind passed through the gap between the trees, caressing their cheeks. Chapter 222. Bonus. Magical Bery's Secrets. Magical Stick. Magical Bery's main weapon that can only be used by those with a heart of justice. It amplifies the magical power of Magical Bery and makes a magical kitchen appear. Magical slicers, magical frying pans, and magical cooking for Magical Bery all begin with the flick of this wand. Magical Dress. The best armor and weapon to prevent attacks from evil monsters. The flashy costume dazzles the opponent, and sometimes even destroys the opponent without even attacking. It is weak to slashes, weak to dissolving liquid, and appears to be easily torn, but that's okay. It has a transparent magical barrier on the inside, so she is not affected by even the slightest attack. Magical Bery, who is strong in pinches, shows her true potential after the magical dress is torn. She'll overcome any crisis. Magical Wing. Additional attachments that pop out from her waist. Magical Bery can fly for a short time by using magical wings, but it's still a little disappointing that Magical Bery rarely flies in the sky to protect its secret, and is mostly used for acceleration on the ground. If everyone wants to see Magical Bery fly in the sky and give us your enthusiastic support, we might be able to see her flying. Magical Body. Magical Bery's charm is, after all, deleted due to censorship. This is from when she ran into her family that she was supposed to protect, later Magical Celine, in the park. Photographed by Begill. A Magical Bery that has saved the land of spirits and humanity unnoticed in the darkness of the night. Her true face, which she has desperately tried to hide, can be seen in her expression, the embarrassment that her family has found out about her secret that she is a magical girl, Magical Bery. Quoted from Monthly Magical Bery first issue. Chapter 224. Side Story, Guardian. Kristan's estate in Gargane. The young, golden-haired girl, who hadn't yet able to count until 10, looked displeased at the cloth on her desk. The cloth was stretched out on a wooden board, and a long mathematical formula was written with charcoal on it. Usually, what was used as a study tool was cloths that could be washed and reused. Parchment wasn't free either. Both her father and mother hated wasting money, and this was normal for Celine as well. The formula and order are correct, but the calculation here is incorrect. The red-haired servant Bery took a look at Celine's problem and quickly pointed out the wrong part without a moment's hesitation. Within the blink of an eye amid the lengthy equations. Bery was always like this, and Celine pouted her lips. Bery always knows everything. Reviewing the arithmetic that her tutor taught her. Her mother was not good at teaching others, so Bery was usually the one watching her study. Bery would answer anything she asked, and when Celine saw a problem she couldn't understand, Bery would easily solve it. Solving complicated calculations without even needing to down the equations. That's not true. Rather, there are so many things I don't know. Someone who always smiles as if she was troubled. That was probably her impression of Bery. Whenever Celine said something, Bery always gave a troubled smile. She didn't look proud or ridicule her, but instead smiled thoughtfully. What is it that Bery doesn't understand? It's something as vague as that question. Again, as if troubled. Bery told her with a smile. Modest and neat, she had never seen Bery laughed as loudly as her mother. For example, this arithmetic is simple. If you follow the order and do the calculations in sequence, the answer will come out by itself. The key is to do each one carefully. Oju-sama's equation is correct, and this time it was a basic calculation mistake. Even without me, if Oju-sama recalculated it, Oju-sama would have also gotten the correct answer. Trace her lips with her fingertips. It was a habit Bery had when she was thinking. There was something alluring about that beautiful appearance of hers. Her mother's younger sister, her facial features were similar, but apart from the red hair, it was hard to tell that she was her mother's younger sister at first glance. Contrary to her mother, who was bright, gorgeous, and easy to recognize, Bery's temperament was quiet, or to put it negatively, dark, and don't know what she was thinking. She was smart and capable of anything, but she was not proud of anything, and just took it as only natural. Her appearance, which had not changed at all since she could remember, was inorganic and somewhat doll-like, and perhaps that was why she was so fascinated by her trivial habits and gestures. It was like a colorless painting bursting into color. However, there are problems without an answer in this world. A problem without an answer? Bery nodded. For example, what is the most delicious food in the world? Do you know? Meat pie. When Celine answered after thinking for a while, Bery smiled bitterly. Then, would it be okay for Oju-sama to have meat pie for dinner every day from now on? Mew. Hehe, that was a bit mean, wasn't it? But it's just like that. After removing the cloth from the wooden board, a new piece of cloth was attached and carefully stretched out. As she fastened the four sides of the cloth, Bery said, "What is good and what is bad? What should I do to make someone happy, and what did I do that makes someone angry?" There are answers to things that can be expressed in numbers, but when it comes to interactions between people, there is no correct answer. Placing the wooden board back on the table, Bery flipped the removed cloth skillfully and neatly folded it into a basket. Celine always wondered why she bothered folding the cloth before washing it, but it seemed to be her nature. In contrast to her mother, Bery was very meticulous. If there was only one answer to that question, I could just made a meat pie for Oju-sama every day. But the world is not that simple. Bery, do you always think about such complicated things when you cook? Not always, but sometimes, she said, as if troubled. Just like Oju-sama's favorite meat pie, if Oju-sama eats it every day, Oju-sama would get tired of it. What's right isn't always the right answer. Correctness is just an indicator, nothing more. Problem with no answer is something like that, I guess. Her words seemed easy to understand but were difficult. Celine crossed her arms and thought about it. Bery chuckled. As a side, even if Oju-sama doesn't ruminate about it now, such a problem will come up in front of Oju-sama someday. Worrying about it can start after that. Father said that having a mental attitude is important. I think I should know about important things like that. Celine crossed her arms and said, trying to act mature. Bery stared at her and looked at the wooden board. Without saying a word, she removed the cloth from the wooden board she had just prepared, folded it neatly, and put it away. Let's conclude the review for today. Oju-sama must be tired from studying. Bery freshened up the tea from the pot and put the cookies she had left in the room on the desk. She must have seen through Celine's feelings of being tired with studying. Celine looked at him with a blush on her cheeks, feeling embarrassed for some reason. For example, the law is a form of justice. If you break the law, you are a bad person and it is a bad thing. Is this correct? Isn't that the correct answer? That's one correct answer. From a social perspective, it's undeniably evil, and people who do it are bad people and criminals. Pouring tea and placing the cup in front of Celine. After that, Bery brought a chair and sit diagonally in front of her. However, that is just one perspective, and it is only a bad thing from society's point of view. Question mark. Right, let's say a starving poor man stole bread for his child. Bery took a cookie and hid it in her hand. Socially, it was probably evil, but for that individual, there was no other choice, and that was the only way to prevent his child from starving to death. Can this person really be called evil? Celine furrowed her eyebrows, and Bery smiles bitterly as she looked at her. Surely, there won't be anyone who can decisively judge it. From one perspective, it may be considered evil, but as an individual is not necessarily a bad person. From the child's perspective, that person might be a commendable parent trying to protect themselves even at the cost of committing a crime. It's a matter of perspective, Bery said. In the world, there are countless perspectives, and for each perspective, there is correctness and good and evil. Just like in war, from the perspective of Alberon, the Elsren are evil, but the Elsren people probably think the same about us. Celine listened silently, deep in thought. What is right changes depending on one's point of view and position. It is easy to criticize poor people who steal from a position where they have never gone hungry, and it is also easy to blame the enemy citizens. But correctness is never the only correct answer. It's a problem without an answer, Bery said, picking up another cookie and placing it near Celine's mouth. When she put it in Celine's mouth, Bery also took a bite of the cookie hidden in her hand. The sweetness of honey with a touch of saltiness, she strangely never got tired of the simple cookies made by Bery. Today it was a little saltier than usual. Maybe it was because Celine was practicing her sword and was sweating, so it seemed like the right amount, and it was delicious. A small consideration that one wouldn't notice unless you try to notice it. Maybe what she talked about was something like that. Whether Ojusama wanted to or not, Ojusama lady would also face such problems. At that time, as a noble, the simplest choice would surely be to do justice. Easy. Yes, precisely because it's simple and easy to choose, wielding correctness without being swayed by it, considering the correctness that suits the situation from various perspectives, being able to think about that is the most important thing, I would say. It's very difficult thing but, Bery said, and Celine thought about it. It would be similar to what her father said, that it was not good to take the easy way out. Unable to fully understand it, she nodded vaguely. Bery smiled wryly and gently patted Celine on the head. Hehe, I guess it's still a little difficult for Ojusama. Even if Ojusama don't worry about it now, I'm sure you'll hear similar stories when Ojusama learn about the law someday. Mew. Though Naesama might scold me for saying unnecessary thing to Ojusama. Then she giggled and smiled somehow happily. At that moment, the door swung open. That's exactly right, Bery. Let Celine know what she's doing again. What will you do if Celine ends up too studious? Hands on hips, chest puffed out, her long red hair swaying, she looked down at Bery who was sitting down. The beautiful mother entered the room with a displeased expression, furrowing her brows without hesitation, and walked into the room. Naesama, please look at yourself before blaming others. To think Naesama would be eavesdropping. I wasn't eavesdropping, I just happened to be tired and leaning against the door when I heard your voices. How rude. I think that would normally be called eavesdropping. Isn't that just how it seems from your point of view? Listen, Bery, there's a lot of truth in this world. You, Bery said weakly, her cheeks turning red as she glared at Celine's mother. She sighed after a while, stands up, and went to close the door she left open. Mom, what about your job? I'm tired of working alone while you all seem to be having fun at study sessions. Bery, please help me. I have a lot of calculations to do. I'd also like some tea. Her mother placed the bundle of parchment in her hand on the spot where Bery was sitting and brought a chair, sitting down herself and munching on cookies. Seeing a mother like that, Bery let out an exasperated sigh and picked up a new cup. Delicious. That's no good, Celine. If you take Bery's words seriously, you'll turn into a big-headed idiot. Naesama, like I said, please stop saying things like that. It's difficult to deal with in many ways. It can't be helped, it's the truth. Bery, please rub my shoulder while you're at it. Geez. Shrugging her shoulders in a slightly sullen tone, Bery poured tea for the mother. Then, without any particular reluctance, she puts her hands on the mother's shoulders and began massaging them. Bery was just over 20 years old, but compared to Celine, Bery was much more mature. However, when Bery interacts with her mother, she seemed a little younger, more like an older sister than an aunt, and had a slightly softer tone. Although she could do anything, she was weak against her mother, who was clumsy, rough, and do things sloppily at everything. That was probably Bery's only weakness. It would be best to preserve the magic crystals in salt for a while. I heard a rumor that the magicians are buying them. More importantly, it's important to distribute wheat, whose prices are soaring, from the south. The climate in the north has been turbulent for the past few years. We don't have any money. Why don't we just let the wheat from Kristand flow straight into the administrative territory and hire laborers in exchange? The war is over, and things will be slumping for a while. Many problems will be solved if the roads are improved, so I think it would be better to start working on them now. I'll tell Bogan, her mother said, rolling up the bundle of reports. When she picked it up, it was from the territory they managed as a reward for THR accomplishments in battle. It seems to be a small mine not far from here, but Celine had never seen it. Her mother asked, flipping the bundle of parchment around her while letting Bery rub her shoulders. Bery casually answered her mother's question while massaging her mother's shoulder. Most of it was just a list of numbers, or at least that was what Celine could see, but the interaction between the two was seamless. Feeling left out, Celine puffed out her cheeks as she ate the cookie. This didn't only happen once or twice. Sometimes the two would have adult conversations, and each time Celine would be out of the loop. It couldn't be helped because she was a child, can't even do math properly. Even though she understood that, there was something she couldn't just accept. Her mother sometimes stole Celine's servant just because her servant was her younger sister. Bery sometimes stole Celine's mother just because her mother is her older sister. Quietly eating cookies to avoid disturbing the two of them, puffing her cheeks while drinking tea, and wiggled her feet more and more hoping they notice her. Bery, what should I do about this? Well. Was there a question she didn't understand? She noticed the troubled look on Bery's face from the tone of her voice, and crushed the cookie with her teeth, thinking serve her right. In situations like this, I sometimes wonder whether to take a direct approach or an indirect one. It bothers me a lot. I don't think I've ever seen Naysama take an indirect approach though. How rude. I'm different today. I think I'll leave it to Bery. Bery seemed to be getting more and more troubled. Although she was slightly intrigued, she didn't look at them. There, Bery. It's the older sister's orders. Look here. Now, just do what I always do. Hurry up, or I'll sulk. You. Pretending that she was in a bad mood, Celine just ate the cookie and puffed out her cheeks. My apologies, Oju-sama. Her cheeks were gently crushed by her hands from behind. A stupid whistling sound rang out. Foo, Celine, making such a strange face. When she looked up, her mother was holding her belly and laughing, and Bery, who had crushed her cheek, chided her exasperated. Celine's face turned red and she glared at Bery. Please forgive me, Bery said with a wry smile as she held Celine sideways and sat her on her lap. My apologies, I didn't mean to leave Oju-sama out. I am not particularly angry. Celine really isn't honest, like a certain someone. Naysama, please don't tease me like that. While exasperatedly saying that, Bery held onto the resisting Celine's body, caressed her head, and stroked her cheek. When Celine gave up, she kindly let out a small smile. Seeing the endlessly gentle smile, Celine looked away from her, feeling embarrassed for some reason, and puffed out her cheeks again. In a bad mood, Bery pressed her finger on Celine's cheek as if to tickle her, making her make another stupid sound. When she glared at him with dissatisfaction, Bery stared at her with interest. She didn't know what was wrong, but Bery hugged her tightly, shaking her shoulders happily, and pressed her against her ample breasts. Fun. So Bery is mesmerized by Celine's cuteness, You should first admire what's right in front of you before you make up all kinds of nonsense. I think it's Naysama who's always making up nonsense. Why is Naysama like that? Bery shook her head, then continues. But, yeah. Unlike Naysama, she's very, very cute. That's a rather rude thing to say. How dare you say that to the most beautiful Wanisama in the world? I always wonder why Nae-sama is not embarrassed to say something like that yourself. That feeling of being embraced and yet being left out again. When she looked up from her chest and glared at her, Bery tilted her head and looked back at her, then suddenly smiled. She gently strokes Celine's head and presses it into her chest. When that happens, Celine had no choice but to remain silent, and she had no choice but to be stroked. Probably because she have such memories. Whether it was her aunt or sister. For Celine, Bery was always naturally above her, and she was always unknowingly spoiled by her. She must have thought somewhere that Bery was an opponent she couldn't defeat head-on. Bery Argan had been Celine Kristan's guardian since her birth. The sound of air being released from her cheeks. The strawberry blonde girl who made a stupid sound said, "What are you doing?" and glared at the red-haired servant who was poking her cheek, with an extremely displeased face. Why was she angry today? Crescenta sulking and cursing Bery were normal. Whatever it was no big deal. What do you think this queen who rules Alberon is? Can't you even not know your place? My, in a bad mood hum. Mugu. She strokes Crescenta's head and presses her against her chest, giggling. As she looked at it, Celine in exasperation. You haven't changed at all since before, after all. Bery Argan, like a little girl, tilted her head curiously and looked back at Celine. Her personality was a little brighter enough to be said it was worse. She didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Although Crescenta was struggling, there was no sign of her escaping from her belly, and she remained as she was being stroked. Celine felt like she was looking at her old self from the outside. In her own words, Crescenta was just as eager to be pampered as Chrisje Celine gives Chrisje, who was sitting on her lap, a cookie, and smiled wryly. She felt lonely, as if her guardian had been taken away from her, but she understood that this was how it was. She felt indescribable. Or perhaps this was what it means to be an adult. Crescenta-sama, I think it's almost time for your nap. Your body is warm. Please don't treat me like a child. She caressed Crescenta as if soothing a child, lifted her up, and asked Celine with her gaze. Celine thought about it for a moment, and said, okay, as she also lifted up Chrisje. Maybe I should take a nap once in a while. Chrisje will sleeps too, right? Ahihi, yes. Just as Bery was Celine's guardian, Celine now cherished the two of them. It's still too early to call her a full-fledged adult, but Celine had certainly grown older. That's what she said. Crescenta-sama, if you don't want to sleep, I will accompany you, but I don't want to talk with you. It's more meaningful for me to sleep. Fufu, excuse me then. I don't remember ever allowing you to sleep with me. Oh, it's just my usual habit. My apologies. I can't see any sincerity in your apology. You're a really bad servant, Nayu. Geez, what a bad-mouthed child. Crescenta, if you don't like it, Chrisje will sleep with Celine and Bery, so why don't you just stay awake by yourself? You. Bery shook her shoulders happily and her brown eyes meet Celine. She stared at it for a while, and suddenly she smiled, and they both laughed and stroked the girl in each other's arms. Bery hadn't changed much, and neither has Celine. The only things that have changed were their relationships and positions. However, the relationship between Guardian was strangely not that bad, and it might be a blessing in itself. To the point where she didn't think it would be a pain to spend a long time together in the future. End of Volume 9.